We are on the verge of an economic crisis, the likes of which have never been seen in the history of the world, part one or part two. Again, the death of the dollar is coming. They're going to be lowering interest rates. That's the big bet. The markets today took a hit. Gold prices went down a bit. Oil's still a little soft. This is only temporary. You can't forecast where things are going to go because everything is so fucking rigged. They're going to be lowering interest rates. That's the big bet. The markets today took a hit. Gold prices went down a bit. Oil's still a little soft. This is only temporary. You can't forecast where things are going to go because everything is so fucking rigged.
Good afternoon. Linda Taylor, thank you. Thank you, Ayinde. I met him, and he's Italian, obviously, and my mother was Italian, which is why I'm so tall. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I thought about that last night. A couple of those people got me going, and then some legitimate questions sort of got me going. And bottom line, we're all PO'd because we're losing money. And Ham's going to come on any second, so we can talk after he's done. But one thing about these stocks, all these stocks, they're all speculative, but we don't really have a chance once the selling starts. And then they come in to protect their positions by selling more. And you can have an argument whether it's algorithmic trading and it's all perfectly legal. I don't think it is at all. Jeff Easton will say that he does nothing wrong, and his best buddy Jeremy Frommer will say, "Oh, we have no evidence of any fraud," but you can see it in stock after stock. How many stocks go down? 10, 15, 20 days, trading days in a row. Anyway, in terms of Finger, someone said to me or asked me earlier if I knew those earnings were going to be like that. I didn't. I had no idea. I didn't even know. I'm not sure when I came on that I had an idea that maybe I did, but during the day I was surprised that the earnings had even come out. I had no idea that the earnings were going to be that kind of disappointment. However, personally, I think if they had been gangbuster earnings, that same 400,000 shares that got sold in the morning, it wasn't you, it wasn't the whales, it wasn't insiders, it was the criminals. I think that same 400,000 shares would have gotten sold. I think there's a lot of good things ahead for Finger. And on GTII, I probably talked too much, or I don't know if I did, but I kind of opened up on what I think on GTII. There's a lot of risk there, but on the other hand, risk reward for GTII is now, and I intend to do everything I can do to bring that transaction to a fruition that catches out the shorts. And okay, here's Sam. Here's Sam.
Handy.
Oh, all right. The audience, the voice. The voice, the
All right,
audience.
everybody, this is not to buy or sell, and I'm going to get to it real quick. I'm watching Finger Motion back and forth. There's actually no trading. It's just washing trades back and forth.
I was posting before. The volume was 235 and the stock was 72, 74. And in one blur, the volume now was 298, 299. It went up 50,000 shares and there was no prints. I don't even know where the trade happened. Because people looking at me, we can't find, if they crossed it somewhere, something happened. But it went up to 300,000 from 235. And I posted up there because I was watching it. And they're just washing stock back and forth. There's no selling. It's nonsense. It's hard to watch. There's no regulation. No one's doing anything. We're reporting it all every day. It's going to come to an end. Mark Bazile said that there's something going on. His sources say Mark is connected to the FBI, the Southern District. He knows what's going on. Follow him, Mark Bazile. It's right there. You go read his tweets. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can pull it up for you and read exactly what he said. I always get it wrong. Not how least fair it is. Here's Mark Bazile. A huge reckoning is coming, according to my sources. This is just the start. SEC, Jonathan Faber, whoever these other people's names are. So again, there's a bunch of stuff going down. SEC charges 3 individuals in microcap fraud scheme, another group. I put up before, William, I was looking at all these unregistered toxic lenders. I know I'm missing one from Brooklyn, but I found, a whole bunch of them. I posted them. I mean, one guy sold 4 billion shares, William. Yeah. Let me see where it is. Give me 1 second, William. Take it easy, William. Stop yelling. All right. GPL Ventures, GPL Management, Alexander Dillon, whatever his last name is. Acted as unregistered broker-dealer, the same crime. Octus Fund had 150 separate issuers and sold more than 60 billion shares of stock. 60 billion into the market, generating profits of 100 million. 60, how many did I say? 60 billion shares. As you can see, everything's in the same group of people. All the volume is coming from the same group of people. Unregistered toxic lenders. They're lending money. They're getting stock back from the companies as cheap as possible, flooding the market with naked shorts. This way they get a better price. And they're able to unload all those shares. 60 billion shares, William. You tell me, where's the DOJ? These guys all committed crimes. Did I lose you, William?
No, I'm here. I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
Trying not to respond or interrupt.
Okay. I just make you tap every once in a while. We got Hal Mintz and his crew. I'm just saying that, it's just unbelievable. I don't understand. These guys are stealing 20. The guy in Dorado Beach, he made 20 million. Let me steal $20 million. Everyone here, wouldn't you like to steal $20 million? Go on with your life. These guys don't even stop. That's the sick part. These guys stole $100 million, sold 60 billion shares with no license, doing whatever the hell they want. And the SEC allowed this to go on for how many years? They didn't do this all in one day. They've been doing it for years, these guys. They looted everybody. And it just goes on and on and on. And you guys think we're buying shares. We're buying short sales. Then they go to the companies and they convert these bets and they get it at a penny. So you're buying a stock at 30 cents. They're converting it at a penny. And they just keep flooding the market. Finger motion. See the difference? Look at GTI. Some gentleman put up a chart on GTI. Richard something. I just retweeted it. It's been straight down for months. Straight down every day. And if you're short, and I was short at $2, $3, $4, you don't cover, they don't cover at all. There's not even a sign of cover. There's no fear. They just keep selling into it. No big deal. Finger motion, we're reporting that the short is 205 million, right? Not one buy order, nothing. No one wants to cover. They know they can't show any positive, because if it starts to tick up, then they get exposed. All right, so you can see that it's the same thing everywhere. I was short a stock. I told you when I shorted stocks for big players and they dropped from $70 to 10, we would cover at 10 and leave the last $10 to the amateurs. These guys don't. The rules are so slanted. They don't even attempt to buy back anything. Not that they could, because there are no sellers. That's how educated everyone is here on these names. But I cannot stop it. We report on it every day. And the news just gets crazier every day. So that's
So
what I say.
this is my question. You're going to say, oh, that's a stupid question. But yesterday, the earnings on Finger disappointed it, at least temporarily. And there was 400,000 shares for sale. Who the hell sold? Do you think that 400,000 shares would have been sold anyway, even if earnings came out great?
Oh, no matter what the company does, they sell.
Yeah. I mean, who sold? It wasn't insiders. It wasn't us.
Listen, I have friends that bought 250,000, and my other friend said his friends bought 200,000. So we bought 500,000.
So did you hear the video? Did you see the video of Vlad from Robinhood telling Congress that T0 will solve naked short selling, and he could get his staff to make it happen quickly? I don't know if it's Vlad is from Robinhood or if he's from a congressman's office, but this is a question. I'd like to follow up on that. If Martin Smith, if you have anything, put it up again. But anyway, have you seen that?
No.
Okay.
No. I can fix it in 30 seconds. I don't need that idiot to tell you.
There's a hit piece came out on ZJYL, Culper Research.
Boy.
Culper Research. They halted trading. You know, it went to 133.
I saw it. I had to go to the doctor, but I saw it up this morning and I left and I came back and it's down. So they put out a hit piece because they can't cover, and you know what's coming up, and it's the same thing. How many times can you see this stuff? If there was no naked short selling allowed, okay, you would never get these fraudulent stories coming out. Correct?
Right.
Who would waste their time? The only reason you see these stories is because of one reason, because they need to cover. They want you to sell. It's the blueprint. I can go on Twitter right now, and you can call Elon Musk a drug user, a drug addict, whatever you want to say. His cars don't work. The batteries have problems in the winter because we got 30 below wherever it is, and people having a tough time. We can all say those things, right?
Right.
Things are happening. That's what happens. The company fixes it and they go on. The guy's the greatest mind in the world, and they try to drag him down. What do you think they're going to do to everybody else? If they're attacking him, you don't think they're going to attack everyone else? It's just amazing that we live in a society that they try to destroy everything for profit. It's remarkable. Elon Musk is hiring people for his batteries, this, that, SpaceX, whatever he's doing. Twitter, whatever the guy does. And they piss on him every day. Every day. Companies are trying to fight the shorts. What they do, forward split, hit a hit piece on it. They're all Chinese guys that work at a Chinese restaurant, and they're a bunch of thieves. I could write that story. Right? What's easier to do? Everybody's a scumbag. We're the good guys. Some guy just wrote to me, "I'm sick of you pumping, your pumpers, you this, you that." I said, "Yeah, you're right." I was just gonna respond to him and say, "Here's the SEC chairman. Go talk to him." Yeah. You know, they all know the count. They all doing it. These guys, we're taking away their livelihood. That's the problem.
Here's a question, and it's a serious question. Is it possible someone is helping these criminals?
Someone is definitely running interference for them. The Kramers, I'm told, have been giving up other toxic lenders to the FBI. That's what someone told me. And the guy that told us was recently caught by the SEC himself. So we've heard that for a while. And I reported that maybe a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. They're saying that all the toxic lenders are getting caught, but the Kramers. Isn't it funny?
That's interesting. I smell
And the guy
a couple
said
of rats.
The guy said it. And the guy said it a long time ago. He said it a long time ago.
I hope Charlie Mayo cut his deal.
He said the Kramers are adding other toxic lenders out to the FBI or the SEC, whatever they're doing. That's what the guy said a long time ago.
So there's a video, according to Martin Smith. Thank you, Martin. The Common Sense Investor did a video on it today. Robin Hood is throwing 7 brokers under the bus in a new lawsuit. That smells. I think that guy Vlad is suspect.
When it comes to this game, they're going to start throwing each other under the bus. But again, there is no bus. The SEC, just do your job. I don't want to do this anymore. You think I want to do this every day? You don't want to do it. No one's getting younger.
I don't want to do what happened yesterday very often. I'll tell you that.
Well, you got to listen. When you work on a trading desk like I did,
yeah,
I don't give one flying shit who you are. I could care less. When you're wrong, I'm going to tell you wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll be the first to say it.
Fair enough.
I have no problem doing that. I've been wrong a lot. Again, stocks are being manipulated down. We're all watching it in horror every day. I don't do it. I don't condone it. I don't like it. And they're hurting companies. I'm telling you, I went into CELU. The guy was a neurosurgeon in a trauma center in New York, running this company, has no idea about the equity markets. And these thieves at Yorkville are just robbing him blind. They couldn't give a damn about what the guy did. Couldn't care less. The guy saves lives. And they don't care. What else can you say? They don't care about anything. I don't know that stock. This guy at Rumble, he stuck his nose out. He's uneducated about it. He's in the top of the third in understanding this game. And he asked me to give him the proof. Everyone always says, show us the proof. Where is the proof of these naked short sellers? Well, you don't have to be a genius. If you have any understanding of the equity markets, it sticks out like a sore thumb, the proof. Stocks don't trade like this. They don't go down 70 days in a row, 50 days in a row every day. It's impossible. But yet we see it every day. Every stock has someone writing a negative story and they attack at the same time. Who's doing that, right? Does anyone see that pattern yet? Capybara, White Rock Research, whatever that idiot is in Puerto Rico with the dog on GTII. Everyone's got a story. I can go out there and write it every day. What do I care? You know, Jeffrey CEO caught in a prostitution ring, paying, buying drugs. I could say that all day long. Prove me wrong, right? I don't want to. There's good people working at these firms. You want to get them all fired over what somebody's doing in the back office and the prime broker lending, whatever it is. I just wanted to report on this, William. I put up, and I keep trying to make a point of it. All these shares that these guys sell, they never list the symbols or they never list anything because they know the manipulation will lead to lawsuits. You understand?
When there's a report or a finding that they sold 60 billion shares, they don't say what companies. And
they always do it on the long side. I put it up. A bunch of pump and dump guys took control of a micro cap stock, pumped it up and sold it, right?
Right.
That's a pump and dump. They got caught. They give you the symbol of the stock immediately. On the short side, they never tell you what happened. Because imagine Goldman Sachs when they sold those 60 billion shares of stock and they mismarked them wrong. Imagine if you own the stock and let's say it was Peloton. I said it before. And they drove it down $40 of illegal sales. Everybody would be suing Goldman Sachs. But they never give you the symbols. 60 billion shares they sold, not one symbol. Because their liabilities is through the roof on that side. And they never give it to you.
So if ZJYL shareholders approve the forward split, what would be the time frame for that to be
The
implemented?
information will be in, I don't know, the court, it'll be there.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
votes on the 30th in China, I think it's the 31st here. So let me follow up. Does the split have to happen before a squeeze, or would the squeeze start as soon as that vote occurs?
Well, listen, we discussed this yesterday, William.
Yeah, I
right?
know, but not with an audience.
Yes, we did.
Oh, we did. All right, sorry.
All right, so I said that the squeeze would happen before the forward split. They're going to announce it. They'll put a date on there, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
And I said the short squeeze would happen before. So the stock started moving up. And what did you get? A hit piece. They gave the hit piece before the deal was announced, correct? Correct?
Yeah.
What is that telling you? They're concerned?
I think they're a little nervous. It's down $18
There you
now.
go. There's no reason to do it. If the people are going to push it up, wouldn't you want your hit piece at $300, $400? I know I would. I want to make all the money I can on a trade. Why would I sell it at 100? Why can't I do it? Let these idiots push it up. I'd be cheering you on. William, keep talking it up. William, Ham, talk it up. We want to sell it at 300. Nope. They need to cover. They got a problem. That's why they come out with the short piece. Finger motion at 719, 717. They were getting ready to get run over. The street was all behind us. When did they come out? With the hit piece. And a hit piece, and they attacked it at the same time, all working together. And the selling has been relentless. Relentless. People are buying it. I know people are buying it. And here it is. I'm just watching again, ticking back and forth. William, I posted before, there was a bid, 72 bid for 20,900, and the offer was 73 for 1,300 shares. In the real world of trading, every market maker would do what? Take the 73 offer for 1,600 shares. The worst you can do is hit the 72 bid, correct?
Right.
Lose a penny. And if the stock runs up a nickel, you can make 5 cents to lose a penny. That's what market makers used to do.
There aren't any market makers now.
So I'm just saying that there is nobody here. So that tells me the 73 bid and the 72 bid for 20,900 and the 1,300 offered at 73 at that time are the naked shorts on both sides. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do.
So what happened then? I said there'd be a cross, a wash, whatever. They're gonna do it, and then now it's 70 to 71. They printed shares, nothing trades. They go back and forth. It's complete nonsense all day long. Complete.
Go
ahead.
Which, of course, I'm sure makes all of us wonder, why should we even invest in any of these? But we're doing it because it's going to end.
Listen,
you know.
listen. This whole thing started with risk reward.
Right.
Okay. It started a couple of years ago. Risk reward. They keep selling more. The company's getting stronger. Finger motions, building fundamentals, And the risk reward started to swing towards the reward side. The Celente partners came here, showed us their hand, what they're really capable of, criminals. And that made the risk reward go out of whack. The reward is off the chart because these idiots sold 205 million shares that they can't cover. Now you're looking at saying, okay, this is a huge mess. If you look at it, I'll put it up again. Just read what the SEC said back in 2000, I'll say 5 or 6, I can't remember. Maybe Pepper did this a little later. Give me 1 second, I'll put it up there. Give me 1 second, please. 1 second. There you go. Please read what's in the circle. This is very easy. I'll pull it up for you, William. Give me one. Easy, William. Stop yelling. Okay, it says blind justice at the SEC. Please read what's in the circle. I just put it up now. And this is a snapshot of Pat Burns' Deep Capture, the movie. And on the right side, back in the day, I think it was 2007, 2008, the grandfather provision of Reg Show was adopted because the commission was concerned about creating volatility where there are large pre-existing open positions, the SEC website. They were concerned about short squeezes. So they were going to grandfather security fraud. We all screamed about it. They stopped doing it. All right. One of the other circles on here, the fails statistics of individual firms and customers is proprietary information and may reflect in the firm's trading strategies, the SEC's website. They're telling us that these criminals can get hurt because that's their strategy and they want to protect their strategy. They don't want, we know our strategy. We buy it and hope it goes up. If you sell it short, they hold it, hope it goes down. And here they are telling you that. The other one is I met this lady, Annette Nazareth. I forget, she was a commissioner. I forget where she put this in the New York Times. It says that we are very disappointed. The impact of this rule was not to make the stocks go up. Elaine Nazareth. She was saying that we were all complaining our stocks are going down because naked short selling. And she tried to blame all the companies for having failed businesses. That was an SEC commissioner.
What date?
Okay.
What was the date of that?
This was 2007.
I was listening very carefully to Kamala Harris today, and she said that, did you know?
Who?
Kamala Harris. People who are 18 today, 18-year-olds today were born in 2005. She was very proud of herself. But anyway, it made me think of that. It's been 18 years, 19 years.
Listen, I've told you, they stole from my dad, my family. They stole from me. They're trying to steal from my kids and my grandkids. Everyone on this call, they're doing the same thing. And they post as though they got these guys posting. There's a bunch of criminals. They probably have. Listen, if I was the Kramers, who are they going to hire to post? Are they going to put an ad in the newspaper and say, hey guys, can you go post on Twitter and just put up this information we give you? Or are they hiring people they know? Because otherwise, if they were to hire a guy like me, I would turn them into the SEC in a minute and get a bigger reward. So these guys, it's all family and friends doing this stuff. Okay, everybody knows money. They're doing it from offshore, wherever their friends are, family, friends. That's who's doing this stuff. That's who's posting on Twitter. Any idiot that's out there, that's out here he's just a guy who's lost money in the stock and wants to yell against us. That's a different story. But for the most part, people who use the same terminology, pumpers, bag holders, blah, 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 blah. Those are guys that are paid. They use the same terminology, have been since I know it, since the Raging Bull back in 2000. All right, the Raging Bull was a message board like Twitter, and it's always been controlled by the criminals. So you think that we fought before? I was fighting with 10 people versus 500 every day. Now there's thousands of us fighting against 2 idiots, 3 idiots that post up every day.
One guy was asking yesterday, I don't remember who it is. Somebody asked you a question that was very important on Twitter. And if he's still here, he can ask again. But do you answer every single question you get on Twitter?
I try to do as many as possible.
Yeah.
I can't get them all. I have direct messages from hundreds of people. I can't read them all. I just don't have the time.
Yeah, I don't even
You
know
know,
how to do
I got
direct
20 today and that I haven't got to. You're asking me how I'm doing. What about this stock? What about I just can't do it. It's just too much.
Well, anyway, you probably didn't. The fact that you didn't respond to this gentleman wasn't intentional. You just didn't get to it. You're flooded.
Listen, just keep sending direct messages to me. When I get around to it, I'll do it. What can I tell you? That's just the way it goes. You know. Listen, I'm not here. If anybody wants to go to the FBI, the Secret Service, they're in your town. Go knock on the door. Knock yourself out. Okay, register your complaint. It's easy. Call the SEC whistleblowing. You could see all the unregistered toxic lenders getting caught. Those are all your naked short sellers. They all say they're doing what? Converting a debenture at a low price. That's what they all say. But they're naked shorting it all the way down. That's what they're doing.
And before it's signed, in my opinion.
Guaranteed. Once there's a convertible debenture on a stock, it's over with. Once you go in and they give them your name, they're already blasting.
Once you let them know you need money, they start selling.
Just look at the numbers these guys are making. It's not like they're buying a debenture, the stock is 3 and they're getting it at $2.95. They're getting it at 5 cents. And they make up that whole spread, so they start hitting it down as quick as they can. Finger Motion doesn't have a debenture. GTI doesn't have a debenture. They were all cleaned up. And that's what all the yelling's about, because they don't want to get exposed. We've exposed them. The truckers exposed them. The government is leaving us all hanging.
Since those notes are extinct now in those 2 cases, and since they've already driven the stock price down, wouldn't they walk away in a normal trade? Wouldn't you just walk away and go do it at somewhere else? My guess is they keep selling because they're protecting their position.
That's all they can do. They can't cover. I just read the SEC's comments.
Yeah.
The SEC's comment here, one of the blind justice. Yeah. The grandfather provision was concerned about creating volatility where there are large pre-existing open positions, the SEC website. The SEC back in 2006 is telling you they were concerned because these guys have huge short positions that it's going to create volatility. That's what they were concerned about, the short sales. That tells you right there. Reg show. It's reg show. That's about naked short selling. Fails to deliver. And they're concerned it was going to create volatility. It's right there. So the SEC knows 100% what's going on. These positions are huge. Finger Motion and GTI have life-changing opportunities. It's for the government to step in, the FBI, the Secret Service, to lock up these people. This is going on way too long. MMTLP has a different approach. They're going it through the Senate and Congress. They got these guys. They're trapped. It's over a year. They can't get an answer about anything. The regulators that are supposed to protect the people are doing nothing. And you tell me if that's normal. William?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is that normal?
Abby, normal?
I'm just saying that the regulators, FINRA, the SEC, are here to protect people, and they're not. Is that normal? Absolutely not.
It's normal over the last 15 years.
Right.
Bastards.
15. Your ass 15. It's 24 since I know about it.
Well, my study of Reg Show, and I'm not going to go on and on myself, but what I read is the whole reason they put in the grandfather and the Reg Show the way they did was to give a gradual amount of time for Wall Street to voluntarily unwind these positions. I think they just opened the sluices and turned it into a flood, turned it into the Nile River.
There's no question the amount of naked short selling has increased. The brazen, they're basically the people that you see on TV breaking windows. They're doing the same thing. They don't even care.
Yeah.
They don't even care. It's like the cops are looking the other way. Just keep doing it. The Kramers are so cocky. They hired that lawyer of a guy, Nicky something, whatever it is on Twitter. And they put up $4 million out of 20. That lawyer's handling the whole filing, which I'm sure the FBI and the Secret Service, we know has his name. And they want to open up a new prime broker because Alpine's going out. Remember, they don't want anybody looking to see what they're doing. He said they have to get their own house, do their own thing. And they still keep trying to steal. They're putting up $4 million as part of a 20 to open up a new prime broker so they can all steal together. Think about that. Couldn't care less. They keep opening up LLCs, left New York because they're getting busted as unregistered toxic lenders. Or maybe they're not because they gave up everybody else to the FBI already, or the Secret Service, or to the SEC. Because it's funny, all these unregistered toxic lenders are getting caught, and it's funny how they're not. Interesting, right?
Well, all their
One
gains.
One has to believe sooner or later that someone's going to figure out that someone's ratting out people. Somebody's doing it.
The government will take everything they have, everything except what his wife is wearing when they show up at the door.
Listen, I don't understand it. We're keeping up the pressure. That's all we can do. You know, we put the truck out there. That's our proof that we were whistleblowing. And I always say that we'll use the money when we get our claim. We're reporting $27 trillion in crimes. I guess our payday is going to be pretty big. So we'll have a party, and then we'll donate the rest to cancer research. And the only thing, when we do donate it, if anybody's a hedge fund or a family, someone who belongs to a hedge fund, when they go for their treatment, we'll kick them to the curb and say, "Go tell your father, go fucking help you out. Get out of here." That's how I would fund cancer research. Do a background check and see what the family did. If they're a hedge fund, their father was a hedge fund guy, tell your father, go save you. Get out of here. That's how you pay him back.
Did you learn anything on GDC?
I've not. I told you when I get the information, I'll tell you.
I'm just asking.
I answered the question. I answered it yesterday. I
need to
answered
be
it today.
snippy.
I'm not snippy. I just told you what I'm going to do. That's it.
Let's see.
Hey, I'm losing two in it. I'm there too. Okay. ZJYL. I thought it was going to go up. They got a forward split, which is very different. And what do you get? A hit piece. Who's writing? Who gives a shit about that stock? People are buying 20 shares, 50 shares. My friend owns a couple of thousand shares. And they still they can't help it. Everything. You can write a hit piece about anything. You want to all get together and let's write hit pieces and just keep destroying. Let's destroy a company that you want to. Let's destroy a real company. We can destroy Caterpillar, UNH. Let's pick one. If we all post every day negative stuff about them, the stocks will go down because the funds will see it, the shorts will see it, and it'll just start to drift downward because no one's going to want to own it. My Apple iPhone, my battery goes on fire. Everybody keeps saying my Apple 15, my Apple 50, whatever the hell it is, the 15. We just go out there and keep saying it. Everybody's phones, they're no good. I'm going to sue them. Everybody said sell the stock. Just keep saying on it. Take control of the message boards, take control of Twitter, and we keep saying it. That's all. Eventually, it'll become self-fulfilling. The stock will go down, and Apple will lay people off, and we'll feel good about it that we all made a few $1,000 and we destroyed a company and have people fired. That's what happens, and we can do that any day. Any day anybody wants to start doing that, I'm with you. I'll help you out. I don't care. It's freedom of speech. We can say what the hell we want. So anytime we want to join the dark side, I'll go with you. Let's go. Let's join the Kramers.
Why don't we just start a hedge fund in the open? We'll notify the SEC what we're doing. We're just going to follow what the Kramers do and Jeff Easton does, Yorkville. and out in the open we'll do it. And since they don't go after them, they can't come after us.
Yeah, the day you say we're doing that, forget about it.
As soon as we
All
say
you gotta
we're doing
post,
that,
everybody,
they'll start
listen,
buying.
all we have to post is that everyone should just post this. We just got word that the mafia is naked shorting stocks. The FBI, let's go get them. That's all you got to say. Once it's the Italian mafia, they'll go get you. A bunch of guys standing on a corner, they'll go chase them down. Now we all know the mafia is not doing naked shorting. We all know that. So we can all figure out who's doing it, and that's it.
Would you recommend buying JYL now or after the Ford split when the stock is cheaper?
Well, that's what's going to happen. The stock the price is going to go down. So if it's 100, it goes down 20 to 1. So what is going to go down to? What, $5? Whatever it is,
$5.
$6.
So would you buy the stock at 100 or at $5?
Once it goes down to $5, the volatility start to come out of it. You don't think that'll? The only thing is if there's no one selling, it's going to get pretty brutal for the short because they got to cover 20 times more. I think you should buy it before. It's my opinion because I think they're going to. When they're writing fake stories, they're writing stories now. That tells you that they're afraid, right? It's the same pattern. If you want to buy 5 shares, you buy 3 now and 2 later. Do something like that, Average into it. I can't believe they wrote a story on it today. I didn't see it, but it's pretty interesting.
Raka points out that people get frustrated when the quote unquote story constantly changes. Welcome to Wall Street. I mean, you try
What's
to.
the story changing? What's the story changing? Someone's selling shares. They're not delivering them. We call it a fail to deliver or naked short. That's the story. What the company does. Okay, if I was the CEO of the company, I would shut down all operations and just do nothing and force the shorts. That's how the story's changing. What other stories you like? We shareholders on the outside have gone to the FBI, the SEC, the DOJ, blah, 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 blah. That story hasn't changed. We're trying everything. We try to give out dividends to expose them. We try to do this. It's not our companies. So how's the story changing? Finger Motion has 205 million shares short, which we added up for a couple of years for you. GTII, we estimated at 450 million, which they still don't cover. So it could be 500 million by now. I don't know. I stopped counting. So the story is the same. The naked short seller was the Kramers. The prime broker was Alpine. That story seems to be, William, in concrete. Kramers, Alpine. That story hasn't changed. What the company's trying to do to make it happen, it changes because it's like a hockey game. Because they keep knocking the stock down and the companies have to adjust to what's going on. Go try to close a transaction with the stock price moving up and down like crazy. Think how hard that can be.
These shorts don't seem. Sorry, I talked over you.
And listen, MMTLP, the story hasn't changed. Yes, the story's changed where they were not together. Then all the shareholders got together. They went to Congress. They went to the Senate. They got signatures. They were going to try this. They tried that. Now things are finally coming together. But it's changed 40 times. And the only thing that's changed is that people trying different things to help fight the crime. That's all I see that's changed, is that people are trying different angles trying to expose the crime. We try many different things to expose the crime. I tried to open up an exchange. Companies are trying dividends. Me and William, we're going to go to South Korea trying to get the regulators to do more understanding about how crooked the market is in the U.S. Should we not do that? Ask that gentleman, should we not do it? The story's changing. Should we not go to South Korea? Maybe we should go to Dubai and have a party. What do you want us to do? We could do nothing.
But the whole point is everything's always changing in the market.
Listen, the one thing, and people need to understand this, okay? The shorts are trying to break apart the people that are fighting. That's all it is. And there's only one thing that holds the longs together, is the price of the stock. When the price of the stock drifts down, everybody starts to scramble because it's financial, and I got it. Finger motion went from a couple bucks to 17. It was down to 60 cents when Lynn Partner was attacking it. Went back up to 10. They beat it back down. Went back up to 8. Back down. Back up to 7. This is all because of Lynn. Nothing else. Stocks don't just get. Stock has been going down since October 10th every day. Every day. I put it up. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. So, gentlemen, put up the GTI chart. People think that GTI is trading based on finger motions trading. What the hell are these two companies got to do with each other? Nothing. But yet we have to deal with it. That tells you how bad the system is.
Mike M., the vote on the reverse, the forward split will be held 9:30 a.m. Beijing time, January 30, which is 8:30 p.m. New York City time, January 29th.
It's whatever. Today's January what? 16th? I don't even know what today
It'll
is.
be January 29th evening, our time.
All right, so that that's going to happen. So that's out. Let's look at this. Today's the 17th. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. 1, 2, 7, 8. 8 more trading days to the 30th. The 30th is the 9th trading day from now. So they got 9 trading days. The vote will be done before you wake up on January 30th. Is that what he's saying?
You're and my friend from New York, Father Lou Guido Sarducci, the real estate guy, he says, don't buy anything. I wonder if that includes real estate.
Lou is the gentleman I spoke about the other day.
Yeah.
Who spoke to a family friend that had $200,000, and he advised her not to put in the equity markets because that's what she was going to do. And that's what I'm trying to help people to stop doing. Stop believing in the equity markets. 90% of you guys are rookies. They're going to take down your pants and do you dry. All right? You can see it. They're doing it to professionals. Okay? What they're going to do to retail investors is not human unless people are fighting for you. And I don't see people fighting. I spoke with the CEO.
Is it medieval?
RUM. I spoke with the CEO. That gentleman, nice guy, understands he's getting ripped off. He's in the bottom of the second as far as understanding this knowledge of naked short selling. He asked me if I could get him the proof. I asked him if I could sell him a bridge. All right. This is like that's an amateur question. I tried my best. I set him on the path. I told him what he needed to get done. If he does nothing, you're out of your bird for owning that stock. I don't care what he does. All right. So again,
that question came up quite a bit yesterday. Do you think he's going to join the fight against the shorts, the CEO of
I don't think he's knowledgeable enough to do it yet.
He hasn't been
He's
heard
going to
enough.
talk to himself. He's going to talk himself into a circle while the shorts keep ripping off his shareholders.
Yeah.
I gave him enough information right then and there, and I introduced him to the right people right then and there. He should have taken action right then and there. No action means that he's running around and he thinks it's going to all work out. So what I would tell anybody to do is, if he does get it going and starts to go back up, or whatever they do at Rumble, I don't know how they earn money, whatever it is that unless he's fighting back, the shorts are here in his name. When it does rally and he squeezes them a little bit, if you're long, sell it. If you're short, you want to play short, that's the time I would do it. If the shorts are after him, they're not going away. So unless he fights back, he's going nowhere fast.
This gentleman points out the shorts don't seem to be afraid at all.
No shit, tell him. Wow, no shit. Is it our job To make them afraid? Yes. Is it our job? Is it our job to arrest them? No. Is it our job to sanction them? No. The regulators know who we are. You know that. I don't have to say that anymore, right?
Yeah.
If you don't think the regulators know who we are by now, we put the truck out there 13 times. The SEC enforcement conference. It's right at the Mayflower Hotel. How many times do you think they know about us already? The only reason the world is starting to understand it is because of all the work everyone has done to get it there. Not just me, everybody. And that's where we are. And that's why the SEC is in a panic. The SEC is totally exposed in this MMTLP thing.
Do you know Brad Katsuyama?
He's the guy who did the story in Bloomberg magazine.
I
100
think
years
he's
ago.
called The Last Honest Broker or something like that. He's on IEX. And Mitchell is wondering if you could contact him and maybe we could do an interview, you do an interview, talk to him, or just get him to look into this. He's I guess he's a reporter now. He works at, I don't know what IEX is because I haven't heard of it, but they're in New York City. It's a Canadian company, but they're in New York City.
He did a story, that guy, a long time ago. It was a Bloomberg reporter, I think. He was a Bloomberg reporter.
Well, anyway, do you think it's worth contacting him?
Give me his information. I'll contact him. I don't care.
All right. So
This guy
DM him
likes his soda.
or maybe send it to Busy or DM Ham. And all right, so Little Green Candle saying that this Vlad guy at Robin Hood is on our side. I don't think so.
Well, listen,
I think Robin
on
Hood
our
is a
side.
complete fraud, and it's working with the shorts. But hey,
He's worth. He became a billionaire because he sided with Wall Street versus you.
He just gave an escape valve for AMC and GME to start. Anyway, that's, who knows if I'm right? Who knows? Little Green Candle. I could be wrong. All right. So Andy from Westpac, Dividend, FBI, South Korea, Mayo calling for shares.
Whoa. Let's stop right there.
He calls CEO.
The gentleman who told me about Westpac is a shareholder. Okay. He's a Jewish gentleman. And his son, he's good friends with the father. The son got pinched by the FBI for naked short selling. What would you like me to do? Drag him in? I could get the shareholder. And actually, I jotted down the shareholder's name. So God forbid any knucklehead like yourself would bring that up, because I know exactly where to go to. All right. He's the one that told me about it. All right. The kid was getting married. He actually knows the kid. He knows the father. And the father told my buddy that his son got caught up in a scam of a short seller in GTII. That is a fact. Next thing, what was the next thing that he was yapping about?
Dividend, FBI, South Korea.
The company gave out a dividend, GTII. And what is and every shareholder on the board says they can't get it. Next question.
FBI.
The FBI. I speak with the FBI. That's a fact. You want me to give you the number that they call me from? Next question.
South Korea.
South Korea said yesterday, me and William to go. I couldn't go because I had family appointments with doctors. What would you like me to do? Next question.
Mayo calling for shares.
Mayo call for shares. The fucking thing's right on Twitter. Go fucking listen to it yourself, you fucking idiot. It's right there. How many times do you want me to post it? The guy's voicemail. We put the fucking thing on a truck, asshole. Next question.
Last one. The guy calls the CEO's wife, elderly wife.
That's a fact. He called the CEO's wife. That's what we heard. The CEO's wife has dementia. They called up to buy her shares and told her to sell it. Hurry up and sell it. That's what they told her. I'm sure if anybody ever questioned anybody about that, those answers would all be answered. What would you like me to do? Charlie Mayo? I'll put up the voicemail again. What do you want me to say? Just click on it. It's right there. We saved it.
Yeah, put it up
Hey,
there for
Reiki.
Raka.
Hey, Reiki. We like to be in the boys want to buy some shares. That's after the debenture was paid off.
Put it up
Got
there
to know
for
your
Raka.
history. You got to do your history, buddy. That's how it works. The story hasn't changed. It's gotten stronger. We document it all the time. We can't remember every gory detail as we go along. As a matter of fact, I'm going to call my friend up and see if I can get him on the call and let him tell you about the broker and the story. All right?
That
Maybe I
sounds
can
good.
get that done tomorrow.
That
And this
sounds
way I can
good.
put that to rest.
So this guy that I mentioned, we'll get his details. He's the CEO of IEX, but he also has the ear of pension funds, which would be great. Banks and others trying to fight the established corrupt system. So we'll go after him. I'll write him a letter. I'll call him.
Yeah, that's all.
Give me a number. I'll call him. He
Listen, we
doesn't
can only do
scare
so
me.
much. Listen, we're regular people trying to save everybody's futures. You know what? At some point, you know what, William, listening to people complaining like this, you know what? Most people would say F you and just walk away.
I was
won't do
thinking
that.
about that today when I was walking my dog. Most people would just say, let's open up my own family office or a small account and just trade my own money and not talk to anybody anymore.
Hey, listen, everybody. One guy accused me of pumping stocks. I told you to buy the video at 450. I said I loved it. It's 560. How come no one said thank you? I didn't buy it. Why didn't you buy it? Why, if you're going to yell at me about ones that go down, why don't you say something about the ones that go up? I gave you ALT. I posted it at 550. It went to 12. No one said thank you. I don't care.
People were asking about ALT yesterday. Are people still holding it?
Oh, and if I added it at 550, I would have sold it at 10. I don't know anything about it. Listen, I can't be Fidelity Management and hold on to positions. I don't have the money. I only passed on what I heard. I thought people could make money from it. You make your own decisions, and I told you what I heard. That's all I do. But from now on, I won't say anything because people hold it against me as though it's my stock. I don't.
One guy came at me several times, and I reacted a little heavy on him. But he said, "What is the real reason that you're pushing this stock finger?" And
we're pushing it because we're trying to save the system.
Well,
okay. That's it. There's nothing else.
There were two answers I gave. That one, and the other one is, to me, look, in the bubble, in the context of speculative stocks, I think right now where Finger is trading, the downside is up. I think if you pay $3, wait 6 months, 9 months, it's worth $5, $6, $7. That's your downside, in my opinion. So the second reason is to make money. But
that's
whatever.
Yeah, we're doing this for fun. I'm still waiting for the SEC to give me my whistleblower award. I reported $27 trillion worth of security fraud. They're grabbing all these unregistered broker dealers who naked shorted. They all naked shorted. So far, I counted 60 billion shares with Goldman. This other guy, 100 billion shares. This guy, whatever, 4 billion shares. How come we don't get paid on those things? We reported it to them.
One of the problems is all of us assume this canard that the price that you see on your screen reflects all information and that therefore it's the true price. These prices are all fraud. Ham can't do anything to fight. I mean, he's doing everything he can do to fight the fraud, but he can't fight it on the trading floor. Well, there isn't even a trading floor. It's just open sluices of selling while Gary Gensler goes and glad hands Congress.
They once the day goes past, the truck is there. They had the embarrassment, the SEC, and they just go about their day like nothing's changed. Nothing happened. I just don't understand how we reported security fraud as a whistleblower, and they don't even acknowledge we exist. That's the crazy part. MMTLP is burning down the buildings, and they don't even acknowledge it. As a matter of fact, he goes in front of Congress under oath, and he doesn't say anything.
Well, I think I've told you, but I went into meetings with Anna, Queen of Trades, and she was amazing. And Ham, the difference not only with how she presented the story, but how her story was received from the first time I went into Congress with you. It's as if your kid is suddenly graduating from graduate school. It's
Right.
and he was just 5. I mean, it's amazing that the reception is better. The story is heard and told in a much better context now than it was before.
Right. Well, listen, again, it's education is how you win. How many times have I said that, William?
You
1,000 times
Yeah,
every
it's
day.
all about education. Um, Particularly, there's a new thing you should study. You should get your doctorate in gender studies. Very important field.
Right.
Sorry. Yeah, education. Tom is saying we're just frustrated and scared of
This
losing
guy
it
Norm
all.
on Twitter's writing to me.
That's
I
true.
personally don't know how Ham Ace will continue remaining positive with daily videos. Props to them. We apologize to them if we come off as a dick, not in a positive place with respect to investing. He's saying that he can't believe we still do this.
Who's saying that?
No, it was nice. It sucks. I agree.
Oh, it sucks.
He's saying that how we remain positive, he's just not in a good place himself. This guy Norm, whatever.
Well, one thing I will say, Ham, we're about, I'm light years younger than you are, but we have about the same Wall Street time frame for experience, I think. But I remember when I first got my number, when I was young and women were beautiful, the over-the-counter market was booming. It was where all the money was. That's where the trades were. But that's also where you had this company, First Jersey Securities, come grow with us, and he had a helicopter. But that's why the SEC goes after a lot of these over-the-counter stocks, because there was fraud back then. But man, there was so much money being made. That can happen again overnight. The over-the-counter markets can become where people are making money. I know it doesn't seem like it'll ever happen, but it can.
Listen, again, there's fraud everywhere. Okay. If people want to get trade on inside information, trust me, I was a trader. If someone said they had inside information, we all took a shot. The SEC knows that. Everyone, oh my God, this guy knows this. Who is it? I don't know, but this cousin's friend said this company's going to get taken over, and we all would play it. All right, but no information, we played it. Win, lose, the draw. We always took a shot. All right, so I tried it. Everyone tries it, right? I've never personally had direct inside information where I bought it and the stock goes up 20 points the next day on a takeover. I've never had that. I've been in stocks that done it, but by accident. But I never had proof of inside information. Someone, a lawyer or somebody passing it down. I never had it. But crime is crime. Everyone's trying to get ahead here, right? But when you blatantly go out here and destroy, and you guys don't understand what happens on the corporate side when a company has employees based on their bonus monies based on the stock. And I seen it personally. I saw it in EKSO, where EKSO made a robotic. And I was talking to the people that actually put handicapped people in the robot. There's 3 people to put a handicapped person in so they can stand up in this robot or walk them around for an hour. So they get the fluids moving, they get their bodies moving, and it takes 3 people to do it. Most of those people are trained physical therapists. And what they do is they help everyone get into these machines, but you need to have those people around, right? That's just how it goes. When the stock price goes down, these people all quit because that's their bonus. They can go back to their ordinary jobs, make 100,000. They took these jobs because they thought they could make 130,000 and actually do good for people, right?
Right.
Instead, they all took these jobs. The stock price goes down. Instead of 3 people putting people in a machine, now it's 2. They start to quit. So the company's in a debt spiral, not because of their product, because the estate paid. Then the company has to go out and raise more money because no one wants to work for the stock anymore because it's worthless, right?
Right.
So the company has to get money. They go to a debt spiral. They get the cash. The stock gets killed, and everybody winds up quitting anyway. And there they go. The handicap people, people with one leg or had a stroke or whatever it may be, they lose out because they don't have the opportunity to get walked around and learn how to walk again from whatever illness or whatever happened to them. And I watched it. And the stock was 5. They drove it to pennies, reversed it back up, killed it again. It's like the car wash. They killed the company 3 times already. I spoke with the CEO. He had no idea what was going on. The board of directors fired the CEO because they thought it was him. They didn't know they thought he was performing poorly. That's what a shit show it becomes.
They take all of the gains and all of the future excitement of an idea or the hard work of a company. They take it all up front. And then the CEO's left sweeping the floors at Walmart, basically.
I told it to the CEO, ALLP. I asked him how old he was. He said it was 53 or 54. I told him he'll make more money working in Walmart than doing this. He'll work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He had a great business. What did they do? Killed it, reversed it, killed it. There you go, same pattern.
So Sada Aman, who has shown up to Congress and is simply a wonderful person, she asks you, do you think ZJYL will squeeze before the vote, or could it squeeze before the vote?
I think it's if you were short the stock, let's look at it from the short side. The people playing that game on that stock only are people that are trying to roll the dice and think they're going to make $100 a share. I'm going to short 10, 50,000 shares, make $100. Let's bury this company. I make myself, a couple of $1 million doing nothing. That's what they're trying to do here. These are not real short sellers on playing that game. These are all thieves and bandits in here on the short side. So when the company's going to do a forward split, these guys are not major guys. Maybe they run $20 million, $30 million. But once it forward splits, whatever they're short, the margin's going to go through the roof because now they're going to short 20 times more. So these guys will start the break rank. They'll start with the smaller guys who are short, 5,000 shares, looking for that $100 drop. All right. These guys are going to cover first, and it'll start to unwind. That's before. That's how I feel.
I think that's a good answer. They have it under 100 today, even though it was up to 133. I think that's a sign of their weakness.
Yeah, but again, if you look at it, listen, that stock, I don't know what the market is in it, but they're just offering hundreds of shares, hundreds, 200, 100. They just keep trying to put the weight on it, and they're basically going nowhere. I don't know what the Basher report was about, whatever it was, but they didn't want this thing getting out of control again, as you can see.
That's it. It's a sign of weakness to me. They're scared.
There's no question about it.
There's only 39,000 shares traded. It's not just the vote, Sada.
I can guarantee you that 35 of it was probably all short sellers and 200 and 300 share lots all day long.
Well, the other thing you got to remember is the whales own the float, basically. The insiders own 80% of the float. So between them, they almost own double the float. And they're going to ask for 500,000 shares for physical delivery.
Listen, that's a different game. The only reason I brought it up is because it's a different way to attack the shorts. We've all talked about the reverse. Have we ever spoke about the forward split, William? Yes or no?
Sorry, I was listening to the worst humorist, the worst satirist since Irma Bombeck. Not legal advice. But what was your question?
We've never discussed the forward split before. We talked about.
No, we never did. We never did.
So that's why I brought it up to everybody. It's a different technique to go after the short sellers, but it's companies that have a very, very, very small float that can do it. No one else can.
He's saying to you, he says, I think William and Ham are splitting William's huge YouTube earnings and spending it on massages. That is the real finger motion. Yeah. Yeah.
That is a good one, Richard. I like that one. I got that. I understand that one.
It's on 13th Street in Brooklyn.
13th Avenue.
13th
13th
Avenue.
Street.
All right. All right.
KYP knows what I'm talking about. Blue knows what I'm talking about for sure.
KYP is
You
going.
know that I'm gonna go find it. That's like the naked short hotspot. That's where the crew comes from. All right. I don't want to say any more.
KYP is going. She says you guys are going to play pickleball in the spring. You're going to have 2 stands, and we have to pick who we're rooting for. I know where I'm going to be sitting.
Listen, if you're betting on her, I'm going to throw the game so she wins. So don't even worry about it.
Oh, already. See, KYP, he's already going to say if he loses, he was throwing it. Okay, Mike M is saying after reading the filing, he guesses that ZYJL will squeeze after the vote, but before the effective date of the split. Maybe. Anyway.
Wait, what? Before the...
Well, in other words, after the vote occurs, so the shorts know that it is going to happen, but before the record date when it does happen.
Well, I don't know any of the people here, but I can guarantee you, if they're recommending it and they own the whole goddamn thing, they're doing it.
Exactly. That's a good point. You don't have to wait for the vote.
Well, you want to get in before. So listen, the only way to do it in a crazy name like this, if you want to buy 10 shares, you poke at it. You buy 100 here, 100, 1 share here, 1 there, 1 there. That's all you can do.
Alex thanks you and Ace for all the value you bring to the community. It's priceless. Endless
Listen,
thanks.
It's not a community. We're all the same people. I don't believe in. Listen, if you want to understand it and educate yourself or protect yourself, I'm hoping that some people finally understand it and figure out how to play the game. You learn how to trade against the criminals. When the criminals are attacking like this, I understand that we're all underwater. I have no money to average down. I wish I could. My family's not wealthy. Okay, so we're all in. So if I did have money and I was going to buy 10,000 shares, I would buy 2,000 today at 270. They want to knock it down tomorrow at 265. I buy it at 280, and I just keep tiptoeing in, and this way you get an average price. That's the only way to do it. I believe the company's fundamentally strong. Read what the CEO says. You know what? Call up their partners. Call up Munich Re. Call up Pacific Life Re. Call up AIZ Assurant. That's a $10 billion company also. 3 of their partners, China Mobile, China Unicon. Give them calls. Go see what they're about. Or you can go see the CEO yourself. He'll be in Atlantic City at the end of January. I was invited, but I can't make it. But he'll be down in Atlantic City. I don't know what hotel. I forgot what it is. But go see him there. Go ask questions if you want to go. I'm sure the short sellers are not going to be there. Lynn Partners will be there with their 1,000 share holdings. Aren't they concerned? What's going on here?
Your biggest fan, Celeste, says hi, and
Celeste, I didn't say anything naughty today, so go easy on me.
She's been snowboarding, so she's having fun. And
make sure you wear a helmet, Celeste. I met a young girl who went to the University of Pennsylvania. She was on the girls' softball team. She was skiing. A snowboarder did a jump above her, hit her in the head slightly, and it actually gave her a stroke.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, and she's got, her hand shakes and she has blurred vision. She was skiing, and the board, it's not like he crashed down on her. Like the board hit her in the head and he kept going across.
I think they should separate the slopes for skiing.
Right. Well, she had to get carried off the mountain in an ambulance, and I met her in a hospital, and beautiful young girl. And she worked at what was the name of the firm? Guggenheim. She worked at Guggenheim. and she eventually got let go, and she can't work again.
I'm so sorry.
And that was good. She didn't have a helmet on, and the snowboarder by accident hit her in the head. Wear a helmet, Celeste, riding a bike, when you're doing any kind of sports, whether you're, I hope you're not playing hockey in the street like we did in Brooklyn, but make sure you wear a helmet.
Ham is one of the greatest fathers I've ever met, and I'll let he can tell the story sometime, but he knows what he's speaking about as it relates to someone close to him. This guy Mo says it feels like ZYJL is the new COSM. It's just to steer us away from Finger and GTII. Sigh. Guess we can never know who to trust anymore.
If I'm going to steer you away, I'm going to talk about Florida State football, because I really don't give a shit about SJ, whatever the hell it is. I can't even remember. SJ, I'm not steering away anything. I talk about GTI.
I've got to say for myself, I looked it up. I have 17 shares of this in my IRA. I sold Vocal and other crap, and I bought it. It's not a huge position, and I'm not telling anyone, Mo, to do it as a big position. I never said sell GTI, sell Finger to buy ZYJL. And in fact, I don't care if you buy it or not. It's an idea that might squeeze. You don't have to do it.
We're having a discussion. I told you to bet the Packers the other day. I told Frank DeBenedetto, I put it up on Twitter, I hope the Packers beat the shit out of the Cowboys. You should have followed me then. I gave you a winner right then and there. We're having a conversation. I can't say GTII and finger motion every day. I'm reporting on trading each minute. That's how stupid this is right now.
What you do, at least on my side of the business, you would build positions, and you would start when no one wanted to own the stock, but you knew the story, and you figure it's going to work in a month or 6 months or a year. But as you build that position, you can trade some other things. We're not, just because we talk about one stock, doesn't mean we can't put $5 on the nag that has a fancy name. You put $100 on the horse you think's going to win, place, or show. You put $5 on something on the side.
William, I have to tell everybody a quick story.
Do we have to listen?
Yes, it's a good one. I was on the trading desk. I got a tip from someone that there was a horse running at Saratoga. You just said a horse, that's why.
All right.
So I got the whole firm. Everyone was running down to OTB. That's where we used to put our bets in, off-track betting. And everyone was betting on the horse. It was called Southern something. And we all started betting on it. And the horse went from being a long shot to the favorite and was running at Saratoga. I have a friend of mine that I know from high school, like best friend ever. He's at Saratoga. And this is before cell phones were running around. And he's at Saratoga, and he was a horse player. And he said he came home and he was telling me the story. He was at the track and his horse, Southern, whatever it was, he'd never seen it go from 30-1 to the favorite in like 8 minutes. Everyone at the track started betting it because they thought they knew something. The horse came in dead last. My poor friend had nothing to do with it. He got sucked in, and he was at the track by accident just by reading the odds.
It's too bad you can't, while the odds go from 30-1, you can't lay it off like you can with a bet, but you can't.
Right. I'm just saying, but no, they thought it was all the smart money, and that, Secretariat replaced his horse. And my friend goes, he actually showed me a photo of the horse before the race. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This poor guy, I didn't even know he was there, and he wound up betting on the horse. That's how it happens sometimes. But we all lost our money, and we had, we just laughed about it, and we lost, and that's the way it goes. What am I going to do?
Celeste, the sweetheart, she always wears 100% of the time. She wears a helmet.
Make it 102. Never, ever, 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 never, ever. Just be careful. Your head is the most dangerous part of your body.
It's like those, those scooters they have around town. You can hop on. You use your phone. People go zipping off with their sandals and their shorts, no helmet, And I'm like, someday, there's going to be a huge class action lawsuit.
I saw a young kid. I met a young kid after he went to Villanova. Brilliant. Was on a skateboard, fell backwards, hit his head on the curb. He was in a coma. I've seen him around the neighborhood. We went to fundraisers trying to help him out. Eventually passed away. Brain damage when you hit your head is just too, it just destroys everything. So be careful. So I've seen the young man, he was going to Villanova, I forgot his name, but he fell backwards, hit his head, and that was the end of him. It happens. Well, just anytime you see someone hit their head, go in the newspaper and read it. It becomes a traumatic brain injury, and most of the time they pass away.
I wonder if Biden fell. Anyway, Skinny Whale points out, if this were easy, everyone would do it. It takes very special people like him to choose to do the hard stuff.
Well, I thank you. And again, I'm doing it because they ripped me off for a lot of money. And I vowed to get them back. It's taken 24 years and we haven't finished them yet. This is the closest I think we've ever become to this sport. We've seen it in 2008 when the SEC came out. When the SEC chairman came out and said this is fraudulent naked short selling, we thought we won. Then they came out and they grandfathered the fails to deliver. We had to fight again because who grandfathered security fraud. Then we had in 2011 the economists come out and say that the stock settlement system has the regulators all rattled. I posted that 1,000 times. We thought we won then. We thought we won when this happened. We thought they won when this happened. It's just remarkable. And now they're shaking the trees and they're pulling in all these unregistered toxic lenders, which are naked short sellers. So they're going after them in a way that they can get them, the SEC, which is being an unregistered toxic lender and buying these debts and killing everybody for it. But yet these guys are all criminals. The SEC wrote in Hal Mintz's complaint, he had a naked short selling scheme. I don't know about you. If you're scheming to rob the bank down the corner and they catch you, you're going to jail. If you're scheming to print $100 bills, they'll arrest you. Scheming to defraud millions of investors is not a crime. Got me. I don't know what to say.
Una points out that Anna posted that fraud is how it is the F3 button. And in the end, it will kill all of us financially. What more can be done to stop this criminality? The F3 button, which Goldman Sachs invented, by the way.
So here it is. It's not me. She's talking about MMTLP. Why does that gentleman go yell at the people we talk about MMTLP all the time? How come no one yells at me about that one?
I guess because you can't pump it up. Pump it up.
So because you can't make any money with it. I said it 1,000 times. My friends all own it. I do not own it. But you can't make any money on it. So what are we going to do about it? So let the people fighting. We're all fighting to get it to happen. I introduced them to Wes Christian. I introduced them to Charlie Payne. All right. I went.
You sound nefarious. You sound downright nefarious.
Yeah. I just introducing everybody to help stop the fraud. And I think the MMTLP crowd learned a lot. Not from me. I don't know where they learned it, but they're all up in arms about it, which is great. So what more do you want? Go yell at them. What do you want me to say? They talk about this MMTLP all the time. Drives me crazy. Go after them. Tell them to stop talking about that one. Talk about finger motion or GTI.
Not Legal Advice has some hilarious observations. He says CEOs also have to be watched, like the man with 3 first names, Roger Rabbit Hamilton. And then he said, he didn't put the rabbit in there. I did. And then he said, someone should sue Goldman Sachs for the release of the symbols which they defrauded.
That is a great idea. Unfortunately, I'm not an attorney. I can't support an attorney. I try to tell people to do that, and everyone looks at me like, it's going to take too long. I don't want to waste the money. And it's just amazing how they hide those symbols. Remember the symbols. Goldman Sachs sold 60 billion shares of stock. No one knows what stocks they are. Was it in 2 stocks? Was it in 1,000 names? We don't know. If it was concentrated, think how damaging it could be if I have 60 billion shares sold in one name. Or
But
two
it
names,
was,
or 5
but they
billion.
paid $3 million in a fine. That was good
Right.
enough. And the SEC complains they don't have enough money to run their operations. Everything is so circular.
Again, all it comes down to is, and I keep trying to tell everybody, stock settlement. It doesn't exist. If it did exist, those guys doing these unregistered toxic loans would be able to sell stocks and carry it. You can't sell 60? Well, that one guy sold 100 billion shares of stock. You can't sell 100 billion shares of stock in one day. So they would probably sell 300,000, 200,000 a day, right? And different names, I assume. But they wouldn't be able to carry it because they couldn't deliver it or borrow the shares. So that's where it would stand out. And if you see the short interest of borrowed shares going through the roof, you know something's up, because that means they're paying for it, and that would be part of their cost to carry the position. But they're not doing that. They're selling shares, driving the price down. If the stock was 10 cents and they drove it to 5, and you get the 10% discount, they're getting it at 4.5 cents, whatever it is, right? Whatever the number is, right?
Whatever.
So that's how they
not
keep
good at
doing it.
arithmetic.
And that's what Lynn Partners was trying to do in Finger Motion. They were trying to drive the stock as low as possible to get the lowest print so they could get a discount from the lowest price.
Right.
And they know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
We all know what you tried to do. We all know. So Jeffrey Easton and your lawyers, we all know the conversations. Everybody's talking about it. So again, the people that know all know. My friends invested a lot of money in Finger Motion, a lot.
The people that know.
My friend gave Finger Motion $3.5 million at $10 to pay back Lynn. He got 350,000 shares of stock. If he did it today, he would get 1 million shares of stock, right? 350, right? Whatever it is. How do you think he feels? He lost 600, 700,000 shares because the stock. He was trying to help and get rid of Lynn, but Lynn wouldn't take the money back. Everybody knows that. Who wouldn't want to get repaid with interest? Lynn Partners. Why? Because they want stock, because they're short. They can't get out. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to drive it down so that we all bail out.
Because Jeff Easton is the ringleader of a criminal organization. That's in my judgment. It's in my opinion.
That's 100% my opinion. And the phone calls he's made to the company, his lawyers made to the company, everybody there knows. My friends know, who speak with the company, who funded the company. They all come back and say, this guy's a scumbag. Everyone says it. My friends on the street, I never knew Lynn Partners because I never did that deals before like these. They're criminals. They destroy everything.
He's a rich scumbag. He's rich.
Yeah, that's what they do. Listen, but again, they want to keep playing the game and making noise. Don't worry about it. They better have good lawyers.
I watched that movie 2 nights ago, American Made, with Tom Cruise, about the guy that ended up selling drugs, I guess, under Bill Clinton or something. Anyway, made all this money, and the government's doing it, flying to contra, flying that, and he's rich. But then they came and took it all. That'll come. That is how it's going to be for Jeff Easton.
They built him up, they let him exist, and they crushed him. That's what they did.
They'll take him down. They
didn't put him in jail. They let the drug dealers know where he was. He had to go to a certain place all the week, and they killed him at the end, right?
Yeah, he was at the end of a shotgun at the end.
Right. I know. Listen, because I heard a long time ago, maybe 2008, that the drug dealers, the cartels, were funding naked short selling coming out of Panama. It would give money to guys. They were selling short out of Spain.
It's a way of laundering money and getting it into the banking system.
They were getting into the banking system and laundering money, but they were naked short selling. I heard that the drug dealers would never take any losses because that's not what they do. And you certainly do not want to run, what's his name, Escobar's drug money and tell them, hey, we lost all your money in a trade. These guys were funding guys that were naked short selling them guaranteed returns, In return, they would get their money cleaned through a banking transaction. They would get a financial statement from a bank saying these guys are trading stocks, how they're making money. I heard that.
So Gary Gensler
13
is
years ago.
protecting drug dealers.
They're protecting drug dealers, even terrorist cells. Jeffrey Lynn, who knows if he's tied to a terrorist organization. They're getting confirmations from brokerage firms that that's how they're making money. Then they take the money and they can walk in and go do whatever they like. They're not operating in the street as drug deals with cash. They're now using the financial system as their piggy bank. They can clean it up, pay taxes on it, do whatever they want, and it's all clean.
So ipso facto, Gary Gensler is a drug dealer.
I just told you what I heard a long time ago, in 2008, 2009.
What was I going to ask you? Oh, do you think they'll ever move the entire stock market to blockchain?
Everyone knows it has to go that way, but they're terrified. Everyone's doing blockchain, and the stock market can't do it. A gentleman told me a long time ago, because I can go to Paris, have a cup of coffee on my Visa card, and before I go out the door to leave after I have the coffee, it's already cleared on my statement, meaning that they converted the currency, paid the bill, everything, and it's settled up. The money's out of my account, went through a currency into the French franc or whatever it was, the euro, whatever it was, and it's all cleared. In the U.S. equity markets, they can't figure out how to do anything yet. Nothing. So if they're leaving it open, it's only for one reason, to let the fraud live, or they can't.
Well, and I think the banks do benefit from this. As Patrick Burns said, Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage is just an investment bank with a trading desk with the name of an investment bank on the, not a stock loan desk, a stock loan desk with the name of an investment bank on the door.
Right.
They make 80% of their revenues from stock loan, and 75% is profit.
I'm just looking at the market's down $188. The market went up on NVIDIA, UNH, Caterpillar, Costco, those names, Apple, blah, 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 right? The market comes down $188. GTI selling off. Northwest Bio, Wolf, Tesla, Riot, Mara, the stocks that I look at, whatever CFRX is, Mullins down $1. Etsy, all the stocks with big shorts on it. They're the first ones to go down. CELU, it's just endless. It's just Kodak, Finger, IHT down 15 cents, 10 cents, CVM. It's all these same names.
How is Boeing doing since that genius jet, the MAX jet, is a piece of crap?
Well, it was 220. That was where it dropped the first day. We were all laughing about it. Even Avid did a video on it, and I told him, I said, listen, that's the first shoe to drop. There's got to be more damages. And now it's down. It's broke 200, and today it's up $1.33. So they actually punished that a little bit.
I think Boeing needs to take a write-off on that entire jet. It's not a safe jet to fly, and it's Boeing. It's a shame. Boeing used to be the best aircraft in the world, and now greed and cutting corners wins out.
Well, that's the American way. That's the American way. Everybody's looking for everything in 30 seconds. So do whatever you can to steal what you can, do what you can. That's what's going on.
So I'm going to ask you this, even though we run the risk of we're not going to know who to trust because we're going to be distracting from Finger and GTII by talking about.
I don't want to get, listen.
Anyway, this guy wants to ask you, did Ham just say Northwest Bio? They have submitted their application to the MHRA. Is he still following them pending the approval of the DC vax in the UK?
Dr. Aziz was a shareholder. He's a famous shareholder on Twitter. He's been on there until he was attacked by Gibson Dunn. He's an oncology surgeon. He said when he was at UCLA, he read the report on Northwest Bio, and he thought it had a really good chance of actually working. All right. That was years ago. He was a holder of it for many years. So I did speak with the CEO. I forget the woman's name, Linda, I think it is. They have a guy named something Black who was a CIA guy that was supposed to go after the shorts in that name. And I forget when I met these guys. I can't remember. Something Goldman, maybe. I can't remember. And they blew out a guy from the UK, $200 million biotech fund. The guy got crushed. The Naked Shorts destroyed this company. All right. They killed it down. Adam Fronstein has destroyed it. I think they have 1 billion shares. One of the guys that kept funding it was this guy, Michael Bigger. And one shareholder sent me to him one time, and I was in his office, and he had just did a raise with Northwest Bio, and I remember him selling, not knowing who I was. I listened to him put a trade in, and he sold his position to Maxim. And he's telling all these people that he was buying the stock and holding on to it, but he was just like anybody else as a funder. He bought it, sold it out immediately. All right, so I watched him do it. He gave the order to Maxim at the time. So yes, I did follow Northwest Bio. You want me to give you any more?
Well, he's saying the CEO's name
I
is
only pray that it works, because who wants brain cancer? My friend who I put the sign up, Wall Street caught counterfeiting shares in 2006 at my protest in Times Square, died of brain cancer, and he was a federal officer. And he's standing right there with the sign. I'll put him back up again. So again, I've been following Northwest Bio for a long time. Yes.
Linda Powers, Kaffir Black, and Les Goodman.
Goldman.
Goldman. Sorry, my eyesight.
Right.
Goldman.
Yes. What was the lady's name? Linda? I forgot her name.
Linda Powers.
I don't remember her last name. I know it was
Kaffir
Linda,
Black.
Les Goldman, and something guy Black was the CIA guy. The CIA guy couldn't find his ass from his elbow. I had to teach him.
Can we sue Not Legal Advice for bad jokes? He says Northwest Buy. I thought this was a gender neutral show.
He must be so much fun at parties, that guy.
I bet everyone gathers around for the latest bon mot.
I hope he doesn't live in an apartment building. Those people be jumping out of a window. That's how he clears the party out. They give him the money.
He doesn't tell people they have to go home at the end of his party. He just starts telling jokes.
Richard, there's an old Woody Allen movie. I think it was called Take the Money and Run. He goes to prison, and as punishment, they put him in the solitary confinement with an insurance salesman. They put him in there. The guy's talking for 3 days. He can't take it anymore.
Woody Allen had a good sense of humor.
Yeah, too bad he's a pervert too. It's unbelievable. But anyway, I don't want to get into that.
He's an old pervert. But...
Yep.
So Galadin Gaming said, good answer on Northwest Bio. Much respect to you, Ham. We all pray that it works. It's an awful disease.
No, the short sellers don't care. They want to bury the company. Who would sell a stock at 56 cents or 60 cents when they're working on a cure for brain cancer? Think how stupid these people are. Let it go up. Let them raise money. Let them hire more technicians. Get this stuff done with the FDA. Instead, they're sitting here. These poor guys have to work on brain cancer using, rubbing sticks together to hire people to help them out. Think about that. You need money to make things happen. How's the MULN building cars? What's he going to do with it? We can make them out of paper? The world is, these guys are criminals that destroy companies. You don't understand it. If you can't get money, you can't build a car. They need materials. I don't care how good his design is. How's he going to build the cars? How's he going to build a factory?
Well, let's just build in the contract a true up because we're taking all the risk. Bullshit. Right. They're not taking any risk.
No one's going to do that. Look at Elon Musk. If he wasn't able to fight back against the fake New York Times story, that's correct. Back in 2000, who the hell knows what's a 6? The stock was $20-something. The New York Times wrote a story that their batteries are going on fire. It was completely false. Elon Musk attacked them, and he broke the shorts himself, and the stock went up. And that's how he survived. And from that, you got SpaceX. He owns Twitter. Who knows what else this guy's done in the world to help to make the world a better place. But they were trying to knock him out using the New York Times fake story. And that was a fact, and I was around when it happened.
Not legal advice always wins at poker because his poker mates pay him to stop his jokes. Actually, what he said is, you should see what my poker mates do.
Oh, well, I don't play poker. I don't have the patience to do that. If I did it at a bunch of charity events where I would go. They give me, $200 worth of chips, and I'd be all in on the first hand and get wiped out and see you later. I go eat at the buffet. That's it.
When will we be able to vote on the 20 for 120 to 24 one
Oh, I don't know. I have
split?
nothing to do. I have
It's
nothing
the
to
vote.
do with it. Follow it.
The record date for the vote has already passed. That was the 12th. So if you own the stock on the 12th, you can vote by mailing in it or email. They encourage everyone to do it, even if you have one share. You'll get it from your brokerage firm. And it's, I just said it, it's the 29th. It's the evening of the 29th, the morning of the 30th in Beijing.
Yeah, but you had to own the stock by the 12th, you said, right?
You have to own it by the 12th, record date of the 12th, to vote on it,
Right. No, but again, listen, whoever's controlling that thing, they got the hand. They're going to vote on it, so I wouldn't even worry about that.
This guy's saying I look more relaxed today. Well, I couldn't look. I'd have to, wouldn't I? Does the IRS care about the trillions of dollars?
No.
No.
I don't have time to attack the IRS. They should be attacked. The Secret Service, when I lay it out to them, and the FBI, yes. But the IRS initiating something on their own, it's only been since 1988 that they haven't looked at it. Dumbo Diaper Joe's got IRS people chasing retail investors around the world. Everyone here, they're trying to go after us for more taxes. Just go after the crooks. They're right there.
So the thousands of violations, I forget, 34,000 of violations that Alpine had. Is this why, what you were talking about before, the secrecy, is that why it's so important for them to fight? And where are the feds? That's from Not Legal Advice.
Well, again, these guys are hiding stuff inside a prime broker. The DTC sees their positions, right, that they're clearing for. And when they get into the red, where they're losing money and the sirens going off like it did in GTI, that's when they get exposed. Other than that, these guys control and hide their positions. So when the Kramers call them up and say, hey, we're long GTI, we're short GTI, Alpine says, yeah, we'll help you out. And they all start selling it. But once it goes against them where they can't hide it and they have margin problems, the red light goes on, the DTC and SEC goes after Alpine, they're free riding, and that's what opened up the whole can of worms, and now that's what caught them. You can't, they're hiding the trades, they're free riding, they're doing something crooked. But can you imagine how many things Alpine has done before that was crooked? Oh my Lord.
If Finger runs and we're able to sell at a high number, what price would you buy it back at? What's a good price to hold Finger for the long term?
That's a great question. Each day the company gets stronger. It's a great question. I don't know. I would have to tell you, you may not, just look at GameStop. GameStop was $4. It's what price now? Let's say 20, and it did from 4 for 1, so it's really $80.
4 for 1 is 80 when you have 4?
Well, no, where's the price of the stock? 20?
I don't know. No.
So whatever the price is, I think they did a 4 for 1 split.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So it's equivalent if you add the 4 parts to it, 20 times, you add 4 to them is 20, 40, 60, 80. So it's really 80 based on the original before they did the split, right? So GameStop, even though it's, in my opinion, a shitty company, it's still trading at $80. It was 4. It's the same shitty company that was 4 is now 80, right? They paid off a lot of their debts, and I passed a lot of stores recently where there's GameStop, so they're still open. You know, it costs money to open up retail stores.
It's
Our kids really-
$14, so I guess it's
Oh, so do
around.
that times 4. So 28, what's that? 28, 40, 52, $56, right? Whatever the hell it is, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, wherever it is, it's 4. It was 4. So to tell me where would finger be when on the pullback, GameStop has never really had the pullback yet.
Oh, I didn't know this. He's saying that Alpine also, they violated the cease and desist order 36,000 times, but they also committed thousands of Bank Secrecy Act violations.
Richard, I don't know how. I'm lost for words. You know, the CEO of Dog Boy Mary, she's the one that tipped us off about Alpine being their prime broker for the Kramers. And for those who don't know the Kramers, those are the guys who use the toxic loan against GTII. They use the LLC, Geneva Roth lent GTI the money. They signed the paper saying Geneva Roth will never short the stock, but the Kramers have 40 LLCs. So, you know, LLC number 25, you know, they're the ones that are shorting GTII. That's how it works. But they all use the same prime broker, and that's when they got caught. So Alpine is a shitty house, all criminals in there. You know, let's say it's like the Hells Angels clubhouse, Alpine. That's what it's equivalent to. All the crimes in there, and it's like the SEC and FINRA didn't know it existed. They know, they keep knocking on the door, giving them all these tickets, but yet they never shut them down till now. Who shut them down? GTII. Why? Because they got exposed. Because they have no margin money to cover that trade when it's squeezed up to $9. There you go. We reported on that every day. I reported on that. And I said, this is impossible for a stock to go from 60 cents to $9. And the DTC doesn't have a red light going off, or the NSCC. Somebody has to know someone's in trouble here. And Alpine hit it because they were getting blown out, and they drove it back down with their friends, right? With Timothy Sykes all joining on, making it they colluded together, trying to push it back down, which they did. And when the DTC came after them for free riding, they said, well, we don't need to do anything. The stock's back down. Why do we have to put the money up? Free riding is you got to pay for your trades. You can't play in this game without money. And they got busted for it. And that was their way. And that was their way of trying to get these guys away from out of this world and shut them down. So they're using it to shut them down, but it also showed the shareholders of GTII complete proof. MMTLP has great letters from the SEC and all that stuff. GTII has got it in writing in a court document saying that Alpine had a concentrated short position in GTII. So there's your proof. Do I sound like a broken record yet?
Yeah. I'd rather listen to Barry Manilow over and over again.
Every day. Let's mark it down 10 cents, 2 cents, 3 cents, 2 cents. It's a cha-cha. The market's down 135, and all the stocks that I look at are all ticking down another penny. They have nothing to do with anything about the real market. Nothing.
So this is I just got this from a friend of yours, and you got it too. But this is the post from Culper Research, which has received 7 likes. It says ZJYL has an appeal hearing set with NASDAQ for March 14th to stave off delisting. We see no reason that ZJYL ought to continue trading. We think that NASDAQ and the SEC ought to halt shares to protect investors from another obvious China-based con.
Yep.
And he's copied the NASDAQ exchange and NASDAQ. I'm really thankful for guys like Culper Research. They're here looking out for us. It's tremendous. I sleep safer knowing.
Well, I don't know why nobody's yelling at him. What are you yelling at me for?
Yeah.
I mean, where is it? Well, look at that story, huh? They're here to save us. They wanted to shut down because they believe it's a Chinese fraud. I don't even know what they do. But again, you know what? It's like me telling me the Kramer's wife is outside the Holland Tunnel giving out hand jobs, or the Midtown Tunnel. Charlie Mayo's giving blowjobs outside the Midtown Tunnel. Right? It's the same thing, right? I could say it.
Yeah. And then
There you go.
they go through a whole listing of everything. He says, we are short Jin Medical, a China hustle style charade. Jin sells wheelchair. I don't even care what it sells. Went
It's about
public.
stock settlement. Listen, it's about stock settlement. You can't short a stock if you can't borrow it. End the conversation. That's it. Doesn't make a difference what they do. But we need the short sellers to tell us it's a scam.
I'm so happy that the guys at Culper Research are protecting me from obvious fraud. It just makes me feel so good.
Right.
Bastards. Anyway, to me, this means they feel the stress. Morty wants to ask you, why doesn't the United States care about its financial system's integrity? Why
Because
is it that nobody cares?
The system is so broken, they don't know what to do. You don't think they know? I posted the chairman of the SEC, Cox, in 2008, called it fraudulent naked short selling. We're putting new rules in to make it tighter, stronger. They know it. They're trying to close the faucet or shut it down, turn the faucet off a little at a time. Because if they shut it off and stop naked shorting in one day, you're going to have 5,000 GameStops in one day. Who's going to take? These guys have all filed for bankruptcies. They sold stocks at $1 and have to buy them back at 50. They can't. No one has the money. So the choice is that we break them on ourselves, okay, with the help of the SEC and FINRA, and we're getting damn close. FINRA, the SEC, and whatever other agencies here is going after Alpine. That's the whole right where the Kramers are. All right, so we got as close as we can to hell there. We actually know Lynn Partners is the naked short and the finger motion. All right, finger motion knows it. Everybody knows it. Everything's tied to them. They actually use capybara, so they're showing their cards. So it's a matter of time before the company gets the upper hand and chases these guys away and kills them.
So millennials asking you, we get it, it's stock settlement. But if they short everything to zero, who's going to make them cover?
Who's going to make them cover? Well, what's the guy's name?
Millennial Collector 2.
Well, Mr. Collector 2. If you were the naked short, would you keep shorting stuff all the way down to pennies? Why bother? There's no money in it. They can't do that. That's why. Because if they keep doing it, we know it. As long as the company's not diluting itself, which Finger Motion is fully funded, they will not dilute themselves. Where are you going? So if it stops here, or it stops tomorrow, when it turns, it's going to turn, and it's going to turn big. Because they went to the wrong place here. Like MMTLP, they stopped trading it. They went to the wrong place. GTI is a different case. GTI has the power of the NSCC on its side. All right. Now, it hasn't helped with the stock price. I got it. But they have the proof from the NSCC. It's right there. I didn't make it up. I have a court document that these criminals, Alpine, has a concentrated short position in GTII. Alpine is a prime broker. They're not a trading firm. Tell me what prime brokers are actually trading positions. I don't know of any. I don't think Goldman Sachs Prime Broker Services has a short position in Apple, or they're out here naked shorting other stocks. A prime broker's job is not to be short positions. Who are they holding that position for? Obviously, it's the Kramers. They're partners in crime, all right? And the fraud lied within the prime broker services because they're actually hiding the position. That's what they're doing. So again, if they thought they can win, why not let the stocks go higher? What's the race to push it down so fast? Someone put up that Jeff somebody put up a great chart on GTII. It's straight down. I wouldn't ski down that chart. Every day, down, down, down. I'm sure Finger's got the same chart. I'm sure Rum has the same chart. ZJYL, the same chart from 300 straight down. Now the thieves are out here showing their hands. Oh my God, you got to shut this company down.
Well, by shutting it down, they save the shorts, right? So of course
Well, they want to make all that money that they're short.
yeah.
There they go. And they're telling you, hey, we're short 300,000 shares of this thing and we can't cover. So let's report them. Right?
And why shouldn't a company, no matter its status, have the right to be public, raise money, and then grow?
It doesn't make a difference what they do. I'm just showing you the pattern.
I know.
They're short, and now they're trying to distort it. They're trying to tell the world we're reporting these guys to the agents. So now what do I have to do? I got to go inside and tell everybody that these guys are short illegally and they belong in jail?
Look,
So
by the way, I'm not pushing this ZJYL. I just think it's an interesting trade. Do what you will.
That's it. Listen, you do what you want. Again, you could see what the criminals are doing. I do not own it. William owns 17 shares.
I have 17. I thought it was less, but I have 17 shares. I'm going to be rich. Or is it 16? Anyway, it's 16 or 17. It doesn't matter.
You got a file, William.
No, I have 17. I just looked it up, and my average price is something over 100. Anyway, this guy, Stony Bones, is asking you, not me, although he should ask me too, why was Ham implying earnings would be good this quarter for Finger from months ago?
That what we told you. We heard a guy said he spoke with someone at the IR company, and he said that that's what it was going to be. I had no idea. And let's see what happens. One gentleman said we sandbagged them. Let's see what happens with the next quarter. If the next quarter is down and it's not back up, then we've all been sandbagged. And you can scold me all day you want. But the company said they expected positive. And again, there was a technicality. I don't know anything about that. I told you I'm not an accountant.
Thank God. Imagine how interesting you'd be to listen to.
Oh my God, I put everybody to sleep.
Do you know anything about SAVE? I don't.
What's the symbol?
Stock is S as in Sam, Apple, Victor, Edward.
No, I don't know it.
I don't know anything about it. How close? That's interesting. How close is GTII to getting an MMTLP level of counterfeit shares? Well, Ham uses the number 440 million. What I hear on MMTLP is 650 million. The way they're going,
I've always heard 600.
All right, 600. So they're probably 3 months away. I don't know. This guy is saying something about Vocal. I guess anyway, it's not worth talking about Vocal. Is this the dip before the rip in Finger? Well, I don't know that the rip happens instantaneously, but it's certainly a dip.
All right, so I just put up on Twitter, so I took care of ZJYL Culper research. This short seller Culper is a fraud and selling counterfeit shares, and I sent it to everybody. So I did the opposite of them. Okay, so now we're in a pissing match, whatever this shithead is. All right? There's another shithead for the world.
Vincent.
Now, if I didn't do that, how many people on this phone call were going to stand up and say, okay, I don't own this stock, which I don't, but obviously they're actually trying to whistleblow and try to create a company to get shut down because they feel it's a fraud. Why? Because they're short. Wow. So they can actually speak their mind When we speak our mind, we're pumping the stock. So for all the dummies that always say that while you're pumping it, it's called freedom of speech. I can say whatever I like, just like these idiots are saying the company's a fraud. I believe the short sellers are a fraud. There you go.
They're
So there's
just protecting
freedom of
us,
speech.
and they're doing it out of the
But
goodness
I don't
of
want
their
them to,
heart.
I don't want them to protect me or my family. If you want them to protect them, go short the stock with them. Good luck. I don't have an interest in it. I'm just showing you the same stupid patterns. And I'm trying to teach everyone on the phone so you can see what they do. You can own this stock and whatever it is, and it's going up, and all of a sudden you got this guy coming out telling you it's a fraud. So it's the first thing they do when they say fraud. Oh, people say, oh, I better get away from it. Right?
Yeah.
That's the first thing. How many times did you say, oh my God, it's going down, it's a fraud. This guy must be, he's a hedge fund. He must know better than me. I shorted stocks from real people. And I never, ever seen a story written about any stocks that I was short, okay, that came from this company or from the people that I was shorting for. I've never seen that before. You can say whatever you want. I've never seen it done before. Not in the stocks, the people that I did it for. They could have done it someplace else. But I'm telling you, when I did it, I never seen that before. I seen them short stocks take a year and a half. It would go against them by 30 points. And they would just keep shorting, averaging up, trading it, doing whatever. If we sold stock at 100 and it dropped to 90, and I sold, 200,000 at 100, I buy back 200,000 at 90 because we have a huge short. Put $10 in the pocket, 200,000 times. When it popped up again, we sold it again. And they traded it, and it kept raising their average up. We had a low average. I still remember U.S. Surgical. We started at $22. My high was 120 something. And the average on all the shares after we did it for 2 years was like $89. We bought it all back at 10. That's 2 years of 6 million shares of stock that we were short, whatever, something like that.
So you
But every
haven't.
day we traded it.
Oh, sorry.
But they traded it all the time. When it dipped, they bought some back. If we sold it at 100, we bought it back at 90. Every day, every dollar that they could take, it kept raising the average up. And because they did that, they had some low sales, but they got it higher. Their average went up because they were trading it and put money in the pocket. So again, 89 was the average, and we bought it back at 10. So they made $79, 6 million times. But it was over 2 years. I bought puts. I was the short seller. I bought puts 30 times. I was 0 for 30 on the stock. I lost money 30 times. And I was the short seller. How's that one? I said, screw this. I ain't doing this anymore. That was real short selling. Today, it's short and distort. Short it as much as you can. Put out a story, attack it, kill it. We sold it at 9:30 in the morning. We want to cash out by 2. That's today's game. 100% today's game. These guys in the ZJYL are concerned the company's forward splitting, that they come out and put out this statement that they're short the stock and we want you to shut it down because we think it's a scam. I think they're a scam. I don't know them. That's the game. And because they say it's a scam, people get nervous, and I don't blame you. They do it all the time. Finger motion, it's a scam. Capybara, you go after them, nowhere to be found. Mark Bazile says they don't want it. They're running from getting served. Think about that. They're running away.
So this gentleman is pointing out, based on your criteria, a company called Mountain Crest Acquisition Corp, which is up $10 today. It has 473% of its shares held by all insiders, 393% of its shares held by institutions.
Wow.
But it weirdly has minus 105% of the float held by institutions. I don't understand that.
What's the symbol on it?
Mary, Charlie, Apple, Frank.
Mary, Charlie, Apple, Frank. Okay. I'll look at it later. It's crazy. I mean, but listen, on those stocks like that, when they dip, you buy them. When they run up, you sell some, and you keep lowering your cost. Let's say you buy 1,000 shares, it runs up, you sell 500. If it pulls back down, you can buy it, do it again, and that's how this way you could stay in the game longer until you get the attack and whatever. You see what happens when the position goes against the shorts. That's when the attacks come out, right?
That's right.
Every time, as soon as the position starts to go against them, then the stories come out. People, I keep trying to tell you, it's the same stupid pattern. It doesn't change. When the stocks start going against the shorts, they come out with the stories and they attack it at the same time. With the story on this ZYGL by that post by this guy, he's basically telling you this is how we do it. We short it, then we call the regulators up and we use the word fraud all the time. Everything's a fraud. Not that there's a fraud. You can't even borrow the shares. How are they short the shares? Right?
That's right. But I mean, no one's enforcing anything. What do you expect?
That's why so we go back to square one. I told you, it's like the Wild West. This is insane. This whole thing is insane. And if you didn't have people fighting for you, I would tell you to stay, whatever you're doing.
But
you got to be super careful.
The thing people don't understand, I think Anna does, is, you can say it's just these stocks, but it's the whole market. And the whole market is an upside down pyramid, and it's all going to topple over at some point, and it's going to wipe everybody out. But, you can look the other way and pretend it's not coming to get you, or we fight. And I guess we're fighting. Damn it.
Look at MULN. I don't know how much. I don't know. I never invested in it. I didn't know anything about it, where it was trading. I never followed it. I had no interest in it. But so many people invested in this thing and lost money in it. You think of the damage, how much money was looted out of this company. The guy had an idea to build a car.
MULN has so many reverse splits. This $10 price is de minimis compared to people's investment in it. I don't follow it.
People got crushed. So just think about it. Let's say there's 1 million people. They all lost $10,000 in it, right? I mean, I don't know. It's probably more.
And this is all for batteries, electric. The whole future of energy, if you believe, the green, it's batteries, and they destroy it.
They could care less. Maybe the guys got I've heard from one of the biggest holders told me that BMW and Elon Musk were interested in their batteries.
Yeah, but why not destroy
whatever their batteries were? That's what I heard. And I said that a long time ago. How come nobody did anything? I said, I just told you what the guy said. I don't know. I just told you what I heard. So maybe his batteries, maybe he has the technology to save the electric car industry. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'd love to get Pedro Philly on sometime to talk about MAT. He's built a position of 250,000 shares, and I trust him, but I don't understand why anyone would buy it, because they did a financing, or they almost did a financing that would have destroyed the company. But I don't know. He knows more than I do for sure. MMAT. Let me see the holders.
Again, I've only passing along things. I'm not investing in anything. I'm just giving you ideas that I heard. That's it. Yeah. You make your own decisions. You hit the button. That's your problem. Do your homework. I say it every day. The data doesn't lie. People do. We put the data up every day about the naked shorts. Every day we put the news up there. We put the people up there that do the same exact thing as Lynn, the Kramers, these unregistered toxic lenders. Mark Bazil's going after all of them. He says it every day. They're all scumbags. The Kramers are so brazen, they hire a lawyer to try to open up another prime broker. A shareholder from Long Island gave us the name of the lawyer that's doing it. I passed it to the SEC, the FBI and the Secret Service. Here they are. They're trying to do it again. They don't even care. Go get that lawyer. He'll give up everybody there. We just talked about Northwest Bio, brain cancer, CVM, head and neck cancer. Who my good friend had head and neck cancer. I said, who has head and neck cancer? Turns out my friend, they chopped half his jaw out and half his tongue out. That's how deadly that is. And that's what he's working on. But no one cares. Kill everybody. I'm just stating the facts. They don't care. People die. Your family members could be you. Anything. They don't care. Whatever you're working on, it sucks. No big deal. You're a fraud. Those are all the terminologies they use. That's it.
Well, do you want to close out with a riff on Finger, or do you just want to close?
Oh, I don't care.
It's 4:09. You can keep going. I'm not telling you to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the movies tonight. So anyway,
What are you going to see?
I was gonna go see the Ferrari movie.
Oh, cool.
And I drive like an old lady, so it's not it's not that I go speed, but I just can't sit in the house and look at my iPad all night anymore. It's driving me nuts.
10 o'clock,
You know,
2 o'clock.
I keep putting up all the stuff, all the photos we're making. I have a gentleman that's helping me out. We give him an idea, and we can put it in a slide, and we put it up there. I have no idea what to do with the truck anymore. I think I've insulted everybody in the free world. There's no one left to do. I don't even know where to go with it anymore.
That was the name of Christopher Hitchens' book about Bill Clinton. No one left to lie to.
Left to lie.
Mark points out that if you put $1 million in MULN at $4 in March of 2022, and then going through all these splits, you now have $155.
My friend put $5 million into ROOT. He bought 200,000 shares. I think the IPO was $25. He called me up and it was 14 getting slaughtered. And I told him exactly what he was doing. We told it to the board of directors, everything. They decided to do nothing. The stock went to below $1, get delisted. They reversed it to 25. They killed it back down to 4. And I think the company was being acquired at 10. My friend had, was it $5 million? I don't think he had $100,000 out of it. And my friend is the smartest guy in the country. And he was going to be the next Warren Buffett. He was going to be Warren Buffett's replacement. I'll leave it at that. That's how smart he was. And he got taken for $5 million. And that's a fact.
Well, they're equal opportunity.
I'm just saying that
dealers.
They don't know who's buying the stocks. There's smart people buying these stocks. They have no idea. And, you know, this is a crime that needs to be stopped. We tried everything. I'm doing my best. I've educated. Any twist. Listen, you just saw today. EJYL, the guy came out. It's a fraud. Hey, NASDAQ, you need to shut this down. Hurry up before they split it. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying to me. Hurry up. I'm short and I need you to shut this down tomorrow. Can you stop what you're doing and go do this immediately because we want to cash it out? And I'm sure they're sending letters to the SEC too and say, hey, you got to shut this down. And when you do expose them, make sure you pay me the whistleblower fee. That's what they're saying. So has anyone got a feeling about this whistleblower hotline, how it works yet? It works for the criminals. It doesn't work for us because we've been trying for years. William, am I correct?
I think that's right.
We've been calling the police. We're calling the police. We're standing outside the police station and they walk right past us. Not even asking a question. Walking right past us. So as a retail investor, there is nobody here fighting for us. It's us. This is it. And if you don't think we can make it work, you got to move along and run away. If you do think we're going to work, I do think we are. I think that it's going to be life-changing, and that's why we're fighting, because it is life-changing. And if you can't see it, I apologize about it, but I can't stop the fraud. If you're upset and you're losing money, I got it. They took so much money from me that I had to drive. I was an Uber driver for a guy. I drove him to Atlantic City every day for 4 years or 3.5 years to make money. He played dice. I drove him every night. I watched the stock market in the daytime, and I drove at night. Every night, I left at my house at 3:30, and I drove, and I got to Atlantic City. I drove 2 hours every day back and forth, and I did it for a couple of years, and I was making $500 a day. Thank God the guy was a good gambler, and he paid all my bills. 7 days a week, I was doing it. Every night. That's what I did to survive. My wife wasn't happy about it, but that's what I did.
Jeff Easton day traded Yahoo for.
They traded Yahoo, that guy. He couldn't trade his way out of a paper bag. But that's what happens. That's the destruction. And every day I drove, I just kept thinking, I can't wait to get these guys back. I didn't know who was going to be in my way. But again, who did I bump into? Lynn Partners, the Kramers, whoever these assholes are, and ZJ, whatever, Yorkville, whoever else is here. And I think that we finally got enough people in the Army to break this through. And that's the way it goes. And if I had something better to do, I would leave and go and do it. But I can't leave everybody here. I got family, friends, everybody's in these names, and I can't stop it. And that's what it is. And it's very easy for me to do it. I just need to take a break every once in a while. Like tonight, I can't sit there and look at my iPad all night long. I'm going nuts. So if I go to the movies and start watching a movie and fall asleep, I'd rather do that than sit here and do this tonight. I just can't do it. And William, I expect you to, after we hang up, go take your dog for a walk and give it a break and relax, and we'll get him tomorrow.
All right.
Remember, everything they sold, they got to buy back. All right, everyone. I'm out of gas. Have a great night, and we'll speak to you tomorrow.
All right.
All right, William.
Thank you, Ham. Appreciate
All
it.
right, goodbye. Yeah.
Tell
ended.
Ark I said hello, Mark. And yes, I don't know how to set it up, but yeah. I don't see that ZJYL is up in the aftermarket on my screen. I don't know what's going on, Eric, for Metamaterials. I think they're being ill-advised to offer settlement for $1 million to the SEC for these Wells notices. But hey, I'm not a lawyer. Maybe it's better to contain that and move on. But I think management at Metamaterials is showing a proclivity to trust the criminals. They're not unique in that. It takes a leap to see the criminal action, and the evidence is there. It's just not in black and white. It's circumstantial. And lawyers will say, no, you got, I don't trust what's going on with Metamaterials. But having said that, because they had some offering that was going to dilute the hell, but then I think shareholders were there was an uproar by shareholders against a reverse split. But Eric, I would go to Eric. I would go Eric. I would go to Pedro Philly on Twitter. He's as smart as they come, and I think he's as honest as they come. And he's buy, or he did buy. I don't know if he's continuing to buy, but he did recently buy up to 250,000 shares of Metamaterials. I would listen to him rather than listening to me. He's a trader, and I think he's got his ear to the ground. I'm very intrigued by Metamaterials on the basis of what that Pedro Philly is buying. There's also a lawsuit of some kind out there. I haven't been able to track it down on behalf of shareholders. Look, they have a great technology. They have many, but one of them is this membrane inside of batteries, supposed to be generations ahead of everyone else, inside of batteries that are used for electric vehicles and etc. And it prevents the batteries from exploding, but the criminals are going to destroy it. I don't know when this is going to stop. We have a president who, with his son, have stripped maybe not 100 million, but it looks like 60 million to $70 million out of the ether by being a senator and then a vice president. No one cares. We have a former candidate for president that took $10 billion out of the thin air to help Haiti. And Haiti didn't do anything. Haiti didn't do anything. So I've got to figure out how to pronounce your name in Austrian. Eric. Erich. I don't know. I don't know how to say it, but I wish I could pronounce it correctly. It's a good company. It's just like I have started saying, it's not the house, it's the mortgage. It's not the company, it's the financing. And their board is predisposed to ignore warnings. And their lawyers are too. So yes, I think that's true. Companies, no, I don't think they're destroyed so they can be bought on the cheap. I think they're destroyed so these criminals can just take, I'm telling you, it's trillions of dollars out of the market and no one cares. You will care when the whole United States system goes down. And I tell you what, CB, people have gotten upset at me for pointing out what's going on in the Middle East and the Ukraine. And, people watch CNN, they have a different opinion. All I want to point out is those two conflicts, one of them is going to get bigger. Both of them are going to show that our military could fight a war out of the 60s. It's not ready for how the wars have advanced. My follow-on point, once you remove the illusion of American military supremacy, the dollar is no longer supreme. And US financial markets are no longer where the petrodollars get recycled. It won't happen overnight, but it could. Everything seems to have sped up in the post lockdown world. Everything, all the changes speed up. Like in DC, I used to tell every politician I would meet, you know what the greatest idea would be is at the base of 18th Street, all the way up from one metro stop to the other, or almost one metro stop to the other, take away parking, take away cars, and just have electric buses going up and back, and then have all the restaurants have patios like we're in a European city. Well, that's not happened yet. I think it will someday. But what's happened, everywhere you go, restaurants have outdoor seating now because, everything is speeding up. Matt Simmons used to recommend as a counterpoint to peak oil. No one talks about peak oil anymore, but I'm a believer in it. Of course, there are now projections. I've got to read the book. I forgot the title. I hope I can Google it. There are projections about an enormous population decline over the next 30 years, and that would change the story. But anyway, he said one thing we have to do is start telecommuting, start working from home. Well, guess what? That's happened in a rapid way. So anyway, it's possible, that the changes coming happen at a pace we can't keep up with. But that's my point is, how did I get on that CB? My point is these guys are selling off these companies to take money out now. I think they are taking the money offshore. I think the elite are taking money out to buy property, buy farms, buy whatever they can. They know the shite storm is coming. But no, I think they destroy the companies to make money. But a consequence of it is if a company has a technology or a contract or a good idea, other companies can come in through bankruptcy or in other situations and buy it on the cheap. Absolutely. This Vocal, whatever you think about his platform, he's talking about this is the way forward for the company. What he doesn't say is if you are a shareholder, you're going to be crammed down. The new investors that come in are going to buy it on the cheap. And it's a shame. So yeah, you're right. Yeah, I do need an assistant secretary or a wife. I don't know. God's been always very generous, really generous in my life. At least in my opinion, he's blessed me with beautiful, intelligent, classy, if you want to use that word, elegant women. But I don't know. There's something wrong with me, I guess. My dad told one of the anyway, he said maybe I'm too complicated. I don't know. I think what it is I'm too naive. I don't know. I don't want to get into it, but there's something I think wrong with me. But I would love to have a secretary or a wife or a partner to help, because it would be good. That would be good. But on the other hand, maybe I'm here to help her, right? Maybe I'm here to help her. I don't meet anyone anymore, and I'm not a online dating person. I can't imagine anything worse than going on a date with someone who was just jamming somebody else that he just met last night on an app. That just sounds like hell to me. Oh, well, we're going to build trust between each other, but you're still meeting guys you're going to hop with. If they happen to make your knees wobble. I don't know. The modern world, I think, has passed me by. But thank you for the thought. I have no idea what SAVE is. I have no idea, Gabe. I have no idea. I don't even know the name of it. I don't know. Well, that's true, Keith. That is true. And the one of the ideas, I forget the gentleman, Erich from Austria. One of the theories is when there's a settlement for MMTLP, and there are schools of thought that settlement could happen soon, like before June. I'm not in that camp because why June? Why not November? You know, they have a whole year. And then the other thing to me is, why not the next administration, whoever it is? Gensler wants to be, my opinion, wants to be Treasury Secretary. He's not going to want to risk anything. And, Kamala Harris, I think, would appoint him. Unless she appoints Oprah Winfrey or someone equally as unqualified. It's Spirit Air. SAVE is Spirit Air. Is it going to go bankrupt? Eventually it will. If oil prices go to 200, 300, it will. But I don't know enough about Spirit Air. Do they have debt that's rolling over that they entered into when rates were low and now it's rolling over at high rates? Yes, they're going to have to go bankrupt. Airlines, although I think Warren Buffett, the last time I listened to him, had bought one or two, but airlines are notorious for destroying investment capital. And of course, oil companies have been, and these stocks seem to be right now. But there's always cycles. Howard Hughes, when I was in London, I would have to stay late in the office. I was the only one. I was the American. And my friends, it was partly because I was single, and culturally, they didn't want me out with other men's wives, I guess, or also is just maybe they were sick of me at night. I don't know. But I'd have to stay late to get the phone calls coming back from the United States. And some nights it would just be so quiet. I read on the shelf, there were 2 biographies of Howard Hughes. I read both of them. And it was fascinating. And it was old, older books, so it's older style writing, but it was really interesting. But he became an owner of airlines, airplanes, everything, and he became the largest shareholder of TWA. And I forget the other holdings he had. So the government sued him, I think, for antitrust reasons or monopoly, same thing, I guess. And he fought. He fought so hard, he didn't want that airline taken away from him. He fought and fought and fought and fought. It went on for, I don't know, I don't remember, 1 or 2 or more years. And he spent a lot of money fighting to control and keep TWA. Well, he lost. And the government, to my memory, the government forced him to sell out of TWA, and he sold everything at $101 a share. That's what I remember. It could be a different number. A year later, it was trading for less than $1. And when he sold out, he made over $1 billion. It was the first $1 billion that Howard Hughes made, was when he didn't want to sell. So anyway, airlines aren't a good investment in general. I wouldn't buy them. I wouldn't buy them. And unrelated to a subject area which could get me a strike, and it could affect pilots, and you should be aware of it. Also unrelated to how quickly airlines are promoting people who are not white males into the pilot seats, because we all know life is a patriarchy and white males are the cause, straight males are the cause of all problems in the world. But to be an airline pilot is a length of service kind of thing. And it's hard to create experience of flight hours overnight. But we got to even that up. So you got to think about that in terms of airlines too. Boeing, I think, is a disaster. That'll ripple through airlines. Interest rates going up will hurt airlines. But you know what will really hurt them? Is higher oil prices. Higher oil prices will destroy them. I will add another thing to you that I don't think I'll get a strike for, because it'll make me sound like I'm a total loony. But there's a woman who I used to listen to. She no longer to my knowledge. She doesn't come up on my screen anymore, called Rad Chick, R-A-D Chick. Dr. Helen Caldicott. There was a British guy, doctor. I can see him, but I can't remember his name. There's Kevin Clamp, I think. There's Fairwinds, but Fairwinds has gotten wishy-washy. And there's a kook I listened to out of Canada. But Barack Obama said that when Fukushima Daiichi happened, the only responsibility I have as an American is to stay informed. So I've tried to do that. And one of the things that happens at Fukushima Daiichi, 4 complete meltdowns, it looks like, and at least 3. And then the waste exploded. The waste was stored above each reactor and exploded into the atmosphere and into the farmland and into the sea. And then the corium are buried, sinking down into the underwater river that goes out to the sea. 400 elephants worth a day, 400 tons a day since March 11th, 2011. But on top of that, they spray seawater on top of these coriums, and the spray goes into the troposphere. Over a decade of pilots flying through the troposphere. Well, think what you may about inhaling radiation when you're that high over and over again. But Radchick with this other doctor, and I think it was Dr. Caldicott. It was a different woman. It was a different woman. I'm forgetting her name. A doctor, though, that studied all this. I'll have to see if I can find it. Anyway, the radiation there's a name for it, technical name, I can't remember. But radiation has an effect on metal, and it destroys metal. So I'm not a big fan of investing in airlines. All right, CB, you can come to DC, or maybe someday I can come to you, or maybe we can go somewhere else, like another place. But anyway, yeah. Do that. Send it. I set up an email, frankly, I don't know how to get into, called farrandbalanced@gmail.com. Just my last name, Farrand with a D, balanced, farrandbalanced @gmail.com. Otherwise, DMs I don't really know how to do. You could send it to Busy Brands. He'll get it to me, CB. The thing is, I try to protect my email, but it gets so much junk anymore. Even if the criminals overwhelm me, I probably wouldn't notice them, but I still don't want to give out my main email. I flew, Mark, once to London on United Airlines, reluctantly. And it was such a bad experience. The one thing I remember, they were moving the service tray. They delivered the meals, and then they came for if you wanted coffee, tea, water, orange juice. They were moving down so quickly, and I was on the middle part of the plane, but I was on the aisle. I asked for a cup of black coffee. She said, "Oh," and she's talking to the other one. She pours the coffee and she turns around and places it without looking on my tray. Well, she didn't place it on my tray. She placed it on the corner, first of the tray, corner of the food tray, corner of the folding tray, and it fell, hot coffee all in my lap. I'm like, I said, you didn't even look where you're putting it. She got annoyed with me for being upset. I said, I know mistakes happen, but you weren't even looking. Anyway, I went into Trail Finders, which was the high street ticket shop I used, and I strongly recommend them. There's other cheaper ones, but I liked Trail Finders. And I went in and I relayed this experience, and she said, "Oh, well, we never put our passengers on American, all American, not just American, on American Airlines. Their service is terrible." Busy brands. Well, who else? Who else could help out? Well, I'll just give you my email. Send it. I'll ask Busy Brands how I can get into this email. I don't know. That's the email I set up. Farrandbalanced at Gmail. Farrandbalanced at Gmail. People have sent me emails, and I've tried on my phone and on my little computer. I don't know how to open it, but I have to learn how. I was able to set it up. It just doesn't show up. Anyway, maybe I don't know who to ask. Don't know who to ask. I'll figure out how to get in there. It's on my list to do. I've tried it. I just don't know how. But that's the only thing I can suggest is if you send that there. I think Jennifer has my phone number. I think you could text me. I think there's several people here that have it. Let's think about it, CB, how to do that. Yeah, finger goes to 100. Just got a merger with JetBlue struck down. Now that you're saying that, I remember reading about that merger. JetBlue is a good company. Spirit's horrible, but JetBlue's a really good company. And the airlines have done very well. Don't get me wrong; they've done very well, but I don't see where the return goes from here. And I think there's a real risk. Gabe, I live in a life where I'm trying to plan ahead for gasoline at $25-$30 a gallon. And you just drive around one time. When you load up your SUV to the fill and the tank says, you fill it up and the ticket says that you have to pay $75 as you're going in to pay it, or you do it right off the pump. Just imagine if it's $750. That's coming at some point. I don't think right away. And then, of course, high prices destroy demand. But just imagine as you're driving around the suburbs or the city, and imagine if your tank costs $200, $300 to fill. Imagine how life will change. Anyway, that's how I think. And one of the things I think that will stop is airline travel. You guys are blessed in your lifetime. Flights are cheap and good. They go everywhere. And by the way, that was Jimmy Carter. he deregulated the airlines, Jimmy Carter. Everyone likes to call him a bad president. But I thought Jimmy Carter is one of, now you're going to think I'm crazy. I think Jimmy Carter was a great president. But anyway, I remember a time when you had to dress up to go on an airplane and it was expensive. So you didn't do it very often. That's coming back. I don't know when, but it'll come back. So you want to live where you want to live because you're not going to travel as much in the future, I don't think. Well, Mark, I went through my 20s, 30s, and 40s without being a father. And unfortunately, I'm still not a father. I have to admit, over the last recent period of time, I had my hopes up, and I got I got dashed. And I guess God, God, I guess it's not going to happen. But all I can say is, um, uh, without envy, I really, I don't know how to put it. It'll sound like envy, but I wish that I could have what you have. And I think it's great. And everyone that's a father, mother too, but I think that's just something that I think is a blessing. And yeah, I guess it's something I regret, but you can't live life with regrets. You live at the end of the red line? I used to live closer to the red line. I'm probably closer to the green line now. But the red line's it's completely walkable to me. Let's see what happens. I need a Filipina wife. Yeah, that could be. Or a Korean wife. Or let's see, I'm tired of speculation with no proof. X is becoming a shite show. I don't know. I would suggest Shark Attack that if you're tired of it, you should probably just not listen. And you should also probably not invest in the market anymore. I will take the chance of telling you guys, if anyone's still listening, I believe the stock market could be up 50% this year. I don't know where the Dow is, but I'm saying that I think the Dow and the S&P could be up 50%. We could have a massive move upward in the markets. That's what I think. It won't be straight up. Of course, it's a risky move, and I could be wrong, but that's what I expect to happen. Why? There is already in the market a flood of liquidity. It's there. Liquidity is everywhere. Secondly, I think we're going to war. We're already at war. And war is good for the stock market, at least in the early stages. And I think the Fed is going to continue through Citadel and funds, and the Treasury is going to continue to print. I think that we're going to go from 34 billion in debt. I think before Joe Biden's done, and I'm talking 1 year, we could be at 50 billion in debt, trillion, 50, from 34 to 50 trillion. War, student loans, And that's the debt we talk about. Well, that's a lot of liquidity. It's a lot of liquidity. So that's my call. Of course, it's risky because everyone's saying we're going to crash and we're going to crash. Afterwards, we could have the crash of all crashes. But anyway, I think the market could be up, shark attack, 50%. Why would it? Well, we have 7 stocks. I used to describe it as the S&P 6. I had heard that many months ago, but now they've expanded it to 7. 7 stocks that just go straight up, up, up. Well, I assume those stocks will stay up, but then all the other stocks, the top 20, the top 50, the top 100 will catch up. And that's what I think will drive the market up. And that is speculation. There's no proof, shark attack, but I think if you want to experience making money, a index fund or an ETF that invests in the blue chip large cap stocks might be just for you. I would be careful though, because I think if it happens, it could be the blow off rally of the bull market, the secular bull market, which started in 1980. And if you really want to go back, it can be the bull market that started at the Great Depression, depending on how you want to look at charts. But it's going to be, in my judgment, there's going to be a massive upside in the stock market. Go invest there, shark attack, and don't listen to speculation anymore. Or go do what you want to do. Invest in something you know, as Jimmy Rogers always says. I mean, if you sell sofas, invest in sofas. If you sell coffee, invest in coffee. But invest in something you know. I mean, I'd be careful buying real estate. That seems to be in a bubble. But maybe buy real estate, Section 8 housing or something that you can get income off of. But shark attack, you don't have to listen to speculations. And you certainly don't have to tire yourself out by listening to speculations with no proof. Go get proof. What I've found out, shark attack, in my unfortunately long experience, by the time you, shark attack, have proof, you'll be, let's use what's a good example? Facebook. Facebook came out at, I think, $32 or $38 in its public offering, went down to $18. So you would have said, well, I'm tired of the speculation and tired of listening. Well, okay. Well, you would have missed out. Once the proof came, Meta, and I don't know how it's split. It's probably worth more than this, but it's $368 now. So waiting for the proof, you miss out on the move. Sometimes you have to try to see around the corners. That's how you make money. That's how Warren Buffett makes money. That's how long-term investors make money. I think it's how traders make money too. But anyway, shark attack, please stop tiring yourself out and don't listen to my speculations. Yeah, you can't hold it down forever. On the other hand, say that to DBMM. If there's money from MMTLP, there'll be so much money from MMTLP that it'll go over, and at least part of it will go into MMTLP, MMAT. Yeah, I think the company is bought cheap if there's something there. And I think, unfortunately, technologies go over to China, Malaysia, Serbia, Russia, Iran. No one cares. We're in this fantasy land that deficits don't matter, that we are chosen by God to be the best country in the world. Pedro bought off speculation that MMTLP is being settled soon. It's a wild card with great risk. I think risk reward ratio. Yeah, I think so. If they do a financing like I feel like they're going to do, that stock's going to go a lot lower, a lot lower. But I would listen to. Oh, that's a good point. Reach. Um, all right, I'm going to try to sign out my dog. I'll go 6 more minutes and then I'm going to go walk my dog. Why wait for the ending? Are you in Buffalo, Moody Waters? Are you upstate New York? I've driven through whiteout conditions, and that is scary. You have to roll down your window and at least I did, put my head out the window. And what I ended up doing is following brake lights of a tractor trailer. And we pulled off in Adams, New York. Oh my God, it was scary. Woo. Air Canada is the worst. Air Canada is the worst airline in the world, in my judgment. It's not a very fair thing to say. Maybe Aeroflot. I don't know. I can't believe someone just told you to get a Filipino wife. Maybe they think you can find her in a bar in Philly. Well, I don't know where I'm going to. It's all about timing. Uh, you got to find someone that loves you at the same time you love them. And I think I don't. You guys, that's what jukeboxes are for. I don't think anyone's figured out love. Thank you, Kiefer Sutherland. I actually, without being corny, I actually pray about that. And please, I'm not if you were around me all day, you would think I'm a secularist. I'm not a secularist. But I pray about that, that, I screwed up that part of my life. So how can I help? And when like yesterday, afterwards, I had my moments of doubt. But I don't have any line to God. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I hear a booming voice or anything. But I feel like I'm supposed to see this through. And in miniature yesterday, I tried to see it through, trying to see this through. It's not a great stage. It's not 100,000 people in a stadium or 35,000 people at a rally. It's not two little kids, but it's something. And maybe, and I appreciate it, maybe I am helping some people. And I'm surprised I can even help, by the way, Kiefer. I'm surprised I can even help, which is amazing. By the way, talking about the next generation, my generation, Djokovic played Prismic. Dino Prismic, 18 years old. That guy is the next generation of superstar in tennis. And then Djokovic just played a Poprin. I watched him this morning. And this guy, Poprin, an Australian, he's amazing too. That's next generation. So Djokovic now has to play Echeverry. And if Djokovic doesn't lift his game, he could lose to Echeverry. But then on the near horizon is an American next generation who is just absolutely powerful, cocky, and a great tennis player is Ben Shelton. So Djokovic does beat Echeverry and Shelton beats Manarino, which I think he will. It sets up a fourth round battle between Djokovic and Shelton. That'll be very interesting to watch. Then if you go down, Sinner, who's young, next generation, Sinner is going to be a superstar for a long, long time. He plays Baez. He'll beat Baez. And then Kachanov plays somebody. Kachanov will play. I think Sinner might have a hard time against Karen Kachanov because of this just massive serve and strong forehand of Kachanov. But probably Sinner will get through. De Minaur is another guy that is playing fantastically. But down below is Korda against Rublev. Rublev is next generation. But Sebastian Korda, watch out for him. If he ever gets his head straight, he's going to be a superstar. That's just the top half of the Australian Open. This guy, Rune, Griekspoor, Humbert, Hurkacz, Dimitrov, and of course Medvedev. But Medvedev is now 29 years old, I think. Zverev is in trouble, unfortunately. I'm not judging. I'm not making an assessment of his girlfriend. I'm just saying it's a bad situation. This guy Lehecka is great. Not as great as some of the other names. Rude is powerful. T. Paul maybe. But then at the bottom is this nagging one that I haven't grown to like yet, Carlos Alcaraz. So Kiefer Sutherland, sorry. Those are the next generation of tennis players. And hopefully if we make money, my goal, I'd love to go around the world to all the major tennis tournaments with a group of you all and have fun. And hopefully my eyesight's better. What's the forecast for GTII? Cloudy with spots of sunshine. Let's see where GTII closed. 22 cents. Look, Stefano, with all these stocks, and I'm guilty of it too, the hardest thing is to sell, particularly when we get into the stocks for settlement, for short squeezes. But as David Morgan points out about the futures market, all the rules, all the oversight is set up for the shorts, not for the longs. I don't know how many times I need to say it, but I guess I have to. Gary Gensler doesn't care about the over-the-counter market. The SEC is set up to protect the hedge fund or the CEOs, And all of the smiling faces at FINRA, NASDAQ, NYSE, over the counter, they're all there to help Ken Griffin and Goldman Sachs, not you. So GTII, Stefano, I think was in the middle of a squeeze a year ago, but all of the powers of the criminals came to bear, and they were successful at getting people to move away from GTII. And so that was an opportunity to sell. And if I had my time back, I would recognize when Lou came out and said, I think GTII was at $4, $3 or $4. He said, move over to COSM. It was, I think, 22 cents. I think he got in at 18 or something, or 15. And it ran to 83 cents. They're not going to do a reverse split. They're not going to take money from the criminals. The whole thing. I don't want to go back through it. So that stopped that squeeze, but GTII is a short squeeze. Well, since that time, GTII has more shares outstanding by quite a bit. It's approaching 400 million. And I still think the core tradable stock, whatever, I think if you go to OTC markets, it says the float is around 90 million. But I don't think it really is. I think it's a smaller number still. So it comes down to, Stefano, do you believe there's 440 million shares counterfeit, naked short? Alpine, NSCC, in court documents in filings says there's a major short position. But there's others that say impossible, absolutely impossible. It's all made up. It's all a scam. I don't know. You've got to pick where you are on that. I choose to believe that there's a large short position. I have no idea how large it is, but I think it's at least 50 to 100 million. Who knows? It could be 440 million. I think it's weird that we have to debate it. I think it should be public information. But if you were to sell GTII right now at 22 cents, 23 cents, the way life is, Alpine would fold and there would be a buy-in. The FBI would arrest Kurt Kramer or Charlie Mayo or Wes Christian's lawsuit could determine that there was spoofing and force a buy-in, show the broker-dealer community that they have to buy in, or this last restricted dividend. As soon as you sell it, it's going to have a run. It's going to have a run that'll blow your socks off. But what's weird about us, Stefano, I was in GTII when it ran to 440. I was in it when it ran to 220. I was in it when it ran to something in that range. And then I was in it when it ran to 897. And I was in it earlier when it ran again to whatever. I'm doing it by memory, like $223, something. And then I've been in it as it keeps coming down. So the point is, Stefano, with hindsight, it's obvious we should have all sold and be buying it back now. But our instincts, our emotions, when it's up, oh, the squeeze is going to happen. It's going to go to 100. It's going to go to 400. It's going to go higher. Then when it's down here at 22 cents, we're going, oh my God, it's going to go to 0. It's going to go to 1 cent. I better get out. So there's that aspect of emotion, of recency bias, and in the one hand, doom and gloom, and in the other hand, mania and optimism. GTII, Stefano, is a shell company. It's got a CEO with an overly inflated view of himself, in my judgment. On the other hand, that CEO has created an incubator. He has created kind of almost a SPAC, but he's got a public company where companies can merge into, and he's got a great team that can do the accounting and the filing and all of that. So a company, for example, like Trento Mine, can come into GTII for a couple of years, sit there in exchange for shares, finance itself, develop, and then Trento Mine can launch, it can float, give back the majority of the shares to GTII, with GTII retaining 5, 10, 15%. And it's a great model that the CEO has come up with. On the other hand, the CEO has been terrific at following the advice of others up until now. He has not, after doing a deal with the Kramers, he has not done anything with the shorts again. He has not reverse split. He has not taken their money. He has not diluted the stock. He has not done another toxic financing. He did hire Wes Christian. He did put out a special dividend as a warrant. He has put out restricted shares as a warrant. He is fighting to reconcile and fight against these criminals. However, Stefan, I think right now the CEO and the whales are a little bit at contretemps about the direction of the company. Very normal, very normal. But it is a pause in the sense of direction for the company. Now, the advantage of it being a shell, and it has 2 or 3 small companies in there, is it has no need for money. I didn't look at the last financials, but it has something like $2 million in cash and a next to nothing burn rate. So it doesn't need to go back to the criminals. It has one trapped criminal team, the Kramers and their clients, and now the Alpine. When the special dividends warrant drove the stock up to $1 billion loss at Alpine, Alpine took over, it looks like, took over the Kramers' position. But it was at that time that somebody paid off, in my judgment, paid off the CEO of COSM, and it may have just been with a promise that we'll get you $35 million. Yet another CEO that had a bunch of contracts. Hey, I got a great story. I got some contracts. Hey, that's great. That's great. Let's give you some money. Well, now that he has the money, he's got a company, but it's not doing very well for the shareholders. It's doing great for him, though. Anyway, a year ago or so, I think the GTII was in a squeeze, and you were seeing the shorts having to cover. I think the shorts with their friends in New York City, and everybody knows everybody. Frank Benedetto put out a defense of Kurt Kramer on Twitter. Hey, I know the guy. He's a good guy. I'm paraphrasing. He's a good guy. He'd never do that. They all know each other up there. So the squeeze didn't happen. Now we're hoping it'll happen again. What are the triggers? Alpine folding and buy-in. FBI arresting the West Park guy. When does those things happen? I think it's months if they ever do. West Christian lawsuit. When does that happen? I think it's months if it ever happens. But that doesn't mean they're not going to happen. I think the CEO has to decide very quickly to retire, because then he gets the whales committed into it again, and things could get fun to the upside. But right now, the stock is under constant, unrelenting, endless, algorithmic, counterfeit selling of non-existent, obviously, shares. To be honest with you, Stefano, a guy I respect very much, says that it's algorithmic selling and the stock's not worth anything, and that's why it's going down. And it's there, the counterfeit shares don't exist. I submit to you, I've never seen any buyback of those shares. And I've seen selling on a scale. I know it's not coming from the whales. I know it's not coming from us. And I know it's not coming from stock loaned out. So the theory of algorithmic selling and then buying back intraday, which is illegal, by the way, and colluding, it's all illegal. That's a theory. It's not proven. I can't prove that it's a large naked short position, but my eyes tell me there's been no covering. So what's the forecast? I think it's going to go down. I think GTII is going to go lower because the criminals are watching us and they're saying there's a lot of stress here. There's a lot of worry. There's a lot of there's a lot of fraidy cats, and we can push it down further. So I expect the stock to go lower. Let me just quickly, Stefano, look at a chart. I meant to print one out. Charts don't matter, but I'll look at one. And I'm not a chartist. I am a shitty chartist. Yeah, the chart looks like a nightmare. Lower lows, falling off a cliff, down, 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 down. There's no pattern there that gives any hope. Let me just look at a longer term. Darn it. How do I get they have all these ads on here. Okay, here we go. I'll do 2 years. Yeah, that's it's not a good chart, Stefano. So I would expect they're going to try to drive it lower. Now, Stefano, when prices get low, that's when buying comes in. And this can turn around on a dime. So, unfortunately, going back to how I started the discussion, when the stock was up, when we were saying to ourselves, it's going higher, it's going higher, it's going higher, that's when we should be selling. Warren Buffett says, if it's good enough to take a screenshot, it's good enough to sell. But our emotions say, it's finally going to go. And now when it's down here, we're saying, it's down. I'm going to sell. Well, I would submit to you, it's too late to sell. You have to recognize that whatever your capital position is now at 23 cents, it could be cut in half over the next weeks or more. But if you're willing to accept that risk, the out of thin air, out of the blue, the stock could stage a rally. In September, October, well, actually August, it got to a low 2 Augusts ago. It got to a low of around 39 cents. I can't tell on this. And it just looked like it was going to go down, down, down. And all of a sudden it rallied up over maybe to 60 cents. and then they got it down. And then it ran to $1.20, and then they got it down. And then, man, it went like a some bitch all the way up to 897. And that's not the only, that's the most dramatic. That can happen. But anyway, Stefano, I think in the short run, GTII is, if you want to, it is a stock you can accumulate. But the risk is you lose, the stock goes, I don't know, it's good. I mean, it's 23 cents. It can go down 50% from here and go down 75% from here. Will it? Well, they're going to keep selling. They're going to keep selling. But to me, the catalyst for upside movement, and it's the same old story. If finger motion moves to the upside significantly, I think the whales will come back and buy GTII. If one of these stocks, GDC or JYZL, whatever that thing is, if they move, that could bring some money back over here. If the Treno mine deal just shows signs of life, that could create excitement in GTII. But I think it needs to be established that it's just my opinion. I think David Reichman has to make a decision about his future at the company. And if he's going to continue to take an active, hands-on, aggressive approach, I guess he needs to see the stock go down a lot lower. My opinion, he needs to let movers and shakers turn this stock into a cash flowing company, and let's see if we can have the big short squeeze occur. But if I were buying a stock right now, Stefano, a Baglivo, I think I would buy Logic. And now someone said, I'm tired of hearing that stock. But Logic is no longer Logic. It closed at 5 cents. It's no longer Logic. That's the name of it. But the entire assets moved to collective audience, which is being destroyed by the criminals. But the criminals are destroying that to steal the market cap, and it was a planned sting. And make no mistake, they took 150 million out of CAUD. But everyone's, it's just algorithmic trading. Well, whatever. But that's all over at CAUD. Logic, the only thing Logic still has is the CEO, Brent. But Brent's the CEO just long enough to get a deal done, and then he's gone. At the CEO, he's off to go Logic. But Logic is a shell, Stefano. Just like GTII is really a shell. But GTII is an active shell, and it has a strategy, which I think Reichman had a really good strategy, and I think he executed a good plan. That's my opinion. The idea of an incubator, a public incubator, I think it's brilliant. So anyway, the Logic shell has 147 million shares. But it doesn't matter. It's a shell. But where it does matter, it's got over 300 shareholders. It's got a lot of shareholders. It's got current filings it's got no black marks with the SEC or anywhere else. So an acquirer in a reverse merger, an acquirer, which I think's well over $500,000. Why? Because Brent came on and said there's several companies interested in doing the reverse merger from 600, 650, 700, 750, 800 million in value. If we just use 600 million as the starting point, and we use 10% that we get instead of an eighth, instead of 15%, it could be an eighth, it could be 15%. But let's just do this as low as maybe our projections can be. That's $60 million of value. Damn it, where's my calculator? It works out to 40 cents a share to us, 40 cents a share. I tried to do the lowest, most conservative that I could do. I think it's going to be higher than this. So, Stefano, right now, you can buy a company that doesn't have to go to the criminals. There's no question that they're shorting it. But to what end? To what end? Logic as a shell isn't going to go back to any of the criminals to ask for money. Presumably, the private company that comes in is going to have revenues in cash. I think you potentially can have 5 cents go to 40 cents in value soon. But let's not focus on 40 cents. Let's just say they announce next week or the following week. I believe they have to. They've been working on it so long. I expect an announcement before the end of January. They announce that they are doing this reverse merger into a company like I just described, and it's going to be worth 40 cents a share. But it'll require some audits and there'll be some restrictions. So it's possible the stock doesn't trade to the exact value of 40 cents. It'll trade to some arbitrage. Let's say it just goes to 5 cents, 25 cents. You can make 5 times your money. I think you might have a shot at making 5 times your money in the next 2 or 3 or 4 weeks. What's going to happen to GTII in that time frame? I don't know. GTI could explode higher out of the blue. Short squeezes come out of the blue. And that's the risk to not being in GTII. But I also think that people aren't going to buy the GTII story right now. There's so much anxiety and all of that. They're not going to believe any kind of news story which isn't substantive. So I expect the shorts to continue to press their bet to the downside. And at some point, look, I don't know the guy. I don't trust the guy they hired as an advisor. He's got derivatives experience. That means credit default swaps to me. That means, hey, we can sign a note here that or a credit default swap that protects the criminals as they short more stock. I think the camel is sticking his nose into the tent. But I don't know. I see ghosts anymore. I don't trust anything. So anyway, that's one I would buy as logic. If it went up to 15 cents, flip it and go buy GTII. The other thing is you can buy, I think HNRC, they're going to pay a dividend. But anyway, I'm not saying don't buy GTII. I'm just not very optimistic for GTII in the short run. I'd like to see something, see a snapback, see a jump in price. That's when I'd be interested in buying more. I'm not telling you to sell either, but I think if you hold it, you got to be prepared that it goes down. That's any stock. But I'm also not saying that it can't have a miracle, a buy-in that goes, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm in the stock. I can't believe how high it is. So I don't know how to give you a better forecast. Like I started, I think it's cloudy with spots of sunshine. Or I'm gonna well, which one are you afraid of a reverse split? There won't be a reverse split in GTII. There won't be one. I mean, if they make an acquisition, if let's say they bought Trental Mine for 100 million shares, I don't know. I have no idea. I think that's what was discussed a year ago. And back a year or so ago, the idea was it's a $30 or $40 billion property. They would buy 40%, so you net it back and blah, blah, blah. I did all that arithmetic. I've done it on videos. I can't remember the numbers back then, $35, $40 a share. But there's more shares out now. So let's say it's $20, $25 a share if they acquire it with the shares that are out now. But Augustine, in that context, you could reverse split and uplist as long as you don't go to the criminals. You're doing it on your own terms. And the stock could be a $50, $60 stock on the NYSE, and it could be a lithium mine, gold mine, and it could be attractive to institutions. That in that case, a reverse split is perfect. But they have no reason to do a reverse split. If their goal is just to get fewer shares, that's bad decision making. Just leave a lot of shares out. They're already on a shitty exchange. There's no reason to go on to NASDAQ with that toothsome woman, Adriana Friedman, who thinks she got there because she's a brain. She got there because she's a pretty woman. And she checks the box. She doesn't have any skills. Obviously, she has no skills. The NASDAQ has gone downhill under her leadership. She's just standing on the shoulders of people that worked before her. She has no idea what she's doing. Blathers a bunch of meaningless goals. We're going to spread wealth like mayonnaise. But anyway, don't worry about a reverse split in GTII. If that ever were to happen, it'll be in the context of adding value to you. But the reverse splits that occur with CEOs when they take more money from the criminals, that's to help the criminals. I can't speak for Reichman. He could always listen to this new advisor that he has. I don't know anything about the advisor. That is a risk, I guess, now that I'm speaking. That advisor could be going, you should get it down to 50 million shares and the stock will go. If he does that, you're right. But I don't think it'll happen. I think there's too many people, too many whales that'll tell him to all right. Thank you, CB. I think buy low, sell high makes sense, Scott. Volkovitz. Um, Look, what causes squeezes is movement out of the blue. AMC was a shite stock. GME was a shite stock. But all of a sudden, boom. And, all the ingredients are still here. I'm just not. Look, when the universe of these speculative stocks, these small cap stocks, is large. I'm not limiting it just to these names. But if I were looking to buy right now, Finger probably would be number one, but it's under some pressure now too. But I think Finger would be number one. My question is it going to go up 5x over the next 2 months? It could. From 250, it could go to, I don't know, 15 maybe. But I'm not 100% sure it will. But I think Finger to accumulate, like I said on the call earlier, I think the downside is upside in Finger. And it's a stock I would be very comfortable holding long term, regardless of a squeeze. But the squeeze could come. So I like Finger. Logic I just explained. I think as a trade, you could get 5 to 10 times your money. But it might not work out that way. It might only be 2 or 3 times your money. But it's going to be acquired. There's going to be a reverse merger. So I like that one. That's a trade. It could turn into a hold depending on the announcement. But for now, it's a trade. HNRC. What I am concerned about is he expanded his shares a little bit, like 30 or 40 million. He also is doing a $10 million raise, but I can't find out if that's with the criminals or not. But I believe he's going to make a cash distribution. It could be stock, but if you listen to him, it's cash. 15 cents a share before he expanded the shares. But let's say it's just 5 cents a share. The stock's trading at 3 cents. I think HNRC is a stock to buy for that dividend. Then they're going to distribute their ownership of HNRA. So that's kind of, I'm not sure it's a trade. It's kind of a buy, get the distributions. And I think you'll net more in the distributions than you're paying for the stock. It's that kind of thing. Wolf, I think, is a buy for just to buy and hold. Just to buy and hold. And I think you could make 10 times your money on that as a longer term hold, 18 months. Northwest Bio, I don't really know much about it, but I sat with a gentleman who does. I know Dr. Aziz very well, and I also, I'm not saying he's recommending it. He has another company that he likes, PRTT, I think it is, PRTT or PYTT. I better not write it down, but I'll get it for you. It's another company I think that would be valuable. I'll get it for the next time. The reason I like Northwest Bio, I think it's a piece of shite in terms of its financing. I think it's been destroyed by the criminals. There's 1.2 billion shares out. But why I like it? Very simple. Eventually, somebody's going to buy them out. And all it takes is 2 pharmaceutical companies bidding against each other. And that could be bought out. I'm going to make up a number. It could be bought out at $80 a share. I'm totally making that up because you have two buyers. They know what the value is of the approved therapy. So that's why I wouldn't buy it for trading. I wouldn't buy it for trading. I like CAUD, huge risk because the CEO and the board are still listening to the criminals. The criminals are either the founders of Aubrey SPAC, Brownstone Finance, Chandron Capital, it's in the filings, Polar Hedge Fund and its buddy, and the lawyers, or it's all of them together. However, I really think that Peter Boards has put a good team together. There is revenue there, projected at 70 million before this disaster, and the stock's trading under $1. I wouldn't buy it for a trade yet because the board and the CEO still are printing trades down at these levels, and I think still are going to listen to the advice of the criminals because they don't recognize them as criminals. But eventually the revenue, the deals, the integrity of Elizabeth and Nadine and Peter will come through. And then HNRA got destroyed in the exact same scheme of SPAC, de-SPAC, allowed by Dina Friedman and her counterpart on the New York Stock Exchange. But this one has an asset that's worth over 400 million and will become worth much more. They just made a filing, so they're doing the same thing. They're listening to the criminals, and they're going to print the value at around $15 a share rather than what I think without this financing would be closer to $50 or $60 a share. But this is trading at $1.80, moves to 15. That's a pretty good move. But my number one right now to buy is Logic for a trade. For a buy and hold and the risk reward finger, Wolf, all of these. I would, to buy and hold, I'd buy all of these right now. I'll try to get the other one that Dr. Aziz says, oh, sorry, Scott, I left off GTII. If this is horse number one, I'd say finger is 1A and GTI is 1B. Once finger starts going, people start feeling that things are working. I think GTII can run. But it's kind of partnered with the whales in finger. So once finger starts going, I think GTII can start going. Anyway, that's my summary there. Realistic chance of Logic having that type of return, not likely. Okay. So Sal, I've given your point of view to everyone. Let me repeat it. Hoboken Sal says the realistic chances of Logic having that type of return are not likely. I don't know what he's talking about, because I gave you different ranges. I said it's a trade. And let me just go through it for Hoboken Sal. Hoboken Sal says the likelihood of the Logic shell. Remember, Logic is no longer Logic. So any predisposed ideas you have about Logic, that should all go over to CAUD. Logic is just a shell. But Hoboken Sal says, for all of you, the realistic chances of Logic having that type of return, not likely. And Hoboken Sal knows what he's talking about. The reverse merger is going to be equivalent to us of 70 cents a share, in my judgment. I just showed you 40 cents a share. I just showed you 40 cents a share. But I think it's going to be worth 70 cents a share. That in value, in value. But there's going to probably be a time frame of restricted shares. There's going to be obviously a time frame for an audit. There's going to be doubters like Hoboken Sal. So does it go to 70 cents? I don't know. But let's assume it doesn't. Could it be worth 50 cents? Sure. But you might have to wait a long time for that. Or it goes to 50 cents. We don't know. Hoboken Sal doesn't know. Hoboken Sal doesn't know. Because we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen what are the parameters of the company who is going to reverse merger into Logic. We don't even know for sure it's going to be a reverse merger, but all the evidence is that it's going to be. So they just buy the shell, and then they uplist to the New York Stock Exchange, and Hoboken Sal is wrong. But Hoboken Sal, I think you should give a lot of credence to what he's saying to you, because he studied it. He has a complete understanding of the situation. So the realistic chances of Logic having that type of return, not likely. Okay, so if it's 50 cents, 5 cents to 50 cents is 10x on your money. How long are you willing to wait for that trade? Are you willing to wait for a 6-month restriction on your stock? Are you willing to believe that the company's worth 50 to 70 cents, and once it's trading on the NASDAQ, it could go higher? Well, we don't know that yet. We don't know any of that yet. So Hoboken Sal says the 5 cents you pay for Logic shell right now, the realistic chances of Logic having that type of return, not likely. So just please use that as your offsetting advice. But if a company buys the shell and the company is worth 600 to 700 million, screw it. Screw it. Let's say the company's worth 400 million. 400 million. 400 million. And let's say we get 10% of that, $40 million worth of value. And we'll divide it by 150 million shares. So that becomes 25 cents in value. 25 cents in value. How long do you have to wait? There may be restrictions. You may be believing in it. But I've done a lot of discounting there. What's that? That's 5x. But please listen to Hoboken Sal. The realistic chances of receiving 5 times your money in Logic is not likely. Okay. So the stock right now is at 5 cents. The range of values, I think, could be after an announcement. Value could be that. Now, shorts are going to continue to punish the stock. But are they? What if they say, oh my gosh, it's no longer a shell, it's a company with value and revenues, and I'm going to cover. I started shorting it at 30 cents. It's 5 cents. I'll pay up to 10 cents. I'll book my profit. Well, the realistic chances of shorts covering, not likely. The realistic chances of a stock of a reverse merger being worth 40, 50, 60, 70 cents, not likely. The realistic chances of Logic going up, not likely. The realistic chances of Hoboken Sal having done his due diligence, not likely. But he could be right. I mean, I can tell you that. But I'm sure Hoboken Sal has a stock in mind to give you as a trade. And maybe he will share that with us. But I reiterate, a year ago, Logic announced when it was going to complete the de-SPAC, it was going to be bought in a reverse merger by a company worth $250 million. That's a press release. They let that one lapse because they had a new stock with a new company, which Brent came on here twice, at least 3 times, talking about how companies are coming to Logic after the de-SPAC and they are going to be worth 6, 7, 800 million. But I don't know. So realistically, the chances of Logic having that type of return, not likely. So go put your money in a stock that Hoboken Sal has for you. And I'm sure he has one. But let's leave it on that. The caution you have to recognize in Logic is a return of 5 cents going to 10 cents, which is a double, 5 cents going to 15 cents, which is 3x, 5 cents going to 20 cents, which is 4x, 5 cents going to 25 cents, 5x as a trade, not likely. So I'm going to defer. This is a stock I've called to your attention, but I'm going to defer to Hoboken Sal. It's not likely. Listen to Sal. The stock's 5 cents. There's no bid and ask, but it closed at 0.0492. I remember the bid being 0.027. Please listen to Sal. Please. Logic isn't going to go up. And when it doesn't go up, I want you to send donations to Sal. And from here on in, listen to Hoboken Sal. The realistic chances of Logic having that type of return, not likely. Please listen to Sal. Don't listen to me. I was just wasting your time and blowing smoke up your ass, and I was trying to take advantage of you. The realistic chances of Logic having that type of return, not likely. Let's leave it at that. So let's take Logic off our list based on the intense due diligence that Sal Hoboken made. And let's just focus on the other names, Finger, Wolf, I erased it already, so I don't remember. But please, I'm going to take back my recommendation of Logic because I trust Sal's judgment. He's an amazing track record. And I just want to say to you again, the realistic chances of Logic having that type of return, not likely. So I'm going to leave the recommendation. I'm going to try to remember that exact wording, and we'll see what happens. But please listen to Sal. Short squeezes rarely happen. Never invest money hoping to get rich quick. So again, let's use the bumper sticker recommendation from Hoboken Sal. Short squeezes rarely happen. That's true enough. When a short squeeze happens, it usually happens over a period of about 2 weeks. And when you look at a stock like GME, AMC, the the 12 or 20 that happened in Southeast Asia, the period of time they go up is very short. That's true enough. And it's rare. That's true enough. So Hoboken Sal, again, he's looking out for you. They rarely happen. So let's stop focusing on stocks that might have a squeeze. From now on, none of these stocks are going to have a squeeze. We're going to listen to Hoboken Sal. And never invest money hoping to get rich quick. Never. Do it slowly over time. Put your money in ETFs, mutual funds, managed money so that the system can keep harvesting trillions of dollars out of it. But yeah, don't invest to get rich quick. It never happens. Never. No one's ever made a lot of money in a trade, ever. Never do it. So Hoboken Sal, you've gotten your message across. So from now on, let's invest in stocks that we're not hoping to get rich quick. We're not looking for short squeezes. And remember, logic is not going to have that type of return. Just remember that. So here's Hoboken Sal's recommendation. This is Hoboken Sal's recommendation for you. We are better off putting our money in a good money market account. He doesn't name it, with a guaranteed return. By the way, money markets are not guaranteed. So this advice is flawed. When there's a banking crisis, you don't remember that money markets broke a buck. Money markets are comprised of a manager's best guesses at where they should put short-term funds with some longer-term duration. Money markets are not safe and they're not guaranteed. But over time, the system has developed that it comes to the rescue of money market funds. Now, we have inflation running, if you listen to John Williams, shadow stats, as high as 18, 19, 20% per annum. If you listen to Janet Yellen and Powell, it's at 2% per annum. Well, I don't know where Hoboken Sal is recommending that you put your money. He doesn't give a name. But I don't know of a money market fund. I don't know. Maybe they exist, paying 2% or 18%. I remember when money markets paid that much. Inflation was running like a son of a gun. So I want to tell you, I've been on for hours, weeks, months. I remove all of my advice, and I recommend that rather than own Finger, GTII, Logic, Wolf, NWBO, Silver, instead of buying any of that, I want you to follow Hoboken Sal's advice, because you're going to be better off putting your money in a good money market account. Have I given you enough presence on my live, Hoboken Sal? I don't know who you are, Moet U. I've never heard from you, so I suspect you're a shill. I can't hide the feeling I'm annoyed lately. I can't help your feelings, Mo. I'm no good at helping your feelings. None of them. And I have a feeling you're probably a woman. but I don't know. Maybe you're a guy. But feelings have nothing to do with it. But I can't help your feelings. It seems like, to whom? To you? Seems like I'm dismissive towards those who had their hopes up with Finger. I can't help you with that. So what are you asking me to do? You're telling me that you have some feelings. How can I help you with your feelings? How did it make you feel? I can't help you with your feelings. You know what, Mo? I'll try to go through how I feel about Finger. Finger closed at $2.64, Mo. I don't know what you paid for it. I personally think you're a short. I think you're a short. But anyway, the high on the year is 797. The low is 101. So if you're able to buy Finger at 264 or hold Finger at 264, based on the last 52 weeks of trading, your risk based on this last 52 weeks of trading, your risk maybe is $1.60 to the downside, $1.64. And your reward based on these numbers to the upside is about $5 and something upside. That's a good risk reward, Mo, at who I've never heard of before. I think that's a good risk reward, Mo at U. Looking at the chart of Finger, it looks like shit, Mo at U. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. Really, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. However, I will go out on a limb and say that $2.50 is where I would buy shares. It could experience a spike downward as low, in my judgment, as low as $2 and as low as $1.70, looking at the charts with my amateur eyes. The 50-day moving average is about to cross the 200-day moving average, and that's not good. The MACD has already turned negative, but the relative strength index, Mo at U, is in a complete oversold position. That doesn't mean it can't stay in an oversold. It doesn't mean it can't continue for a few days or a week. But I like where the relative strength index is. Now, if I were buying Mo at U, I would buy a little bit. I would put orders in at 250, a little bit. I would try to put orders under the market, realizing I might not get them. Anywhere from 250 down to maybe $1.70. And the guy to ask would be Arca to get a better price range, or Avid. But that's what I would do. I would buy some at 250 and then put some orders in, maybe all the way down to $1.70. Will they go off? I have no idea. But I would be trying to take advantage of negative feelings and the hurt feelings. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I hurt your feelings. You don't think, Mo, I'm annoyed? Do you watch me? I've lost money here. I've lost money in finger. You don't think I'm annoyed? I'm not crying about it. I'm not saying, oh, my feelings are hurt, but it stings. Mo et u. The entire system is fraud. Gary Gensler, on downward, allow criminals to sell stock that doesn't exist. And that tide continues and continues and continues and continues. And when the stocks go up, all they have to do is keep selling stock that doesn't exist. No locate, no delivery, no uptech rule. They just keep selling. And eventually they get Mo et u saying, William, I can't hide the feeling that I think you're an asshole. All right, so the strength in this chart to me right now is that the relative strength index is oversold. And that could go on a little while, but not very long. And then you turn around and you start going up. So I'm gonna, if you want a prediction, Mo, I think finger can go to that spike down to 250, maybe even as low as 170. I don't think it'll stay there very long. And if, in fact, if it spikes down and does it with some alacrity, in other words, it happens in a day or half a day, I think it can turn around. And that's all she wrote. It goes right back up. And then where do I see it going on the way back up? On this chart? I'd say the first place is $3.50. Then I'd say $4.10, $4.10. I think it's going to bounce around that $4 range while it chews through some resistance. So I'd say $4 if you, Mo et u, are feeling annoyed lately. That might be a place, if you bought some at 250, to take a little bit of profits. But I think a sideways move at $4, could last for a few weeks. But if on the other hand, the stock got through 450, I don't see any resistance until it goes to $6, Mo et u. And if it got to $6, I don't think that would be much of a pause. And I think if it were then to trade through $7.50, there might be a hitch in its step at $8. But if it got decisively through $7.50 and $8, I think you're going to see the stock go to $15, $20, $25 a share. Mo et u. Okay, what's the time frame? That's the chart. Mo et u. I did not know that the earnings would come in with a delay, but I know the crybaby in you and in me. Gosh, I wish that those earnings had been booked last quarter. The reason I say last quarter and next quarter, somehow in China they do it on some different schedule. So Mo et al., the criminals keep selling, and they're going to keep selling. That's Lynn Partners and their clients. The earnings were delayed, not erased. The revenues and earnings were delayed because they missed a cutoff. Mo et al., that is in a press release, the CEO said. I'm using my own words, but he said they missed the cutoff. He can go to prison if he lies. The sellers at Lynn Partners, they'll never go to prison. Anyway, earnings were delayed. But even if the earnings had come in on time, you have to ask yourself, Mo et al., would the criminals have sold 400,000 shares, dumped 400,000 non-existent shares on the market at the market open anyway? That's what they did after the holiday. I think they would have anyway. I think the stock would have been down. And instead of arguing about, oh, the earnings, they missed the cutoff and they're not as good as they could have been, we'd be saying, oh, well, those are pretty good earnings, but obviously Wall Street didn't like them. They missed somehow. So, Mo et al., you know that you're in a stock that is being fraudulently attacked. Why are you in it? Because the when you pull a rubber band back, it can snap forward very quickly and very far. But I can't hide that I'm feeling annoyed lately. I'm annoyed with you. You are so dismissive. Well, I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry, but I do apologize for my flaws and my demeanor and all that. I don't care if you have hurt feelings. What I do care about is that you make some money here. I do care that you make money. Every day after I sign off here, my feelings are hurt. I'm worn out. Okay. I can't believe I have to do this with you. Next quarter, this quarter, good. The earnings should be good because they were delayed into this quarter. So they start the quarter with a lot of earnings, and then they still have all the earnings that were going to be in this quarter. So it should be a bang up quarter. We'll find out. You're going to have to wait 90 days. I predict it's going to be a great revenue and earnings quarter. $300 million shelf registration on 9/11, September 11th, filed. It said Univest, but I don't think it cares who it matters who it is. Why is that there, Mo et al.? And that had a $25 million subdivision of that. Why is it there, Mo et al.? Why? To raise money. Okay, why? Oh, it could be an acquisition. Yeah, it could be an acquisition. Sure. What kind of company would they acquire? A bad one or a good one? Would they buy a dying company or a growing company? Would they buy a company with revenues and cash and earnings? Yeah, they would buy a good company if that's the route. Could it be money? They're raising money to expand their revenue businesses from buying minutes at a discount, which is like T-bills, or all the way to financing the Sapientus big revenue from Munich Re and Pacific Life Re using big data. Mo et al. Have you ever followed the symbol SNY? Snow, big data. You did, because you're in the stock and you do your research and you do comparables. Good for you. Snow went to billions of dollars, multiple billions of dollars. I don't have it off the top of my head. Huge numbers when it went public. And it's big data in a highly fragmented, lots of competition market, the United States. China, virgin for using big data to sell car insurance, health insurance, warranty insurance, although that's probably a separate discussion. Motorcycle insurance, all the fire insurance, earthquake, all the insurances. And Finger Motion is there with two of the biggest insurance companies in the world. They're already in the second stage of that. Maybe the 300 million, 25 million is going to go to that. Who knows? But we're coming out of a long enough period of time that something's coming. They didn't just put that in so you could be annoyed lately. Let's go through the fundamentals again, Mo et U. Finger Motion has great relationships with China Telecom, China Unicom, China Telewoman. I always forget the third one. They have good relationships with the top three of the top telecommunications companies in China. They're able to buy minutes at a discount and then instantaneously sell them online. It's like printing money. Low margin, but it's safe. The more money they roll, the more money they can book as revenue and profits. And that might be what happened up here, because it's all in the definition of when you book those profits. But it's ongoing business and it's ever growing. And it continues to allow them to have tremendous relationships with the largest telecommunication companies in the world. Some of. Secondly, they do text messaging and SMS, MMS and SMS. That's kind of low margin. They still do it. It was on hold because of the lockdowns. It's there. I wouldn't spend a lot of time focusing on it. They've moved into rich communication services. This is 5G. This is videos. This is marketing with beautiful women selling a BMW or handsome men selling leather hats. They're moving into that, and they're into it big time, and it's huge ongoing revenue source. They are the gatekeeper at online malls like Tmall. They collect a fee every time someone uses the phone to buy something online. They get a fee. They purchased I think it's called Zhizhu technology, but they purchased the Netflix of Southeast Asia, 100 to 150 million users. Revenue, I don't know the profit story, but it's outside of China, and they're bringing it into China. I talked about Sapientus, but Sapientus is Finger Motion's initiative that they've been working on for a long time that transforms the data that they're able to collect from the mobile phone users of theirs into a revenue stream by selling that data. But first, they've set up a laboratory. They have scientists there with those two insurance companies for now, doing an analysis of men who are 55 who drive home at night in the Zhengzhou province. What's their mortality risk? They can tell if they swerve when they go home. They can tell if they go into a bar and go into the men's room 3 times. But they're taking that data and they're able to build the mortality rate, the revenue. I'm not a insurance salesman, but they can build the tables that they base the premiums off of. It's huge. They're in the second stage of that now, and it's about to monetize, and it is enormous over time. I'm sure I'm missing something, but finally, China, instead of spending their money bombing deserts and assaulting mountains and spreading democracy around the world, China is spending their money on infrastructure. China has built out the 5G platform almost throughout the country, but they go province by province by province. As each province gets in place, as each province gets in place, China is requiring customers to upgrade their phones to 5G. 5G. Finger Motion has contracted the world's #1 insurance company for warranty. China requires when you upgrade to a 5G phone, it is mandatory that you must acquire warranty on that phone. As it was explained to me, that's $100. It's equivalent of $100 a year, each and every phone. There's 1.5 billion phones or more in China. You can do whatever assumptions you want on Finger Motion's slice of that. It'll be millions of phones. But on that $100, Finger Motion's piece is $25 for arranging the meeting. $25. That is high margin business. It's starting now and it's going to continue forever. So the fundamentals are massive. There's 205 million shares short in Finger, counterfeit, or not, if you want to believe not, Mo. I don't know. I don't know why this isn't transparent to the marketplace. But I believe Tom Ronk, the last numbers I saw from Tom Ronk were 160 million. I saw on FINRA numbers in the space of less than 2 weeks, I witnessed an aggregate sale of over 100 million shares of stock, driving it down from approximately 9 down to somewhere in the 2 range. I saw it. So with my own eyes, I saw that, to my memory. You know, the concept is more important than the exact numbers. So I believe this number is 150 to 200 million. Now, Moedo, apparently Jeffrey Easton at Lynn Partners told someone, hey, it's not me doing it. We just syndicated this deal to 4 companies, and maybe one of them is shorted. That's something like that. I heard that third hand. Moedo, that would probably annoy you that that's third hand information. I think this short position, if it ever kicks in, could send finger motion to levels that you could feel it euphoria. Euphoria. You won't call me up and say, hey, I can't hide my feelings of euphoria, William. And I think you've been dismissive towards me when the stock is euphoric. But there's no guarantee that squeeze is going to happen. No guarantee at all. But it could. It could. There's a lot of people that say it's not there. I don't know, Mo. I don't know where you come down on that. My target for finger, not that it matters. It's not advice. My target for finger in the short term, which means less than a year, $15 to $30 without a squeeze. $15 to $30 without a squeeze. And longer term, I think it could be a core position in your portfolio. There, Mo. Moet. I know I didn't make your feelings good, but I don't think I could be any clearer that I think finger is a great intermediate term and longer term buy. My sense, Mo, and I've made it clear to you, last year the stock market was telling you the stock was running. Somebody was buying. But then I backed away a bit because it didn't follow through. So the last sort of 2 or 3 months, I haven't sensed any need to be buying it. I will tell you, if you're an accumulator, I would put some orders underneath 250, see if they go up. I think you'll have time, if it does start to run, to buy in. I forget what number I said. I think it was the 250 range. It might have been 350. I don't want to look again. But you will have time to buy it higher than here and build your position. Lots of times it's important to buy a stock after it turns and starts going up, because obviously that way you can avoid feeling annoyed because you have to wait. I think, Moedo, the fact that the stock is down, they're providing an opportunity to buy it. As I said, Mo, on this call twice, and I'll say it again. I said it yesterday to Peter Joy, who challenged me multiple times. What is the real reason you're pushing this stock? I don't know what his motives were. I'm sure he was annoyed that he's lost money. And I think he has every right to feel annoyed. I get pissed off all the time at the criminality. What else do you want me to do, Mo at ooh? But anyway, I think, and this is my final bit for the day on finger, and I'll quickly look, but I'm going to leave this call and walk my dog. If you buy or hold finger at 250, I think your downside is $5. This is risk. There's risk, but I think your downside is $5 a share. So your downside is higher than here, and your upside is really up. So Mo at ooh, I hope I've paid attention to your hopes. I hope I've proven you wrong. I hope by listening to this, you can make a lot of money in finger. I wish you the best. All right, I'll do that. I like that. I like that for Tunda too. Look, Hoboken Sal, I think, talks for the system, and the system wants you to buy for the long term. So you leave your stock, so-called stock, in the system. I showed you yesterday, and I don't know, I feel like I'm talking to the wall. But the banking system is a fractional reserve system. What they're doing to the security system, they turn 1,000 shares of any stock into 100,000 shares. So they can make more fees, more trading commissions, more margin, more lending out fees, more management fees. They turn 1,000 into 100,000. But the whole system is based on this real stock. So as they're charging fees up here, they're eating into the corpus of this stock, and it can't last forever. But when the markets get trillions of dollars from the Fed and the Treasury because their banks are too big to fail, they continue this. But make no mistake, it's a fractional reserve security custody system. It's fraud, and securities are not fungible like money. But it has a lot of the same characteristics where you keep lending out the stock. For the fractional reserve banking system to work, you have to keep lending out, you have to keep loans, keep growing, then growing the loans, and debt has to keep growing. They're using that same model in the stock market. No one sees it. I haven't heard anybody talk about it, but that's what they're doing. And it's going to collapse. It's going to collapse. And what Hoboken wants is, if you leave that 1,000 shares in there for the long term, he can get rich quick by hypothecating and rehypothecating and selling your shares over and over and over into the system. So it's 100,000 shares instead of 1,000. And he gets bloody rich quick. By selling every stock you own downward. As you play the fool, only invest for the long term. Just my opinion. Anyway, whatever. Listen to Sal. Listen to Sal. You're not going to make any money on any of my recommendations. Sal is a prince. He's left now, but he came in to rescue you from me. So I need to sell all my trash shares now. I don't know which shares do you have that are trash. I'm not recommending that you sell anything. I think the time to have sold GTII was, I mean, you can look at charts. I think it was time to sell it was obviously higher, but maybe as it broke 50 cents. But that time is over with. Should you sell now? Yeah, if you want to. It's up to you. It's not up to me. Yeah, I mean, if you want to sell it all and go back to option trading, that makes sense. Personally, I've told you what I would do, and I've done it. I would put my money in Logic for a trade. And I think Finger is an excellent, I would take advantage of this downturn rather than feeling bad. And I'd put orders in under 250 and put some in at 250 a share. You might get them, you might not. And then if it doesn't go down, just accumulate a little higher. I would buy Wolf. But anyway, whatever you want to do, you do it. Very good. I don't know how they get away with it either, but the cops are paid off. Gary Gensler is there to save Goldman Sachs, not to save you or me. Yeah, some of it's conjecture, but so's what they tell you on the other side. Yeah, I hate the losses. I hate the losses. I hate them. And I've tried anyway. I've tried to show some alternatives, but don't count. I happen to agree with whatever his name was. You can't count on squeezes. You cannot count on them. But if you set yourself up in something that, like Finger, that has a reasonable chance. I don't know what you paid for Finger, but I think, I mean, I've said it so many times. Finger's $2.50 right now. You can buy more, you can sell or sell some or hold. That's really all you can do. We can't, when we're looking at the market, we can't lie to ourselves. That's the unfortunate thing. The price is where it is, so we've lost that money. But we have to look at it and say, what's it worth? What you know about Finger is not going back to Lynn Partners. It's not. It's growing. Anyway, I'm not going to go through what I just described. But if you want to look at the stock price, say, oh my God, Finger's worthless. Well, then you're just responding to emotions. And unfortunately, the guys on the other side, they don't have any emotions. They're evil. They don't have any emotions. Couldn't care less. But we're going to take most 70%. We're going to move on. That was fun. Well, I hate to say it, but you got to kind of man up to it. God, that hurt. That hurt too, and that hurt. But I'm going back in. Or you sell and go away. But Finger motion, there's a report out from Benchmark that it's worth $5 a share. And they say they're going to re-rate it upward if earnings and other milestones come in. So you have a choice. I'm going to book my loss, or I'm going to continue the hold. Now, frankly, I don't think you can count on squeezes. There was a squeeze in AMC, a squeeze in GME, And over time, the system has gotten that under control. I have a concern that they've gotten GTII and Finger under control. I don't know, but it feels like a lot of time has gone by. Look, Finger, to me, there's going to be some sort of corporate action. Is it a merger? Is it an acquisition? Is it simply a raise of capital that helps them grow more quickly? I don't know. But we know it's coming. But if you want to say I've lost so much, then you're essentially saying that the stock price is going to stay here forever or go lower. And that's fine. You can have that opinion. But you can also go, and I don't have it quickly at my hand, but I've shown it so many times. They filed a shelf registration for 300 million and a sub registration for 25 million. They didn't do that for shits and giggles. It's a new year, and now's the time to do something with that, and I think it'll come. Could it dilute the stock in terms of these prices? I don't know. They put out a press release that they're not going to issue shares, and it was when the stock was like $455. So I don't think they are. But we don't know for sure. Now, when you're raising money or acquiring a company or doing a merger or doing a divestiture, whatever the heck you're doing in that shelf registration, it's a quiet period. And I think that quiet period exists. Why? Because they didn't have an earnings conference call. So my opinion, there's a quiet period. I don't know for sure. Now, we do know, Moedo, that the CEO is going to a small cap conference at the end of the month. That's 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away. So your feelings are going to have to be raw for 2 weeks. But what does it mean, Moedo? It means the CEO is going to talk about his company. What does that mean? That means the quiet period will be lifted. What else could that mean? What else could that mean? I don't know. This is all speculation on my part. I don't know this. But what it could mean is they're going to announce a financing. They're going to announce an acquisition. They're going to announce a distribution. They're going to announce a merger. I don't know. But whatever they're going to do is going to end the quiet period, because the quiet period has to be over by definition if he's going to be talking to the public in two weeks. So, Mo, if I had to guess, you're going to see a series of announcements coming out of Finger Motion over the next weeks, months, that are going to be good. But it makes you sick. It hurts. It makes you emotional. So you don't do anything. I would suggest that maybe you put too much capital in the market. And I'm not criticizing you. I've gone through this. I'm not condemning you. I've experienced this. And when I went to do that movie, which was a public service for everyone, getting phone calls, I swear, I got 10 phone calls in 5 minutes. Go. Where are you? Where are you? I went. I didn't watch my account. I lost so much in Finger, Mo, by going over there. That made me sick. It left me shell-shocked. But what can I do about it? Wallow in my feelings? Or do I look at what's in front of me and then make the best new decision I can make? I don't know what you own. You're sick for your situation. I'm sick for that. And I'm sick for everybody losing money. But I, for 2 months, 3 months, I've said this. I doubt you're going to listen to me. But one thing you could do is sell one of your positions at a loss. Take the loss. So you establish a tax loss. If I were in your shoes, don't buy a new position. Don't buy a new position. Although I like logic as a trade. Don't buy a new position. Sell one of your losing positions and buy more finger. Buy more finger. I can't give you specific financial advice, but in what you've described, you're feeling sick to your stomach. One strategy you might employ: establish a tax loss in one of the stocks that you don't feel so good about. Wait 31 days. You can always buy it later. You risk that it could run up, but on the other hand, add to your position of finger. Why? I just went down all the reasons. Finger, to me, in the cone of speculation, which means in speculative stocks, you can lose everything. That's what it means. But in the cone of speculating, I think the downside on finger is $5. I think the downside on finger is $5 a share. Doesn't mean it won't go lower first. But I think if you hold it, the downside is $5 a share. Well, you're paying, like I just said, start by trying to buy some at 250, maybe 225, 2 and 175, something like that. See what goes off if there's a spike. And then I think it'll rally back. There's no guarantees. There's no promises. But that's what it looks like to me. But Moedu, there is investment banking action coming. It was disclosed. The company's not going to do any more toxic crap. They sued Lynn Partners. The revenues are growing rapidly. Well, they didn't report that, but I read it out to you yesterday. They had revenues and growth over the 9 months. And I'm not going to read it. You can look up the earnings. I'm just running out of energy. And they have 6 different platforms which are growing. You can't say that of any other company that I've recommended to you, except possibly CAUD and except possibly HNRA and HNRC. But ignore those. Just ignore those. So consolidate maybe one of your companies into finger while it's low. Take advantage, and I know but you got to realize the losses are there. So look at the companies. Which one would you rather own? If you had $1,000, would you buy GTII, Finger, or whatever else you want? And make your decision on that. I don't think there's going to be a quick miracle in GTII. I'm going to do everything I can to make a miracle happen. I don't see it happening quickly. I see quick action over the next few weeks to months, and I consider that quick, in Finger. Does it mean the stock price will go up? If the criminals sell enough, the answer is no, but I don't think that they will be able to keep the share price down because revenues and earnings will continue to grow. And the key to keeping the stock price down is if the CEO needs to go back to the pimp and ask for more heroin, and they're not going to have to. So I think Finger there's nothing safe, but it's the safest of that little group. I happen to like Logic, but I think you have to listen to Hoboken Sal, not me. But I think you can turn 5 cents into 10 cents, 5 cents into 15 cents. Doesn't sound exciting. Doesn't sound like, oh, that's not a squeeze. It's not life changing. But you could change $1,000 into $3,000 and then go buy something else. And if you've established a tax loss, you can do some of that trading for free in terms of taxes. On HNRC, which I know it's a different stock, and I'll just throw it out there. I think you can buy a stock that you might, and all indications are you will, get a cash dividend, which is more than the price that you're paying for the stock. Unfortunately, at the end of his interview, he said that they may do it as a dividend instead of a share dividend instead of cash. So you don't know for sure. But anyway, when you act, you stop feeling like a victim. When you act, you stop feeling annoyed. When you act, you can hate me to death, but when you act, you start waking up thinking, I have something in front of me. It might not go to the moon, but I have something in front of me that could trade up, and then I can move back. I can make new choices. I also agree with your last sentence. I don't think you should invest in the markets. And I don't think anyone should invest in Gary Gensler's markets or Adina Friedman's markets. I think it's a travesty. I've got the book back here of all the securities laws. But it's very clear that these young men are breaking the law, defrauding America, defrauding cities, companies, CEOs, investors, taxpayers of trillions of dollars. And the senile president doesn't give one hoot. And the pro-business president doesn't even look at it. Our country, Mo Etu, is owned by Goldman Sachs and the others that surround Goldman Sachs. The banksters own this country. It's possible, some people argue that there's some foreign countries that have a lot of power in our Congress. It's possible that it's the military industrial complex. It's possible that it's the pharmaceutical companies. It's possible that it's the agricultural companies. But you know who owns all of those? Do you know who owns all of those companies, including the media? Do you know who controls them? The banks. And the big pools of money, Larry Fink, that other guy that has BlackRock and Cohen, and these chosen people control our country. And if you keep voting based on the drivel that the mainstream media puts out to separate us, white straight men are racist, white supremacists, and white men are the problem, and it's a patriarchy, and I need my rights to all that crap. If you vote along those lines, this is going to continue. I'm trying to do my best, Mo Etu. I feel like I'm pounding sand, punching a bag. Hoboken Sal is 100% wrong. If you put your money in for long term, let me tell you, when I got in the market, Mo, when I got in the market, the Dow was 600. 600. Can I say that again? It was 600. It might have been like 690, but whatever. It was 600. The Dow is now 37,000. That's 60 times your money. 60x over 40 years. A little more than 40 years. Do you think, Mo, that over the long term, you're going to get another 60x? What's more likely? What's more likely? Now, I think, and I said it earlier, I think the Dow and the S&P could go up 50% this year. It's already up a bit. I think we may be in that last wave of the bull market that just explodes to the upside. But then afterward, it's Katie bar the door. And that'll be generational. I think we're going to go into a financial crisis that will scar at least one generation. And it may be already happening. But Moedu, I don't begrudge your feelings and your emotion. You can sell out now. Take your wounds, lick your wounds, and that may be it. Just don't come in the market at all. Just don't come in at all. I happen to agree with Sal Hoboken that the odds of getting rich quick are low, but it happens. It does happen. It does happen. George Soros made billions on the pound in a month. It does happen. But if you don't have the stomach for it, it's not appropriate. And it's never appropriate that you put so much money in it that you're sick to your stomach and all that. It's just not. So it means you maybe are over invested. Also, you have to learn to trade. In all these stocks, there was a chance to trade out. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. So it's very difficult to sell when a stock's going up. But that's a lesson learned if you want to be a trader. Now, finally, Moedo, if you do get out of the market, the one way that you can make everything back over time, is to buy silver. Buy silver, physical silver. And I think you can make all your losses back. I agree with you. Don't invest again. Well, RW, that financing that they did was a disaster. But I bought Logic at all sorts of prices. 70, 60, 50, then 30, and then a lot of it around 20 cents, 16, 18, 20, 22. I've bought more. So now my average purchase of Logic is 15 cents. My average price is 15 cents. But on the shares I bought before the de-SPAC, I got some CAUD. Unfortunately, that was such a crappy theft. That was a crime. That was prearranged crime. But I have that. I'm going to pretend it's zero. So we'll just look at logic. I did receive CAUD. I can't trade it. It's 80 cents. I'm just going to pretend it's zero. But that has some upside potential, but I'm just going to say it's nothing. So the upside with logic, is somebody's going to buy the public corp. It's just sitting there. It doesn't have any operations to be mad at. It doesn't have any employees to be angry at. As the CEO, you can still be upset with, I guess, but he's not going to be around very long. He's just going to arrange the deal. So somebody's going to buy the public company. So the question is, how much is the value? They're going to buy it. They're going to buy it for stock. I think it'll be $600 million company. And I think it could be as high as 15% that we get. I'm always scared, RW, of my arithmetic, but so the company that's going to buy Logic, I think is going to be worth 600 million. I don't know that for sure, but just all the information that's out there. It could be less, could be more. And I think we'll keep 15% of that company for we who are shareholders of Logic. That could be 10%. That could be an eighth. But I'm going with a higher number because I think this number could be higher. And also, when we get to our final calculation, we can always reduce it. So that we have 150 million shares. In order for the new company to acquire, they will issue to themselves 850 million shares. They'll own 85% of this shell. There'll be 1 billion shares outstanding. There's a 50-for-1 reverse split. So you reverse that by 50, and there's only 20 million shares outstanding. Right? I'm going to do this without drawing it out. 600 million times 0.15 divided by 150 million. I think this is right. Yeah, it is. Okay. So, Robert, that calculation works out to 60 cents a share to us. Or after the reverse split, $30 a share. And I think it's going to be a New York Stock Exchange company. Now, we just are a passive owner of 50, in this example, of 15% of a New York Stock Exchange company trading at 30. It could be NASDAQ, but trading at 30, which is pre-reverse split worth 60 cents to us. And we own stock in a new company. Now, the advantage is it's so high up, the shorts aren't going to want to fight institutions. I assume there's revenues. I assume the value's real. It's not riskless. It's not riskless. All right, so that's 60 cents, Robert, which will turn into this, but let's leave that off for now. It's going to have a record date, which we'll find out about. And then I'm sure there'll be some sort of restriction on our ability to sell. Otherwise, everyone would sell at the same time. So the decision you're going to have to make, Robert, do you wait through the restriction period to see if the company will trade at $30 or 60 cents for this calculation and maybe even grow over time? Or do you sell before the record date as it goes up? What are the potentials? The stock's at 5 cents. I don't think after that's announced, the shorts will be shorting anymore. But does it go all the way to 60 cents or does it go to 10 cents? Or 15 cents? Or 20 cents? Or 25 cents? Or 30 cents? Or higher before the record date? I don't know. I don't know. I'm counting on it going to 30 cents, but I don't know. We'll find out. Now, it's possible, Robert, there is a short position, and it is possible that the stock will go higher than 60 cents, go higher than $1 briefly. But we'll know if there's a short squeeze when it happens. My guess, if you buy it here at 5 cents, it'll go 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It could go to 40 cents. It's all going to depend on how real the valuation is and if, in fact, the company has revenues and cash. If there's buyers of that company institutionally, that would be a big help. And obviously, if the shorts cover. Now, RW, I'm saying that I see logic as a trade. You could read the press release and say, I like this company. I want to hold it long term. That's a different decision. I think from 5 cents, you can sell at 10, 15, 20, 25. That's my guess. It may go to 30, 35, 40, and hell, it may run higher. But that's all trading. Anyway, that's my answer. I would have to buy a ton to recoup my loss. Well, yeah. I don't know. I can't recommend. I think it's worth buying a lot of it because I do believe it's going to go up. I don't think it's going to go down, but it's not riskless. The CEO could make a bad decision, and as he does the reverse merger, he signs some other BS deal with a smiling face. I don't think that's going to happen. I really don't think that's going to happen. Thank you, Moedo. Yeah, RW, I think it can go. I mean, the problem with predictions, they're always about the future. Depending on the strength of the announcement, if it's a non-binding announcement, I don't think it'll go very high. But if it's binding, but it takes a little time, it's not going to move all at once. All right, I'll pick a number. RW, I think it'll go to 35 cents. I think it'll go to 35 cents. I don't know who Keith Weiner is. I agree with you. It doesn't make sense to keep shorting it soon. Unfortunately, my reaction to GTII is, drat, I missed my chance to sell. That's my reaction. But it doesn't mean from 22 cents it couldn't go to 11 cents. It doesn't mean that. It could get worse. But my inclination is it's a punt. GTII is under attack. It doesn't have any visible things to counteract it, but management has done everything on our side, and the whales are involved. I've already said this. And if Finger works, money will come back here. And it, in my judgment, it has a gigantic short position. But there, you have to know, there's intelligent people out there that says no way in hell there is one. So that's some risk. But just like with Finger, I would be thinking about putting orders in underneath 22 cents to buy. How low do you go? I don't know. Do you buy at 22, 20, 15, 10, 5? I don't know. Pick your own numbers. It may not go that low, but I swear if there's a spike and it bounces back, you might like that. But there is a risk that we have to accept it. There is a risk GTII is just done for, just like CRTD, just like Vocal. It's all in the mind of Minolta. It's all in the mind of the CEO. Personally, I think he needs to retire. HNRC, there's no new news, but HNRA filed an S1, which I just think it's damnable. But that's HNRA. It has nothing really to do with HNRC other than I think HNRA's upside, instead of being $50 or $60 a share, is now $15 a share. Like idiots. No, they're not idiots. They're good guys, I think. I listen to them, and they're honorable. But they're listening to the liars. And so the liars are raising money down here. And the dilution, I think, means the stock goes to 15. But hey, it's $1.80. That's HNRA. That's HNRA. On HNRC, there's no more information, but the company, the CEO, announced that he sold non-core assets for 15 cents a share. And he said in his presentation, they intend to distribute that by the end of the year. That was last year, 15 cents. He said it again, basically a second time. But the third time, he said, we may do it as a stock dividend. We haven't decided. So I don't know which one. I believe he's going to distribute cash. Why? Because he owns a lot of HNRC. And I think how he pays himself is through the mechanism of a dividend, which has a more favorable tax scheme. That's speculation. So I think you're going to see a record date for a cash dividend very soon in HNRC. In terms of HNRA, which he's announced he will distribute that interest to us, I think it's 100 and up to 6 months from when the approval came, which by my reckoning was in November. So sometime before June, before May, I think we'll get a dividend of the HNRA. Now, because they did this financing and because there's more shares outstanding, I don't think it's going to be worth the 30 cents that I estimated it could be worth to us. I think it might be worth pennies, like 3 to 5 to 6 cents a share value of that dividend. But I think it's a great company. It's got a great asset. So both dividends, I think, are going to be worth more than what the stock is trading for now. He's also talked about that he's doing other transactions. He plans on further dividends. And on the negative side, he said that he's doing a $10 million raise and he intends to uplist to a different exchange. Okay, so if he's an idiot, and I mean not an intentional, he's a smart guy. But if he makes a mistake and he listens to one of the liars and takes a $10 million deal from the liars, well, it's going to be hard for his stock ever to go much higher than where it is now. But that doesn't mean that you're not going to get these dividends. Yeah. I don't have any indication that he's going to take a toxic dilutive note from a lying lender. But that's one of the risks in HNRC. He said that he wants to uplist without doing a reverse split. To me, that oh, well, you brought it up. So you judge that for yourself. The other thing he said is they're trying to make some acquisitions. So it's possible he can uplist without reverse splitting by making acquisitions. This guy owns a lot of his own company, and he's stair-stepped his net worth up by financial engineering. But Monty, a big source of the capital gain is he bought oil and gas assets while there was blood in the streets. If you think you've lost, then you believe the shares won't ever. Yeah. I forgot I said that. Finger does have value, and even at $6, it's a pain in the ass. And they may. So one of the things the liars do, they want the stock down. So when the CEO goes to do a merger, to acquire talent, to acquire a company, it dilutes everything on a per share basis. They want to destroy the denominator. This is evilness on such a scale you cannot believe. Only the good Lord can fix it, unless there's somebody's honest somewhere. It's not Adina Friedman. It's not Gary Gensler. It's not Colbert at OTC Markets. It's not Robert Cook. I don't see any honesty anywhere. No integrity. All right, I got to go through this quickly because I've well, Moedo, I'm sorry about that. I don't want to do it across this medium, and I don't want to complain because then it's about me instead about you. But I do want to say I understand exactly where you are. Exactly where you are. Now, I heard, and as soon as I say this, a bunch of you are going to tell me that it's right, I think. But I heard the other night that despair is a sin. I didn't know despair is a sin. To despair is a sin. I didn't know that. But I guess the corollary is we have to have faith. All good things come from above. And we also have to just live in day-tight compartments. But this stress you're going through and this fear you're going through, it's going to strike the whole country. I don't know about soon, not the wealthy, but it's going to strike a lot of people. So there's some good things about it. You can start thinking about how your life, what things really matter, and start thinking in terms of getting your life under some level of control that you can live where you want to be, with who you want to be with. And you might have to do away with a couple of things. I don't know. And I'm not lecturing. I mean, I'm just telling you. I don't even have a significant other. And my biggest thing is I don't think I ever will now. Nobody wants a guy that can't provide. And we've changed all the roles for women, but the core role a man has, provide. And it still hasn't changed. It never will change. But I also want to tell you there is hope, Mo. If you just, I don't know your portfolio. You can hold everything as is, or you can move some over. And if you own Finger, that's where I would go. Finger. Is Finger going to squeeze? There's no guarantee Finger will squeeze because the people behind Jeffrey Lind, Jeffrey Easton, seem pretty powerful. They may have gotten it under control. On the other hand, it could. I just don't know for sure. But I think Finger motion, as long as Martin Shen doesn't destroy his denominator, and I don't think he will, I think Finger motion is going to have value in the $6, $7, $8, $9 range, and maybe much higher for a long time to come. They're not going to be able to drive it down. The good news is going to start. And if I had to predict, Mo, there'll be a half a dozen pieces of good news over the next 2 or 3 months, finishing with good earnings for the current quarter. I don't know, but that's what I would. That's very nice to say, Mo. I don't think it's bad to grieve. I think you have to plan your life around more modest gains in the market and more modest trades, but you can stair step up to where you want to be. I do think, this is my view, is that Ham, a lot of people say, it's a bunch of crap, it's taking too long. And the longer it takes, the more I think the system has gotten things under control. But I do think that these numbers are so massive on the short side. And the core thesis is you've got one trap short instead of all these multiple shorts. But I've gotten a little less confident is a word in squeezes because so much time has gone by. But my feelings, and I talked to you about feelings, my feelings could change very quickly. And if I had to pick one out of those two stocks to move first, it's Finger. I've been saying that for a while. And then the money will come back. And I think the heat will be on GTII. But GTII could also go, if there's a miracle, for example, that Alpine is kicked out and they have to cover that position. Could be. But Mo, it's speculative. That's all I want to say. It's speculative. Hi, son. That's a good one, Abundant Universe. My mother used to say, or a long time ago, she said, look, they can chop down all the leaves and branches and even the main part of you. But if your roots go deep, you can grow back bigger than ever. And that's kind of with money. The status of your money when it's up unbelievably and you didn't sell, that's a chimera. But it's equally true that when it's down in the dumps, that can also be a chimera as well. But you got to try as best as can to think rationally. It's very hard. It's very hard. It's very hard. And sometimes friends aren't there to help you. They lecture you, and then the assets you lose soar in value and could have changed your life. That's life. That's life. I'm going to go quick. I'm going to go quickly because I got to pee. Oh, I'm at the end anyway. Okay. Well, Mo et U, I watched a cornball movie the other night. It was called Survey Says. Anyway, it was about proof of God, and it was an atheist professor and a young man that comes in. The professor wants the whole classroom to sign off that God doesn't exist. And this one guy said he couldn't, so he had to present to the class. Anyway, it's one of those movies. But there's two side characters that meet up. And I've been having trouble, Mo, coming up because feelings come with your automatic thoughts. So whatever your automatic thought is, that's how you feel. You can't have a feeling without a thought. It's really true. But without going into it, rightly or wrongly, I've had to deal with more than one thing, but one thing in particular where I was highly disappointed. And I haven't come up with that automatic thought. As soon as I see something that reminds me, as soon as this, that, all those feelings come in and it can paralyze me. It can make me go to sleep for 10 hours because I have no automatic thoughts because it was so stupid, so cruel, so mean. There is no silver lining. There is. So I have no automatic thought. But I watched this movie, and this guy from Africa came to go to Disney, saw the preacher, and the car won't start, and the car won't start, and all that. But the guy keeps saying he never gets upset. The preacher is, the priest, The other guy is saying, God is good. God is good. And they said something like all the time or always. God is good. And then the answer is something like all the time or always. I can't remember. But Mo, what I've been doing since I saw that movie, whenever I have feelings that are destroying me, what I say out loud, God is good. I'm going to go try to watch the movie again, that bit, to see the back and forth. But I am finding that small automatic thought, God is good, is helping me. And I suggest that to you. I did watch a man who died and went to heaven. I watched this about 6 months ago, so I'm never going to be able to find it again. But he came back and he's lived his life and he talks about it. And he went to heaven. He saw Christ in his example, and Mary was there, Christ's mother. And Christ said to him, I never knew you, basically. You can't get in. And Mary said to her son, do you think you could allow him in? And Christ said, according to this man, this is his story, Christ said, Mother, because you've asked, but he never spoke for me. He never acted in my will. He never showed, I guess, basically faith in me. But because you're asking, Mother, I will let him in. So anyway, he got in and he learned 3 things. I only remember one of them, Mo. I only remember one. I wish I could remember the other 2. And so I need to go listen to it again. But maybe I'm only meant to hear the one, because then some angel said, you have a choice. You can stay or you can go back. And he went back or whatever. But he wanted to stay. I forget that part. But the one thing he learned up there, Mo, that I remember, suffer joyfully. Suffer joyfully. I don't remember the other 2, but I remember that one. Suffer joyfully. So those are the 2 little automatic thoughts that I've been bouncing around in my life for the last 2 or 3 weeks. But all of this is shit. All of this is shit. And we shouldn't be in these stocks this way. But that's not because you did anything wrong. I'd much rather be in the right. But this is such a massive evilness against us. It's amazing. Yeah, Lucky's ready for a walk. I did not have that idea that the volume was that high, but I knew the volume was high. Let me see where it closed. I knew the volume was high. I had no idea it's that much. The average volume is 13 million. Yeah, and it's flat. See, they have that under all sorts of control. And the risk in MMT is they're going to follow through with that $75 million share deal. Do I think GTI is done for? Could be. Could be. I don't think so, though. June, it's not done for unless we all quit. And I'm not quitting. I'm not quitting. In fact, I got to follow up. I was going to do it this afternoon, but I have to follow up. I'm going to work hard to make something happen to make GTII a success. And But June, only you can decide. Do you believe there's a large short position or not? I'm telling you, there's a retired guy from Amex that says there's no way, that I talk to all the time. And he always tells it to me. No way. That stock is going to go down and down and down. I don't believe, he's just guessing. He believes that if you look at the NOBO list, you can reconcile and you can see it. I don't buy that. I don't think the NOBO list is going to show the large naked short position that the NSCC says is sitting at Alpine. I don't think the NOBO list is going to show that. But I don't have access to the NOBO list. I don't know. So, June, in my opinion, there is a massive short position in GTII. Can I prove it? I can't prove it any more than I can prove that MMTLP has 600 million shares counterfeit. Why? Because the system is designed to protect the criminals, not us. In a real world, when FINRA reports the numbers, they would report everything. I think they report the naked short. This guy from the Amex says, that you can't just add them up because they're buying it back all the time. I don't see the buybacks. I don't see it. But look, I could be wrong. He could be wrong. We could both be right. I don't know. But June, I don't think it's done for it, but I think GTII could go a lot lower. Why? Because any stock you're in at any point can go down. And risk reward, 21 cents risk. Reward, I don't see the reward right now unless there is a squeeze. I think Alpine is going to delay. I think the FBI takes a long time. I think that the lawyer work with Wes Christian takes a long time. I think the CEO of GTII is now trying to do things to put his hands on everything and do it his way, which is fine. But it takes time. The best shot to me is if there's a deal done that's big enough to change the calculus overnight. And then the stock runs, then you have buy-ins, and it goes. Now, June, it's my judgment that a year ago, GTII was in the middle of a squeeze. No one supports me in this, and I guess I'm an asshole. But Lou Bravo, Frank Benedetto, and the CEO of COSM came over and popped the balloon. And people lost money in COSM. And the story they told about COSM was verifiably false. It stopped the squeeze. Now, maybe they're good guys. They have kids. They have families. All that. Whatever. I'm not trying to judge them. All I'm saying is the squeeze was happening in GTII, in my judgment. None of us sold at 9 and 8 and 7. Some people did. I don't know them. I've heard some people did. But I think the squeeze was happening then. And now we've been paying the price for the collective decision to scramble over into COSM so that COSM could take $35 million out of the market and screw everybody and screw you. And now we're sitting here. And so you have to ask me a question like that. The stock is down, so you're feeling like it's done for it. When the stock was up, we were feeling like it was going to squeeze. Maybe both feelings are wrong. But you have to realize the GTII has 3 assets. It has some cash. So it doesn't need to go to the criminals. It doesn't need to do a deal where it reverse splits, sells stock, and bails out the effing shorts. Doesn't need to. It has next to no, that's the second thing. It has a very low burn rate. And it's the same conclusion. It doesn't need to go raise money. And it has a large short position. Now, if you don't believe any of those, which it's your choice, then it's not anything more than a shell. GTII is simply a shell. Now, I think GTII has a great business model, which is to incubate companies, do the filings for 2 years, and let them float. But there's a lot of stock issued in it, and I think some of that needs to be reorganized, but we don't have to worry about that now. We don't have to worry about that now. There's whales in GTII. I don't think they're going to give up. And anyway, that's the situ. The criminals, all they have to do is keep selling, selling, selling. But when I first heard about GTII, it was a piece of shit company. It still is a piece of shit company. The asset is the large trapped short position. AMC was a piece of shit company. GME was a piece of shit company. I don't think it's done for, but it could be. There's no way to sugarcoat it. If they drive it down to a penny and everyone gives up, it's done for. But I don't intend to quit, June. And I talked about it yesterday. I'm not going to talk about it again. But I intend to work very closely and successfully with these 2 impressive gentlemen and make something happen. And I think the CEO needs to give up at least enough control so that we can make something good happen. He's squeezing the butterflies so close, he's going to destroy the wings and be left with a dead caterpillar. Oh, God. Yeah, RW, I bought more. I have more than I thought I did, which is good. I didn't buy more right now because I can't, but I bought all I could. I bought all I could. Then you heard me. I sold my Vocal and bought, and there was some other piece of shit company, I forget what. And I bought 17 shares of JYZL or whatever that is, which if that goes up, I'm going to come by in order of priority. Logic, depending on the price. HNRC, depending on the price. Finger, depending on the price. And I'll depending on the price, GTII. Those are my, it's down the list. Cutting edge. The shareholders of Logic, before it de-SPACed into CAUD, made a vote that the company can reverse split 1 for 30, 35 for 1 or 50 for 1 shares. Again, when companies do a reverse split at the recommendation of Jeffrey Easton or Kurt Kramer, hey, we can help you. You're getting delisted from the NASDAQ. and you're going to be in default on our loan. So we have an idea. Why don't you reverse split and we'll give you some more toxic heroin, methamphetamine financing. And everything will be great. You'll stay on. When companies do reverse splits, in that case, they get destroyed. If Jeffrey Easton shorted 100 million shares of CRTD, on the face of it, he probably has a different deal, but on the face of it, the requirement is $250 a share held as a maintenance requirement at his broker dealer. $250 million. Now that's either cash, it's the proceeds from the sales, or it's some sort of collateral against his client's assets. 250 million, cutting edge. So what Jeffrey Easton does, he drives CRTD down from $1.50 all the way down to under a penny. He gets the CEO to say there's nothing wrong. And now the CEO, I'm sure, is going to do a reverse split in conjunction with a financing with Jeff Easton. But guess what? Let's just say they do 100-for-1 split, okay? 100-for-1 reverse split. Reverse split, 100-for-1. That takes cutting edge. That takes the maintenance requirement in this example, and I'm sure it's not exact. They had a $250 million maintenance requirement at the prime brokers' accounts. By reducing doing a reverse split, it's no longer 100 million shares short, it's 1 million shares short. At $250 a share, that's a $2.5 million split. So what Jeff Easton can do is take $247 million out of the market without paying taxes, and he can start shorting this million shares downward again. And by the way, they'll have a new offering which will increase this outstanding shares by more, and they can start crushing it again. That's the reverse split that Jeff Easton is going to do, his clients are going to do, in my judgment, in my opinion, with belief, to Vocal. And poor Jeremy will stand there and say, there's no evidence of defrauding. Now, cutting edge. Logic has 150 million shares. If they're acquired by, let's say, a $600 million company, we get 15%. So we have 150 million shares. You can see that, can't you, Cutting Edge? Well, to make that ratio, the company would have to issue to themselves 850 million shares. So to combine that out, there'd be 1 billion shares of that new company, 1 billion shares. It's worth 600 million. So it's 60 cents. Okay, Cutting Edge. Because you have a fear of reverse splits, and because you have a requirement, there's no way I'm ever going to invest in a company with a reverse split. Oh no, we're going to get screwed again. The company's not going to do a reverse split. So it's going to list on the New York Stock Exchange with 1 billion shares at 60 cents. Do you think that's the best way for your investment to be represented on the New York Stock Exchange, Cutting Edge? They didn't do the reverse split, but what's going to happen? No institution will buy this stock. No brokerage firm will allow their brokers to buy this stock. Why? It's below $7. It's below $10. It's below $15. Institutions don't buy stocks below some number in most cases. In most cases. So because of your fear of reverse splits, we'll just leave it here. This will languish on the New York Stock Exchange, and in fact will probably be shorted because there will be no institutional buying, no research reports, nothing, nada. This is an Australian company. Market cap, 1 billion shares. So what you voted on, Cutting Edge, was a 50-to-1 split. And all of this is an example. I don't know the exact what it's going to be. It could be NASDAQ with that lousy Adriana Friedman. You're going to have 20 million shares outstanding. Doesn't change your ownership. 20 million out shares on the New York Stock Exchange, $30 a share. Institutions buying all day long if it's a good company, counteracting the short sellers, research reports. Which would you rather have? 60-cent stock or $30 stock where institutions can buy versus institutions won't buy? I don't know. I'd rather have the reverse split after they merge together. And again, Cutting Edge. Logic doesn't have to go to Jeff Easton to get crimed. I know he needs his walk. Sada man, okay. Thank you, Sada. I need peace. And you need peace. Reverse splits increase your average price, say 100 to 1. Stock price is unable to redeem unless you throw again into it. I don't know what that means, but I think I just explained what I wanted to explain. Vocal's going to go to seller boxed, and in my opinion, it'll be virtually worthless. If they're able to get it ever trading at a reasonable price again, your ownership will be crammed down, and the CEO will be gleeful because he'll have a project, credit card expenses, health insurance, mortgage paid. He's an honest guy, I think, but he's a sucker too. I know, Lalija, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not going to sugarcoat the situation GTII's in, but not all hope's lost. Not all hope's lost. It's getting down in an area where it's throwaway money almost to buy more. But the other day, I think her name was Keel or Key, and I got upset. I shouldn't have gotten upset at her. She's a good person. I just whatever my faults are. But what was I supposed to do? Tell you to buy it 90 cents, tell you to buy it $1, tell you to buy it $1.20, tell you to buy it 80 cents, tell you to buy it 70 cents, tell you to buy it 60 cents, tell you to buy it 50 cents, tell you to buy it 40 cents, tell you to buy it 30 cents? I didn't. It didn't. I don't think by my not telling you to do that, it caused the price to go down. I don't think that's true. But I withheld. Why? Because the market was telling me last year that Finger was going to run. Well, the criminals came in, Prappy Berra, they colluded, they manipulated, racketeering, and they got Finger down. I also heard from one of you that I screwed up. I put up a text message that said something about Univest, and because of that, Univest backed off. It may be true. Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. Ace immediately edited that out. So it was only up for the period of the live. And then in all the replays, it's gone. But maybe that one action by me caused Univest to pull back for a while. On the other hand, maybe Univest is so big, it's like a dog walking into a room of carefully organized cats, and the cats have all the rules and the hisses and the stayaways, and the dog just walks in, blue, 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 hello, blue, blue, blue. Where's my food? Where's the human? Maybe Univest is just going about its life, and there was nothing. It didn't even notice me. But Finger, for some reason, didn't really take off. It's pulled back. I think things are just delayed. Maybe the criminals have Finger under control, and it's not going to have a ginormous squeeze. I don't know. We'll have to play that by ear. But Lalija, to me, three things will make GTI go. One is if, in fact, they have a massive short position, which that's where my bet is. And therefore, Alpine or a buy-in at an honest broker-dealer or the dividend or something starts off a chain reaction. FBI, that could happen. Secondly, right now, the only deal I know of, and I know they're working on others, is the Trento mine deal. If that got done, I don't think it's going to happen tomorrow, but I do know they're moving as hard and fast as they can. So it could happen quickly, but I'm not going to promise that to you. But it's out there. And in my opinion, I've done videos on it before. That could be worth $15, $20, $25 a share. But it doesn't have to be worth that much. It could be worth $5 a share. And it could ignite a short squeeze. And the third thing it has going for it is if finger runs, I think the whales will bring money back into GTII. And just by the volume of money they buy with, they'll protect their own position and create massive gains. So those are the things I think could happen. I think it's too late, by my way of thinking, to cut losses. Unless you take 20 cents and you buy Logic and turn 5 cents into, I'm making it up, 25 cents, and come back and buy GTII, you buy 5 times the amount of GTII. That might be a strategy. But I think it's too late to cut losses because the risk reward, now your risk is 20 cents. The reward is whatever multiple you think it could go to in a squeeze, if, and I give it right now, very low odds of that happening soon. Very low odds in the next 30 days, 40 days, 5 days. Very low odds. But if it happened, your reward's whatever you peg on it, $100, $20, $2, $2.50. Your risk is 20 cents, basically. Well, flip that on its head. If you sell now, you're saving 20 cents, but you might be giving up what happens on the way up. On the other hand, La Liga, any time on the way down in GTII, when it was $2, you could have sold it and bought double your position at $1. At $1, you could have sold it $1, bought double your position at 50 cents. At 50 cents, you could have sold it, bought double your position at 25 cents. Now that it's 20 cents, you could sell it. And if you wait and you're right, you could buy double your position at 10 cents. These are all decisions we have to wrestle with. And I don't know the answer. I don't have a crystal ball. All I know is there's, in my opinion, they've been selling massive amounts of stock, and it doesn't look pretty. That's why maybe some of these other stocks make sense as a trade. I'm not talking about big squeezes. Thank you, Jay Cobb. That's awfully kind of you. Awfully kind of you. That Eiffel Tower makes you look very short. No, actually, it makes you look very tall. You can buy the OG collection from Vocal. I doubt it. Oh, God, Kevin. Kevin, I didn't see Roma. I'm so sick of all the fraud. I'm just sick of it. You know, all you need is 3 suggestions. 1, Gary Gensler mandates every confirmation has to have a stamp on it. If you buy an over-the-counter company or a NASDAQ company, you're going to lose everything, because I, Gary Gensler, do not care if Jeffrey Easton counterfeits 1 billion shares in a stock, and Jeffrey Easton is going to be the racketeering head of selling stock that doesn't exist, and I don't care about it. I'm Gary Gensler. I don't care. I'd rather be Secretary of the Treasury. Stamp, full disclosure. That would honor the full disclosure rule. Second thing he could do, I'm going to bring back the uptick rule. He won't. The third thing he could do I mean, there's so many things you could do. But he could say, what do we need high frequency trading? What do we need algorithmic trading for in stocks with a market cap of $1 billion or less? And once they achieve $1 billion, let's automatically increase that to 10 billion for those companies. You can't do algorithmic trading. Those are some of the suggestions. But at the bottom line, he just has to enforce the settlement rules, and he doesn't care. When you guys realize that the Democratic Party, Hillary Clinton, Goldman Sachs, they're playing you for idiots, and I'm a Democrat. Once you realize that, the Democratic Party is the war party. It's the racist party. It's the party of the elites and the powerful. And the Democratic Party is fleecing you because they are the handmaiden of the banks. Once you realize that, it's hard to vote. It's hard to pull that for a Democrat, but you will, because the other guy's a misogynist and I'm a white guy, and I caused all the trouble in the world. My Irish and Italian forebears came to the United States and immediately stepped into positions of power, patriarchy, and abuse. Well, Lalija, I don't think it's, well, no, two things. I think it's fair that you take full accountability. Why? Then you're not angry anymore. When you can say it was my mistake, it gives you power because you made the decision, not someone. You're no longer a victim. Of course, for me, I need the help of saying God is good every time I have a negative thought. We'll see. So far that's worked for me. But secondly, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. These guys are thieves. It is the fault of Gary Gensler, who is a slimy, cheating co-conspirator. He walks the rarefied halls of Congress and the wealthy, but he's nothing more than a corrupt cop. That's all he is. So it's not your fault. The tax loss, you don't win with so much, but it does ameliorate the loss. So I think that's great. Well, Kilby, I think what we should do is set up a hedge fund, and we should publish it step by step what we're doing. Put it on the front page, the advertising page of the Washington Post. Send it to the SEC, send it everywhere. And we'll set it up. We'll hire a lawyer who's a liar, set up a document. We'll get our first victim as CEO, and we'll do the toxic convertible note. We'll go get Polar or whatever hedge funds back Jeff Easton, or the 6 clients that back the Kramers, and we'll start selling stock. We'll get into the pipes that come from Germany and the UK. We'll start selling and selling and selling and selling. We'll hire people to attack, and that stock will be down so fast it'll make your head spin. We'll take $50 million, $100 million out of the market, and we'll point fingers and say the over-the-counter market's a Wild West, and shame on those investors for speculating, and we'll pay no taxes on it. And we'll be wieners. We'll be the winners. Gensler can't come after us because we'll be putting it out there and we'll keep a record. Because if he comes after us, it's going to expose all of his buddies at Goldman Sachs. How about that? How about if we do this crime out in the open and we notify everybody? If they don't let us do it, we should be able to show that they're letting others do it. If they let us do it, we'll have proof and a lot of money, and we'd be heroes. Is GTII a hold? June, you've got to make that decision. If you sold it here at 22 cents, you'd be accepting a massive loss, which already exists, and you would have a write-off. You could take that money. For example, you could sell 1 share of GTII and buy 4 shares of Logic. Or you could take 1 share of GTII and maybe buy 7 shares of HNRC. HNRC, I think, will pay you more in a dividend than you paid for the stock. But you have to sit down with a pencil and make that decision yourself. Or you can hold it. Now, June, I don't know what you paid for GTII. But let's say you paid $2 and now it's 20 cents. If you hold it, in order for GTII to go from 20 cents to $2, it has to go up 10 times. And I think that's 1,000 times. I mean, 1,000%, I think it is. Anyway, it has to go up 10x. That's a massive request. That is a massive request of your money. Now, I've shown you. I'm not saying it's going to happen. And it would have been better done when GTII was, say, 40 cents. Let's just use Logic as an example. You don't remember Sal Hoboken said it's Logic is not going to give you any return. If you sold 1 share of GTII at 20 cents, you could buy 4 shares of Logic at 5 cents. Obviously, if people had listened to me on tax loss selling, this would have been a different ratio, but it's okay. We are where we are. One thing about the market, yesterday's gone. So anyway, 1 share of GTII. I'm not saying this that you should do this. It's just one strategy. You sell that, you buy Logic, you buy 4 shares at 5 cents. All right, let's just say before the end of January, Logic announces a letter of intent to be acquired, reverse merger. So letter of intent, let's say, instead of a definitive deal. Why? I just because of audits and all that. I don't know. It's the worst. It's the least attractive announcement. But I think if they have one, they should do it. Don't get me wrong. So let's say they announce they're going to do a deal and it's worth 50 cents a share to us. But it's couched in terms of 6 weeks audit. Everything's agreed, but it's going to take 6 weeks to the audit. The shorts are going to say, it'll never happen. Boo, boo, boo. The GTII was going to buy the law firm. It never happened. Boo, it's boo, hiss, hiss, boo. So we know the stock won't go to 50 cents, but where would it go? I'm going to say that it's very possible that the stock could go to 25 cents. Your 4 shares could go to 25 cents of logic. Let's call it 20 cents. So your 4 shares go to 20 cents. You now have 80 cents. You sell it at 20 cents, you now have 80 cents. If I'm right, GTII stays where it is. Let's say it doesn't go down. Let's just say it's where it is. If you buy back GTII at 20 cents, now you have 4 shares of GTII. You've increased your ownership of GTII from 1 share to 4 shares just by having the courage to sell it, buy Logic, sell Logic when it's up. Now, Logic might not go to 20 cents. Logic might only go to 15 cents or 10 cents. On the other hand, GTII might go to 15 cents. It's not a perfect answer. You're playing with 20 cents now, which is not a lot of margin for error. But luckily, there's a transaction right in front of you that is going to happen. It's just a question of how much it's going to go up. The other thing you could do, it's not, none of this is risk-free, by the way. You could buy HNRC at 0.035. GTII is really 22 cents. That would allow you to buy 6 shares of HNRC. So you sell 1 share of GTII, you buy 6 shares of HNRC at 3.5 cents. For some reason, HNRC, which has a book value of over $2, is only trading for 3.5 cents. Can't explain it. He talked about distributing 15 cents in cash. Let's call it 10 cents. It could be less than that. It could be 5 cents. I'm going to call it 10 cents in cash. Divvy. I don't know how long you have to wait. Does the stock go up? I don't know, but you get 10 cents cash in a dividend. That's 3 times this. You get 3x and you still own the stock. 3x. Right now, and it's possible HNRC goes up. I don't know. But right now, what you're saying by holding GTII, I expect GTII I want GTII to go up 10 times. That's what you want. I want it to get back to $2. I want it to go up 10x from here. Well, I just gave you two stocks that could give you 10x. They could easily both give you 10x, but they could give you in the short run, Logic being the one that I think is the best for you for it. Logic could give you 5x, but it might only give you 2x. I don't know. This could go to 10 cents, 15 cents. We'll see what happens. But it gives you an X. Then you can bring that money back to GTII if you want. Or you could take that X and then come into HNRC if it's still down. Or come into, we have other stocks. So you have to decide, June. You say, is it a hold? Yeah, I'd say it's a hold. But it could go down. It could go down. I am going to do everything I can, and maybe I won't go live tomorrow. I am going to do everything I can to make GTII's value go up and go up quickly. But I'm just one person. I'm going to work with these other guys, and we're going to make it happen. I think it's too late to sell GTII. But I gave you a couple of trades that would justify selling GTII. That any stock, whether it's down or up, you have to ask yourself, if I hold it, what's it going to do? Or if I put it somewhere else, what's it going to do? My guess is GTI. Let's pick a time frame. Let's pick a time frame. 30 days. My guess is GTII is going to go down in 30 days, but I could be wrong. As soon as you sell it, it could turn around and go like a rocket, like a skyship up. Previously, it's gone up from levels like this. That's the risk. That's the risk if you sell. On the other hand, I just gave you two stocks. There's others. There's other stocks that you could put that money in for 31 days anyway, because then you've established a tax loss that have equal chances of going up. Maybe not as skyrocket, but they have chances of going up. And after 31 days, you could sell those and come back and put it in GTII. But I've been saying that for about 90 days. No one, I don't, as far as I know, only one person did it. I think, June, I'm going to give you a simple answer. I think GTII is a hold. If there's a rally, you might sell into it. But if you're interested in trading, I gave you two ideas. There's others out there. There's others out there that might give you a chance to increase the 22 cents. Let's say you moved it to Logic, and Logic went up 5 times. You might be able to increase that 22 cents to $1 in the next 45 days. 5 cents could go to 25 cents. I don't know for sure, but it's going to go up. So you turn 22 cents into $1, and then you can come spend your $1 back on GTII. Same position or double or triple your position. I don't know. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Why don't we re-adjourn on that tomorrow? We can talk about it again tomorrow. Let's do this hedge fund deal. Well, I'm holding what I have, but I've already bought some Logic and HNRC. Oh God. Corey Jones, those stories, they just endless. How is it, Corey, that every company, in the judgment of the short sellers, the assholes, every one of them deserves to be destroyed? Every CEO has a bad idea. Every team is ineffective. Every technology, every sales channel, everything needs to be destroyed because they're all bad companies. How logical is that? That's what Deanna Friedman and Robert Cook and Gary Gensler oversee, and that CC Ryder over at the OTC markets. That's pretty good. Well, June, what can they say? When you're a CEO, you're not allowed to put out news that pumps your stock. I hate that term, but you're not allowed to promote your stock with the news or promises. You can't do that. You're not now the criminals can put out the crappy bearer research with racketeering in collusion. Gary Gensler doesn't care. He goes over to Hillary Clinton's, shakes hands with Bill Clinton like it makes him special. They can't do it. They have to have meaningful news, June. They can't pump their stock. You have to accept, June, for the time being, your account is down. So what do? You hope, wish, and pray that 22 cents goes up by 5 times to $1? Or do you make some other choice with part of the money? Or do you buy more from new money? Or do you sell and move on? I mean, those are the only choices. We each face these. And I'll give you an example, June. CRTD was trading at $1.53. And I called up somebody close to the situation. And I said, that was Friday morning. I said, this stock does not feel like, because it had been like 210 or something and it pulled back. I said, and it had been like 2 or 3, 4 weeks. I said, this feels like this deal with Jeremy's not going to go through. It was like 10 in the morning, 10:30 in the morning. And I was all ready to sell my stock. And the answer I got was no. Jeremy's all in. Reichman's all in. The big investors are all in. It's going to happen. It has to happen. It's the best thing for all parties. Jeremy's going to be CEO. The whales are going to put up money, and Reichman's going to step down, and Jeremy's going to have the new investors. And it's priced at 320 something a share. So just hold on. So I held on like an idiot. I don't know what time that afternoon, Jeremy came out and said, or that GTII came out and said the deal's off, because Jeremy asked for $5 a share. And I don't know, some sort of funding right away. I don't know what it was. And he walked away. Or he renegotiated the deal and GTII walked away. I don't know. But Jeremy didn't. Jeremy broke the deal. So June, the stock I had at 150, and it was a lot of stock and it was a lot of money. Went to 60, I didn't do anything. Went to 30, I didn't do anything. Went to 20, I didn't do anything. because in my mind, I kept thinking it should be worth 150. It should be worth $1. It should be worth 80. Of course, Jeremy's going to do something. The advice I was getting was they're going to renegotiate the deal. Well, of course not. Jeremy started, the word I get is Jeremy started trash talking GTI. I saw it. What do you really have with GTII? I understand he told Upstream, don't work with GTI. They don't really have anything. Well, that's Jeremy's choice. But I did I forget where I finally sold it, June. I don't know. Somewhere around 20 cents, 18 cents I sold it. For tax loss. Although a lot of it was in my IRA. And I put it in, I believe I put it in, I don't remember where I put it. So therefore I don't know if I made money or not because I can't remember. But I got out. Let's call it 20 cents. It might have been 18 cents. Well, Vocal's now under a penny. And I need to tell you that I bought more somewhere around 4 and 5 cents, thinking, well, there might be a recovery here. And I sold that last week to buy ZJYL. I shouldn't have gone back in. The guy is bad news as a stock CEO of a stock. But my point is, if I had just accepted my loss at any point, I would have had more money. I didn't. But even at 20 cents, 18 cents or something, that was better than where it ultimately went. And that's what's just so tough about the situation. They can't say anything, Jim. They can't say anything unless they have material information. They can't say anything. Our best bet is MMTLP. I think that's true. I think MMTLP is going to give cash and expose the system. And then we can come back and do some of these other things. I agree with it. Does the hedge fund need to cover their short selling? Well, if the rules were enforced, yes, they have not covered. But June, it is possible that this gentleman said that retired from the Amex, maybe his theory is correct, that it's just algorithmic trading, and all FINRA reports is the short sales. They don't report the buybacks. I find it preposterous, but that's a theory. The other theory, which I do buy, is they've been naked shorting this for 2 years, and it's a big number. Why? Because the NSCC said that the reason Alpine is in trouble is because of a large naked short position in GTII. It's right in black and white. But I don't know why we should even have to debate it. I think there should be full transparency. But Gensler's not about transparency. He's about being a weasel. But they have not covered it yet. They don't seem to need to, because there's no enforcement of the rules. There's no financial pressure on them now that the stock is down. And Alpine is buying time in the legal system. All of these things can change overnight. But for now, they're just selling, June, while we stare at our navel. If you just think about it tonight, if you can accept that you are going to lose all your money in GTII, take a deep breath and say to yourself, I'm going to hold it because I think better days are ahead. If you think, I'm sick of this, I want to take my tax loss and I want to save the 20 cents, you could sell it. Or you could sell it and do another trade, but then you're taking a risk in another trade, of course. or you could add to your position now, average down. But I think of all the stocks to invest in right now, I think GTII is the most uncertain. I think I would do Finger first, and I just gave you the other two. That's how I feel about it. But that's my analysis. I could be 100% wrong. And as soon as you sell GTII, maybe it soars. But June, the problem is, it's the same problem I faced in CRTD. When it's 150 and it goes to 50 cents, from 50 cents, I'm hoping it goes to 150 again. It has to go up 3 times. Turns out it didn't do anything. I know one guy, as soon as it came down, he sold. He sold at 60, 50, and 30. He got out of everything. He didn't even think. So he really saved a lot of money. But me, I'm hesitating, thinking, I don't know, June. It's tough. I can't make the decision for you. But the fund, in an ideal world, an honest world, a world where Gary Gensler gave a damn and where Gary Gensler had integrity and honesty, he would force all of these failed to locate, failed to deliver transactions to settle. But he's not going to. So I don't think the fund needs to cover. I think the only way to make the fund cover is if finally Alpine loses in court, if finally FINRA can kick Alpine out, and therefore some sort of receivership happens. I'm not a lawyer. Some sort of trustee says we got to buy in all these shares. That could happen. Anything with the FBI or West Christian is going to take forever. And it'll be settled anyway. The other thing that could happen is that the whales come back in, or we get a transaction done that causes the stock price to go up, and therefore at Alpine, the margin call becomes ginormous, and they're forced to buy it in. But all of this is if this, then that. And do I have to keep talking about it? I think Finger can give you a double on your money sometime in the next 2 or 3 months. But then you're out of GTII. I think Logic can give you a double to as much as 5 times on your money over the next 45 days. But it'll go up, and maybe it only goes up a little bit, and then you got to sell. Just take it. You can come back to GTII. I think HNRC is more confusing. It has a net asset value, according to the press release, of over $2. But for some reason, it's down at this price. Leads me to believe they might have taken a toxic financing, but I can find no evidence of it. But something is askew on the treadle. However, they're going to give a dividend, 2 dividends, so maybe there's a return there. There's some other stocks that I talked about you could just go into and wait and get a return and maybe get your money back. These are all decisions you have to make. I don't know. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. I sold my last CRTD Vocal at like 5.0057, and it went down, and then it went up to 0.009 or whatever. Now it's back down to where I sold it. But I put that money in. I got all of 17 shares of ZJYL at an average cost of about something just over $100. So it's not a lot, it's not a lot. I went from feeling great about my ownership of Vocal and how great Jeremy was and what a champion for fighting short selling he was. Turns out he's functionally, emotionally, desperately in need of friendship from Jeff Easton. I don't know, something screwy. But anyway, so I can't do that math. Let's say it's $1,700 that I have in ZJYL. And the criminals will try to destroy it because they hear now that I have it. I don't care. I've already written it off. I think if I had left it in Vocal, it would go to zero anyway, June. So here's my situation. It's a complete risk. It's a complete punt. Odds are the criminals are going to try to drive ZJYL down. They're already putting on Twitter that that NASDAQ should delist it because it's crap. They've already shorted it and they want to rescue because they're such good people. They've already established that they can make probably millions of dollars if it gets delisted, but they're the good guys. You're not, I'm not. Anyway, that's my risk. It's my risk. That is my risk. Vocal could turn around and go up. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think Jeffrey Easton is going to destroy that company. On the other hand, June, Jeff Easton is probably feeling the heat, and he may try to make this an example of what a great place the Lynn partner is to get financing. And maybe he has a way working with Jeremy, they're going to do a deal that all of a sudden that stock is going to go to $1. Jeff Easton is such a cheap, cheating, stealing, thieving asshole. That's not going to happen, but it could. By the way, everything I say on this video, as I've said, it's all my opinion, it's all my judgment, and it's all based on belief, and it could all be wrong. So, June, what am I looking at? I have 17 shares. If I believe the hype, they could go to $10,000 or each, $1,000 each. Let's just use that. $1,000 each. So I might have $1,700. $17,000. I could then take that money, go back and buy Vocal, or go back and buy GTII, or go back and buy whatever the heck. But the only reason I might have that chance is I sold Vocal and I said, screw it. And I put it in, I saw something that might have a better chance. But it's a complete gamble. To me, Vocal is already a write-off. I don't know, Jim. I'm going to stop talking about it. I've given you my stream of consciousness. I wish you luck in your decision. I personally would probably take some kind of action just because I would feel like I'm doing something, but that's not always the right answer either. Brenda, thank you, Brenda. Brenda. I don't know if there's a song for Brenda, but I know somebody in Richmond, Virginia named Brenda a long time ago. My stamina is unmatched. You're in face of all these odds. You're something is something in the face of all these odds. Yeah, exactly. A CEO can promote their stock, but only in prison. Yeah, Kylie. You're a workhorse. Thank you, Frank Gonzalez. I don't know. I'm gonna go walk my dog, but let me all in. I'm gonna give you a guess. I'm gonna give you a complete guess. Everything, uh, like somebody said about predictions, it's really tough because it's tough making predictions because it's about the future. But I think sometime before the end of January, just based on the timelines. Let me give you my reason all in. The DSPAC occurred end of October or middle of November, something like that. And all of the press releases said that the uh, reverse merger for Logic would happen right then. So I just think what's happened is that holidays interfered. And I think something's going to happen. So, yes, I think it's going to pop, as you put it, this month. But the question is how high? So we have to be nimble. Oh, the gold play. I like that one. I'll look that one on. Junior Nugget. Junior Nugget. Junior Nugget. Well, Aaron, I pointed out that finger on the chart, I would put orders in to buy the stock under the market, maybe 250, 225, $2, 190, 175. I would put orders in under to buy finger if you're so inclined, because the chart does look to me like they're going to try to spike it down. I don't expect it to stay down though. But put open orders in to buy under the market, and maybe you'll be surprised. It spikes down, bounces back to 250, and you feel like a champ. Things are going to get better only if I am able. All right, Lucky, let's go. Let's go. We'll go. All right, I'm going to say peace, love, happiness. Thank you very much. I don't know what else to do. We're all doing the best we can, and pray for peace in the world. Pray for Jenny L. Keep praying for her, and maybe pray for the people in I can't remember the peninsula's name, Shika. Anyway, the peninsula off the west of Japan that just suffered a massive earthquake, and there's up to 10 nuclear reactors affected by it. Just pray for that, maybe. But anyway, I wish everyone the best. Thank you for tolerating my faults. And I really don't mean to offend anybody except the bullies. Except the bullies. So, anyway, we'll catch you on the flip side.